Section 1 of Hand and Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. Book 1, The Gentleman from Toledo. Chapter 1, A Startling Coincidence. By the pricking of my thumbs, something wicked this way comes. Macbeth. The town clock of Silby had just struck 12, court had adjourned, and Judge Evans, with one or two of the leading lawyers of the county, stood in the doorway of the courthouse discussing in a friendly way the eccentricities of criminals as developed in the case then before the court. Mr. Lord had just ventured the assertion that crime as a fine art was happily confined to France, to which District Attorney Ferris had replied, "And why? Because atheism has not yet acquired such a hold upon our upper class that gentlemen think it possible to meddle with such matters? It is only when a student, a doctor, a lawyer, determines to put aside from his path the secret stumbling block to his desires or his ambition that the true intellectual crime is developed. That brute whom you see slouching along over the way is the type of the average criminal of the day." And he indicated with a nod a sturdy, ill-favored man who, with pack on his back, was just emerging from a grassy lane that opened out from the street directly opposite the courthouse. "Such men are often seen in the dock," remarked Mr. Orcutt, "of more than local reputation as a criminal lawyer, and often escape the penalty of their crimes," he added, watching, with a curious glance, the lowering brow and furtive look of the man, who, upon perceiving the attention he had attracted, increased his pace till he almost broke into a run. "Looks as if he had been up to mischief," observed Judge Evans. "Rather as if he had heard the sentence which was passed upon the last tramp who paid his respects to this town," corrected Mr. Lord. "Revenons à nos moutons," resumed the District Attorney. "Crime as an investment does not pay in this country. The regular burglar leads a dog's life of it, and when you come to the murderer, how few escape suspicion if they do the gallows. I do not know of a case where a murder for money has been really successful in this region." "Then you must have some pretty cute detective work going on here," remarked a young man who had not before spoken. "No, no, nothing to brag of. But the brutes are so clumsy, that is the word, clumsy. They don't know how to cover up their tracks." "The smart ones don't make tracks," interposed a rough voice near them, and a large, red-haired, slightly humpbacked man, who from the looks of those about was evidently a stranger in the place, shuffled forward from the pillar against which he had been leaning, and took up the thread of conversation. "I tell you," he continued, in a gruff tone somewhat out of keeping with the studied abstraction of his keen gray eye, "that half the criminals are caught because they do make tracks and then resort to such extraordinary means to cover them up. The true secret of success in this line lies in striking your blow with a weapon picked up on the spot, and in choosing for the scene of your tragedy a thoroughfare where, in the natural course of events, other men will come and go and unconsciously tread out your traces, provided you have made any. This dissipates suspicion, or starts it, in so many directions that justice is at once confused, if not ultimately baffled. Look at that house yonder," the stranger pursued, pointing to a plain dwelling on the opposite corner. "While we have been standing here, several persons of one kind or another, and among them a pretty rough-looking tramp, have gone into the side gate and so around to the kitchen door and back. I don't know who lives there, but say it is a solitary old woman above keeping help, and that an hour from now, someone, not finding her in the house, searches through the garden and comes upon her lying dead behind the woodpile, struck down by her own axe. On whom are you going to lay your hand in suspicion? On the stranger, of course, the rough-looking tramp that everybody thinks is ready for bloodshed at the least provocation. But suspicion is not conviction, and I would dare wager that no court, in face of a persistent denial on his part that he even saw the old woman when he went to her door, would bring in a verdict of murder against him, even though silver from her private drawer were found concealed upon his person. The chance that he spoke the truth, and that she was not in the house when he entered, and that his crime had been merely one of burglary or theft, would be enough to save him from the hangman. That is true, assented Mr. Lord, unless all other persons who had been seen to go into the yard were not only reputable men, but were willing to testify to having seen the woman alive up to the time he invaded her premises. But the humpbacked stranger had already lounged away. "What do you think about this, Mr. Byrd?" inquired the district attorney, turning to the young man before alluded to. "You are an expert in these matters, or ought to be. What would you give for the tramp's chances if the detectives took him in hand?" "I, sir," was the response, "I am so comparatively young and inexperienced in such affairs that I scarcely dare presume to express an opinion. But I have heard it said by Mr. Bryce, whom you know stands foremost among the detectives of New York, that the only case of murder in which he utterly failed to get any clue to work upon was that of a Jew who was knocked down in his own shop in broad daylight. But this will not appear so strange when you learn the full particulars. The store was situated between two alleyways in Harlem. It had an entrance back and an entrance front. Both were in constant use. The man was found behind his counter, having evidently been hit on the head by a slung shot while reaching for a box of hosiery. But though a succession of people were constantly passing by both doors, there was, for that very reason, no one to tell which of all the men who were observed to enter the shop came out again with blood upon his conscience. Nor were the circumstances of the Jew's life such as to assist justice. The most careful investigation failed to disclose the existence of any enemy, nor was he found to possess in this country, at least, any relative who could have hoped to be benefited by the few dollars he had saved from a late bankruptcy. The only conclusion to be drawn is that the man was secretly in the way of someone and was secretly put out of it, but for what purpose or by whose hand, time is never disclosed. "There is one, however, who knows both," affirmed Judge Evans impressively. "The man himself?" "God." The solemnity with which this was uttered caused a silence, during which Mr. Orcutt looked at his watch. "I must go to dinner," he announced, withdrawing, with a slight nod, across the street. The rest stood for a few minutes abstractly contemplating his retreating figure, as with an energetic pace all his own, he passed down the little street that opened opposite to where they stood and entered the unpretending cottage of a widow lady with whom he was in the habit of taking his midday meal whenever he had a case before the court. A lull was over the whole village, and the few remaining persons on the courthouse steps were about to separate when Mr. Lord uttered an exclamation and pointed to the cottage in which they had just seen Mr. Orcutt disappear. Immediately all eyes looked that way and saw the lawyer standing on the stoop, having evidently issued with the utmost precipitation from the house. "He is making signs," cried Mr. Lord to Mr. Ferris, and scarcely knowing what they feared, both gentlemen crossed away and hurried down the street toward their friend, who, with unusual tokens of disturbance in his manner, ran forward to meet them. "A murder!" he excitedly exclaimed as soon as he came within speaking distance. "A strange and startling coincidence. Mrs. Clemmens has been struck on the head and is lying covered with blood at the foot of her dining room table." Mr. Lord and the District Attorney stared at each other in a maze of surprise and horror easily to be comprehended, and then they rushed forward. "Wait a moment," the latter suddenly cried, stopping short and looking back. "Where is the fellow who talked so learnedly about murder and the best way of making a success of it? He must be found at once. I don't believe in coincidences." And he beckoned to the person they had called Byrd, who with very pardonable curiosity was hurrying their way. "Go find Hunt, the constable," he cried. "Tell him to stop and retain the humpback. A woman here has been found murdered, and that fellow must have known something about it." The young man stared, flushed with sudden intelligence, and darted off. Mr. Ferris turned, found Mr. Orcutt at his side, and drew him forward to rejoin Mr. Lord, who by this time was at the door of the cottage. They all went in together, Mr. Ferris, who was of an adventurous disposition, leading the way. The room into which they first stepped was empty. It was evidently the widow's sitting room, and was in perfect order, with the exception of Mr. Orcutt's hat, which lay on the center table where he had laid it on entering. Neat without being prim, the entire aspect of the place was one of comfort, ease, and modest luxury. For though the widow Clemmens lived alone and without help, she was by no means an indigent person, as a single glance at her house would show. The door leading into the farther room was open, and toward this they hastened, led by the glitter of the fine old china service which loaded the dining table. "She is there," said Mr. Orcutt, pointing to the other side of the room. They immediately passed behind the table, and there, sure enough, lay the prostrate figure of the widow, her head bleeding, her arms extended, one hand grasping her watch, which she had loosened from her belt, the other stretched toward a stick of firewood that, from the mark of blood upon its side, had evidently been used to fell her to the floor. She was as motionless as stone, and was to all appearances dead. "Sickening, sickening, horrible!" exclaimed Mr. Lord, recoiling upon the District Attorney with a gesture as if he would put the frightful object out of his sight. "What motive could any one have for killing such an inoffensive woman? The deviltry of man is beyond belief." "And after what we heard, inexplicable," asserted Mr. Ferris. "To be told of a supposable case of murder one minute, and then to see it exemplified in this dreadful way the next, is an experience of no common order. I own I am overcome by it." And he flung open a door that communicated with the lane and let the outside air sweep in. "The door was unlocked," remarked Mr. Lord, glancing at Mr. Orcutt, who stood with severe, set face, looking down at the outstretched form, which for several years now had so often sat opposite him at his noonday meal. With a start he looked up. "What did you say? The door unlocked? There's nothing strange in that. She never locked her doors, though she was so very deaf I often advised her to." He allowed his eyes to run over the wide stretch of low, uncultivated ground before him, that, in the opinion of many persons, was such a decided blot upon the town. "There is no one in sight," he reluctantly admitted. "No," responded the other. "The ground is unfavorable for escape. It is marshy and covered with snake grass. A man could make his way, however, between the hillocks in those woods yonder, if he were driven by fear or understood the path well. What is the matter, Orcutt?" "Nothing," affirmed the latter, "nothing. I thought I heard a groan." "You heard me make an exclamation," spoke up Mr. Ferris, who by this time had sufficiently overcome his emotion to lift the head of the prostrate woman and look into her face. This woman is not dead. What? They both cried, bounding forward. See, she breathes, continued the former, pointing to her slowly laboring chest. The villain, whoever he was, did not do his work well. She may be able to tell us something yet. I do not think so, murmured Mr. Orcutt. Such a blow as that must have destroyed her faculties, if not her life. It was of cruel force. However that may be, she ought to be taken care of now, cried Mr. Ferris. I wish Dr. Treadwell was here. I will go for him, signified the other. But it was not necessary. Scarcely had the lawyer turned to execute this mission when a sudden murmur was heard at the door, and a dozen or so citizens burst into the house, among them the very person named. Being coroner as well as physician, he at once assumed authority. The widow was carried into her room, which was on the same floor, and a brother practitioner sent for, who took his place at her head and waited for any sign of returning consciousness. The crowd, remanded to the yard, spent their time alternately in furtive questioning of each other's countenances and an eager lookout for the expected return of the strange young man who had been sent after the incomprehensible hunchback of whom all had heard. The coroner, closeted with the district attorney in the dining room, busied himself in noting certain evident facts. I am perhaps forestalling my duties in interfering before the woman is dead, intimated the former, but it is only a matter of a few hours, and any facts we can glean in the interim must be of value to a proper conduct of the inquiry I shall be called upon to hold. I shall therefore make the same note of the position of affairs as I would do if she were dead, and to begin with, I wish you to observe that she was hit while setting the clock. And he pointed to the open door of the huge old-fashioned timepiece which occupied that corner of the room in which she had been found. She had not even finished her task, he next remarked, for the clock is still 10 minutes slow, while her watch is just right, as you will see by comparing it with your own. She was attacked from behind, and to all appearances unexpectedly. Had she turned, her forehead would have been struck, while, as we can see, it is the back of her head that has suffered, and that from a right-hand blow. Her deafness was undoubtedly the cause of her immobility under the approach of such an assailant. She did not hear his step, and being so busily engaged, saw nothing of the cruel hand uplifted to destroy her. I doubt if she even knew what happened. The mystery is that any one could have sufficiently desired her death to engage in such a cold-blooded butchery. If plunder were wanted, why was not her watch taken from her? And see, here is a pile of small change lying beside her plate on the table, a thing a tramp would make for at once. It was not a thief that struck her. Well, well, we don't know. I have my own theory, admitted the coroner, but of course it will not do for me to mention it here. The stick was taken from that pile, laid ready on the hearth, he went on. Odd, significantly odd, that in all its essential details this affair should tally so completely with the supposable case of crime given a moment before by the deformed wretch you tell me about. Not if that man was a madman and the assailant, suggested the district attorney. True, but I do not think he was mad, not from what you have told me. But let us see what the commotion is. Someone has evidently arrived. It was Mr. Byrd, who had entered by the front door, and deaf to the low murmur of the impatient crowd without, stood waiting in silent patience for an opportunity to report to the district attorney the results of his efforts. Mr. Ferris at once welcomed him. What have you done? Did you find the constable, or succeed in laying hands on that scamp of a humpback? Mr. Byrd, who, to explain at once, was a young and intelligent detective who had been brought from New York for the purposes connected with the case then before the court, glanced carefully in the direction of the coroner, and quietly replied: "The humpback scamp, as you call him, has disappeared. Whether he will be found or not, I cannot say. Hunt is on his track, and will report to you in an hour. The tramp who you saw slinking out of this street while we stood on the courthouse steps is doubtless the man whom you most want, and him we have captured." "You have?" repeated Mr. Ferris, eyeing with good-natured irony the young man's gentlemanly but rather indifferent face. "And what makes you think it is the tramp who is the guilty one in this case?" "Because that ingenious stranger saw fit to make him such a prominent figure in his suppositions?" "No, sir," replied the detective, flushing with a momentary embarrassment he, however, speedily overcame. "I do not found my opinions upon any man's remarks. I only—" "Excuse me," said he, with a quiet air of self-control that was not without its effect upon the sensible man he was addressing. "If you will tell me how, where, and under what circumstances this poor murdered woman was found, perhaps I shall be better able to explain my reasons for believing in the tramp as the guilty party, though the belief, even of a detective, goes for but little in matters of this kind, as you and these other gentlemen very well know." "Step here, then," signified Mr. Ferris, who, accompanied by the coroner, had already passed around the table. "Do you see that clock? She was winding it when she was struck, and fell almost at his foot. The weapon which did the execution lies over there. It is a stick of firewood, as you see, and was caught up from that pile on the hearth. Now recall what that humpback said about choosing a thoroughfare for a murder, and this house is a thoroughfare, and the peculiar stress which he laid upon the choice of a weapon. And tell me why you think he is innocent of this immediate and most remarkable exemplification of his revolting theory." "Let me ask first," ventured the other, with a remaining tinge of embarrassment coloring his cheek, "if you have reason to think this woman had been lying long where she was found, or was she struck soon before the discovery?" "Soon. The dinner was still smoking in the kitchen, where it had been dished up ready for serving." "Then," declared the detective with sudden confidence, "a single word will satisfy you that the humpback was not the man who delivered this stroke. To lay that woman low at the foot of this clock would require the presence of the assailant in the room. Now the humpback was not here this morning, but in the courtroom. I know this, for I saw him there." "You did? You were sure of that?" cried in a breath both his hearers, somewhat taken aback by his revelation. "Yes, he sat by the door. I noticed him particularly." "Humph, that is odd," quoth Mr. Ferris, with the testiness of an irritable man who sees himself contradicted in a publicly expressed theory. "Very odd," repeated the coroner. "So odd, I am inclined to think he did not sit there every moment of the time. It is but a step from the courthouse here. He might well have taken the trip and returned while you wiped your eyeglasses or was otherwise engaged." Mr. Byrd did not see fit to answer this. "The tramp is an ugly-looking customer," he remarked, in what was almost a careless tone of voice. Mr. Ferris covered with his hand the pile of loose change that was yet lying on the table, and shortly observed, "A tramp to commit such a crime must be actuated either by rage or cupidity. That you will acknowledge?" Now the fellow who struck this woman could not have been excited by any sudden anger, for the whole position of her body, when found, proves that she had not even turned to face the intruder, much less engaged in an altercation with him. Yet how could it have been money he was after, when a tempting bit like this remain undisturbed upon the table. And Mr. Ferris, with a sudden gesture, disclosed to view the pile of silver coin he had been concealing. The young detective shook his head, but lost none of his seeming indifference. "That is one of the little anomalies of criminal experience that we were talking about this morning," he remarked. "Perhaps the fellow was frightened and lost his head, or perhaps he really heard some one at the door and was obliged to escape without reaping any of the fruits of his crime." "Perhaps and perhaps," retorted Mr. Ferris, who was a quick man, and who, once settled in a belief, was not to be easily shaken out of it. "However that may be," continued Mr. Byrd, without seeming to notice the irritating interruption, "I still think that the tramp, rather than the humpback, will be the man to occupy your future attention." And with a deprecatory bow to both gentlemen, he drew back and quietly left the room. Mr. Ferris at once recovered from his momentary loss of temper. "I suppose the young man is right," he acknowledged. "But if so, what an encouragement we have received this morning to a belief in clairvoyance." And with less irony and more conviction, he added, "The humpback must have known something about the murder." And the coroner bowed, common sense undoubtedly agreeing with this assumption. End of chapter 1. Section 2 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. An Appeal to Heaven. Her step was royal, queen-like. Longfellow. It was now 1:30. An hour and a half had elapsed since the widow had been laid upon her bed, and to all appearance no change had taken place in her condition. Within the room where she lay were collected the doctor and one or two neighbors of the female sex, who watched every breath she drew, and stood ready to notice the slightest change in the stony face that, dim with the shadow of death, stared upon them from the unruffled pillows. In the sitting-room, Lawyer Orcutt conversed in a subdued voice with Mr. Ferris, in regard to such incidents of the widow's life as had come under his notice in the years of their daily companionship, while the crowd about the gate vented their interest in loud exclamations of wrath against the tramp who had been found, and the unknown humpback who had not. Our story leads us into that crowd in front. "I don't think she'll ever come to," said one, who from his dusty coat might have been a miller. "Blows like that haven't much let up about them." "Doctor says she will die before morning," put in a pert young miss, anxious to have her voice heard. "Then it will be murder and no mistake, and that brute of a tramp will hang as high as Haman." "Don't condemn a man before you've had a chance to hear what he has to say for himself," cried another, in a strictly judicial tone. "How do you know as he came to this house at all?" "Miss Perkins says he did, and Mrs. Phillips, too. They saw him go into the gate." "And what else did they see? I warrant he wasn't the only beggar that was roaming around this morning." "No, there was a tin peddler in the street, for I saw him my own self, and Mrs. Clements standing in the door, flourishing her broom at him. She was mighty short with such folks. Wouldn't wonder if some of the unholy wretches killed her out of spite. They're a wicked lot, the whole of them." Widow Clements had a quick temper, but she had a mighty good heart notwithstanding. See how kind she was to them Hubbles, and how hard she was to the Pratt girl. "Well, I know, but—" and so on, in a hum and a buzz about the head of Mr. Byrd, who, engaged in thought seemingly far removed from the subject in hand, stood leaning against the fence, careless and insouciant. Suddenly there was a lull, then a short cry, Then a woman's voice rose clear, ringing and commanding, and Mr. Byrd caught the following words: "What is this I hear? Mrs. Clemmens dead? Struck down by some wandering tramp? Murdered in her own house?" In an instant every eye, including Mr. Byrd's, was fixed upon the speaker. The crowd parted, and the young girl who had spoken from the street came into the gate. She was a remarkable-looking person, tall and large and majestic in every proportion of an unusually noble figure. She was of a make and possessed a bearing to attract attention had she borne a less striking and beautiful countenance. As it was, the glance lingered but a moment on the grand curves and the lithe loveliness of that matchless figure, and passed at once to the face. Once there, it did not soon wander, for though its beauty was incontestable, the something that lay behind that beauty was more incontestable still, and held you, in spite of yourself, long after you had become acquainted with the broad white brow, the clear deep changing gray eye, the straight but characteristic nose, and the ruddy nervous lip. You felt that, young and beautiful as she was, and charming as she might be, she was also one of nature's unsolvable mysteries, a woman whom you might study, obey, adore, but whom you could never hope to understand, a sphinx without an Oedipus. She was dressed in dark green, and held her gloves in her hand. Her appearance was that of one who had been profoundly startled. "Why doesn't someone answer me?" she asked, after an instant's pause, seeming unconscious that, alike to those who knew her and to those who did not, her air and manner were such as to naturally impose silence. "Must I go into the house in order to find out if this good woman is dead or not?" "Sure she isn't dead yet," spoke up a brawny butcher boy, bolder than the rest. "But she's sure sore hurt, miss, and the doctors say as how there is no hope." A change impossible to understand passed over the girl's face. Had she been less vigorous of body, she would have staggered. As it was, she stood still, rigidly still, and seemed to summon up her faculties till the very clinch of her fingers spoke of the strong control she was putting upon herself. "It is dreadful, dreadful," she murmured, this time in a whisper, and as if through some rising protest in her own soul. "No good can come of it, none." Then, as if awakening to the scene about her, shook her head and cried to those nearest, "It was a tramp who did it, I suppose. At least, I am told so." "A tramp has been took up, miss, on suspicion, as they call it." "If a tramp has been taken up on suspicion, then he was the one who assailed her, of course." And pushing on through the crowd that fell back, still more awestruck than before, she went into the house. The murmur that followed her was subdued but universal. It made no impression on Mr. Byrd. He had leaned forward to watch the girl's retreating form, but, finding his view intercepted by the wrinkled profile of an old crone who had leaned forward too, had drawn impatiently back. Something in that crone's aged face made him address her. "You know the lady?" he inquired. "Yes," was the cautious reply given, however, with a leer he found not altogether pleasant. "She is a relative of the injured woman, or a friend, perhaps?" The old woman's face looked frightful. "No," she muttered grimly, "they are strangers." At this unexpected response, Mr. Byrd made a perceptible start forward. The old woman's hand fell at once on his arm. "Stay," she hoarsely whispered. "By strangers, I mean they don't visit each other. This town is too small for any of us to be strangers." Mr. Byrd nodded and escaped her clutch. "This is worth seeing through," he murmured, with the first gleam of interest he had shown in the affair, and hurrying forward, he succeeded in following the lady into the house. The sight he met there did not tend to allay his newborn interest. There she stood in the center of the sitting room, tall, resolute, and commanding. her eyes fixed on the door of the room that contained the still-breathing sufferer. Mr. Orcutt's eyes fixed upon her. It seemed as if she had asked one question and been answered. There had not been time for more. "I do not know what to say in apology for my intrusion," she remarked, "but the death, or almost the death, of a person of whom we have all heard, seems to me so terrible that—" But here Mr. Orcutt interrupted gently, almost tenderly, but with a fatherly authority which Mr. Byrd expected to see her respect. "Imogene," he observed, "this is no place for you. The horror of the event has made you forget yourself. Go home and trust me to tell you, on my return, all that it is advisable for you to know." But she did not even meet his glance with her steady eyes. "Thank you," she protested, "but I cannot go till I have seen the place where this woman fell and the weapon with which she was struck. I want to see it all. Mr. Ferris, will you show me?" And without giving any reason for this extraordinary request, she stood waiting, with the air of conscious authority which is sometimes given by great beauty when united to a distinguished personal presence. The district attorney, taken aback, moved toward the dining-room door. "I will consult with the coroner," he said. But she waited for no man's leave. Following close behind him, she entered upon the scene of the tragedy. "Where was the poor woman hit?" she inquired. They told her. They showed her all she desired and asked her no questions. She awed them, all but Mr. Orcutt. Him she both astonished and alarmed. "And a tramp did all this?" she finally exclaimed, in the odd, musing tone she had used once before, while her eye fell thoughtfully to the floor. Suddenly she started, or so Mr. Byrd fondly imagined, and moved a pace, setting her foot carefully down upon a certain spot in the carpet beneath her. She has spied something, he thought, and watched to see if she would stoop. But no, she held herself still more erectly than before, and seemed, by her rather desultory inquiries, to be striving to engage the attention of the others from herself. "There is someone surely tapping at this door," she intimated, pointing to the one that opened into the lane. Dr. Treadwell moved to see. "Is there not?" she repeated, glancing at Mr. Ferris. He, too, turned to see. But there was still an eye regarding her from behind the sitting-room door, and, perceiving it, she impatiently ceased her efforts. She was not mistaken about the tapping. A man was at the door whom both gentlemen seemed to know. "I come from the tavern where they are holding this tramp in custody," announced the newcomer, in a voice too low to penetrate into the room. "He is frightened almost out of his wits, seems to think he was taken up for theft, and makes no bones about saying that he did take a spoon or two from a house where he was let in for a bite. He gave up the spoons and expects to go to jail, but seems to have no idea that any worse suspicion is hanging over him. Those that stand around think he is innocent of the murder." "Humph, well, we'll see," ejaculated Mr. Ferris, and turning back, he met, with a certain sort of complacence, the eyes of the young lady who had been somewhat impatiently awaiting his reappearance. "It seems there are doubts, after all, about the tramp being the assailant." The start she gave was sudden and involuntary. She took a step forward, and then paused as if hesitating. Instantly Mr. Byrd, who had not forgotten the small object she had been covering with her foot, sauntered leisurely forward, and spying a ring on the floor where she had been standing, unconcernedly picked it up. She did not seem to notice him. Looking at Mr. Ferris with eyes whose startled, if not alarmed expression she did not succeed in hiding from the detective, she inquired in a stifled voice, "What do you mean? What has this man been telling you? You say it was not the tramp. Who, then, was it?" "That is a question we cannot answer," rejoined Mr. Ferris, astonished at her heat, while Lawyer Orcutt moving forward, attempted once more to recall her to herself. "Imogene," he pleaded, "Imogene, calm yourself. This is not a matter of so much importance to you that you need agitate yourself so violently in regard to it. Come home, I beseech you, and leave the affairs of justice to the attention of those whose duty it is to look after them." Beyond acknowledging his well-meant interference by a deprecatory glance, she stood immovable, looking from Dr. Treadwell to Mr. Ferris and back again to Dr. Treadwell, as if she sought in their faces some confirmation of a hideous doubt or fear that had arisen in her own mind. Suddenly she felt a touch on her arm. "Excuse me, madam, but is this yours?" inquired a smooth and careless voice over her shoulder. As though awakening from a dream, she turned. They all turned. Mr. Byrd was holding out in his open palm a ring blazing with a diamond of no mean luster or value. The sight of such a jewel, presented at such a moment, completed the astonishment of her friends. Pressing forward, they stared at the costly ornament and then at her, Mr. Orcutt's face especially assuming a startled expression of mingled surprise and apprehension, that soon attracted the attentions of the others, and led to an interchange of look that denoted a mutual but not unpleasant understanding. "I found it at your feet," explained the detective, still carelessly, but with just the delicate shade of respect in his voice necessary to express a gentleman's sense of presumption in thus addressing a strange and beautiful young lady. The tone, if not the explanation, seemed to calm her, as powerful natures are calmed in the stress of a sudden crisis. "Thank you," she returned, not without signs of great sweetness in her look and manner. "Yes, it is mine," she added slowly, reaching out her hand and taking the ring. "I must have dropped it without knowing it." And meeting the eyes of Mr. Orcutt, fixed upon her with that startled look of inquiry already alluded to, she flushed, but placed the jewel nonchalantly on her finger. This cool appropriation of something he had no reason to believe hers startled the youthful detective immeasurably. He had not expected such a denouement to the little drama he had prepared with such quiet assurance, and, though with the quick self-control that distinguished him, he forbore to show his surprise. He none the less felt baffled and ill at ease, all the more that the two gentlemen present, who appeared to be the most disinterested in their regard for this young lady, seemed to accept this act on her part as genuine, and therefore not to be questioned. "It is a clue that is lost," thought he. "I have made a mess of my first unassisted efforts at real detective work." And inwardly disgusted with himself, he drew back into the other room and took up his stand at a remote window. The slight stir he made in crossing the room seemed to break a spell and restore the minds of all present to their proper balance. Mr. Orcutt threw off the shadow that had momentarily disturbed his quiet and assured mien, and advancing once more, held out his arm with even more kindness than before, saying impressively, "Now you will surely consent to accompany me home. You cannot mean to remain here any longer, can you, Imogene?" Before she could reply, before her hand could lay itself on his arm, a sudden hush, like that of awe, passed solemnly through the room, and the physician, who had been set to watch over the dying gasps of the poor sufferer within, appeared on the threshold of the bedroom door, holding up his hand with a look that at once commanded attention and awoke the most painful expectancy in the hearts of all who beheld him. "She stirs, she moves her lips," he announced, and again paused, listening. Immediately there was a sound from the dimness behind him, a low sound, inarticulate at first, but presently growing loud enough and plain enough to be heard in the utmost recesses of the furthermost room on that floor. Hand, ring, was the burden of the short ejaculation they heard. Ring, hand, till a sudden gasp cut short the fearful iteration, and all was silent again. Great heavens! Came in an awestruck whisper from Mr. Ferris as he pressed hastily toward the place from which these words had issued. But the physician at once stopped and silenced him. "She may speak again," he suggested. "Wait." But though they listened breathlessly and with ever-growing suspense, no further break occurred in the deep silence, and soon the doctor announced: "She has sunk back into her old state. She may rouse again, and she may not." As though released from some painful tension, the coroner, the district attorney, and the detective all looked up. They found Miss Dare standing by the open window, with her face turned to the landscape, and Mr. Orcutt gazing at her with an expression of perplexity that had almost the appearance of dismay. The look passed instantly from the lawyer's countenance as he met the eyes of his friends, but Mr. Byrd, who was still smarting under a sense of his late defeat, could not but wonder what that gentleman had seen in Miss Dare during the period of their late preoccupation to call up such an expression to his usually keen and composed face. The clinch of her white hand on the window-sill told nothing, but when, in a few moments later, she turned toward them again, Mr. Byrd saw, or thought he saw, the last lingering remains of a great horror fading out of her eyes, and was not surprised when she walked up to Mr. Orcutt and said, somewhat hoarsely, "I wish to go home now. This place is a terrible one to be in." Mr. Orcutt, who was only too glad to comply with her request, again offered her his arm. But anxious as they evidently were to quit the house, they were not allowed to do so without experiencing another shock. Just as they were passing the door of the room where the wounded woman lay, the physician in attendance again appeared before them with that silently uplifted hand. "Hush," he said, "she stirs again. I think she is going to speak." And once more that terrible suspense held each and every one enthralled. Once more that faint, inarticulate murmur eddied through the house, growing gradually into speech that this time took a form that curdled the blood of the listeners, and made Mr. Orcutt and the young woman at his side drop apart from each other as though a dividing sword had passed between them. "May the vengeance of heaven light upon the head of him who has brought me to this pass," were the words that now rose ringing and clear from that bed of death. "May the fate that has come upon me be visited upon him, measure for measure, blow for blow, death for death." Strange and awe-inspiring words that drew a pall over that house and made the dullest person there gasp for breath. In the silence that followed, a silence that could be felt, the white faces of lawyer and physician, coroner and detective, turned and confronted each other. But the young lady who lingered in their midst looked at no one, turned to no one. Shuddering and white, she stood gazing before her as if she already beheld that retributive hand descending upon the head of the guilty. Then she awoke to the silence of those around her, gave a quick start, and flashed forward to the door, and so out into the street before Mr. Orcutt could rouse himself sufficiently from the stupor of the moment to follow her. End of chapter 2. Section 3 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Unfinished Letter. Faith, thou hast some crotchets in thy head now. Merry Wives of Windsor. Would there be any indiscretion in my asking who that young lady is? Inquired Mr. Byrd of Mr. Ferris, as, after ascertaining the stricken sufferer still breathed, they stood together in a distant corner of the dining room. "No," returned the other in a low tone, with a glance in the direction of the lawyer, who was just re-entering the house, after an unsuccessful effort to rejoin the person of whom they were speaking. "She is a Miss Dare, a young lady much admired in this town, and believed by many to be on the verge of matrimony with—" He nodded toward Mr. Orcutt, and discreetly forbore to finish the sentence. "Ah!" exclaimed the youthful detective, "I understand." And he cast a look of suddenly awakened interest at the man who, up to this time, he had merely regarded as a more than usually acute criminal lawyer. He saw a small, fair, alert man of some 40 years of age, of a good carriage, easy manner, and refined cast of countenance, overshadowed now by a secret anxiety he vainly tried to conceal. He was not as handsome as Coroner Tredwell, nor as well built as Mr. Ferris, yet he was without a doubt the most striking-looking man in the room, and to the masculine eyes of the detective seemed at first glance to be a person to win the admiration, if not the affection, of women. "She appears to take a great interest in this affair," he ventured again, looking back at Mr. Ferris. "Yes, that is woman's way," replied the other, lightly, without any hint of secret feeling or curiosity. "Besides, she is an inscrutable girl, always surprising you by her emotions, or by her lack of them," he added, dismissing the topic with a wave of his hand. "Which is also women's way," remarked Mr. Byrd, retiring into his shell, from which he had momentarily thrust his head. "Does it not strike you that there are rather more persons present than are necessary for the purposes of justice?" asked the lawyer, now coming forward with a look of rather pointed significance at the youthful stranger. Mr. Ferris at once spoke up. "Mr. Orcutt," said he, "let me introduce you to Mr. Byrd of New York. He is a member of the police force, and has been rendering me assistance in the case just adjourned." "A detective?" repeated the other, eyeing the young man with a critical eye. "It is a pity, sir," he observed, "that your present duties will not allow you to render service to justice in this case of mysterious assault." And with a bow of more kindness than Mr. Byrd had reason to look for, he went slowly back to his former place near the door that hid the suffering woman from sight. However kindly expressed, Mr. Byrd felt that he had received his dismissal, and was about to withdraw when the coroner, who had been absent from their midst for the last few minutes, approached them from the foot of the stairs and tapped the detective on the arm. "I want you," said he. Mr. Byrd bowed, and with a glance toward the district attorney, who returned him a nod of approval, went quickly out with the coroner. "I hear you are a detective," observed the latter, taking him upstairs into a room which he carefully locked behind them. "A detective on the spot in a case like this is valuable. Are you willing to assume the duties of your profession and act for justice in this matter?" "Dr. Tredwell," returned the young man, instantly conscious of a vague inward shrinking from meddling further into the affair, "I am not at present master of my proceedings, to say nothing of the obedience I owe to my superiors at home. I am just now engaged in assisting Mr. Ferris in the somewhat pressing matter now before the court, and do not know whether it would meet with his approval to have me mix up matters in this way." "Mr. Ferris is a reasonable man," said the coroner. "If his consent is all that is necessary—" "But it is not, sir. I must have orders from New York." "Oh, as to that, I will telegraph at once." But still the young man hesitated, lounging in his easy way against the table by which he had taken his stand. "Dr. Tredwell," he suggested, "you must have men in this town amply able to manage such matters as this. A woman struck in broad daylight, and a man already taken up on suspicion. 'Tis simple, surely. Intricate measures are not wanted here." "So you still think it is the tramp that struck her?" quoth the coroner, a trifle baffled by the other's careless manner. "I still think it was not the man who sat in court all this morning and held me fascinated by his eye." "Ah, held you fascinated, did he?" repeated the other, a trifle suspiciously. "Well, that is," Mr. Byrd allowed, with the least perceptible loss of his easy bearing. "He made me look at him more than once. A wandering eye always attracts me, and his wandered constantly." "H'm. And you are sure he was in the court every minute of the morning?" "There must be other witnesses who can testify to that," answered the detective, with the perceptible irritation of one weary of a subject which he feels he has already amply discussed. "Well," declared the other, dropping his eyes from the young man's countenance to a sheet of paper he was holding in his hand, "whatever role this humpback has played in the tragedy now occupying us, whether he be a wizard, a secret accomplice, a fool who cannot keep his own secret, or a traitor who cannot preserve that of his tools, this affair, as you call it, is not likely to prove the simple matter you seem to consider it. The victim, if not her townsfolk, knew she possessed an enemy, and this half-finished letter which I have found on her table raises the question of whether a common tramp, with no motive but that of theft or brutal revenge, was the one to meditate that fatal blow, even if he were the one to deal it." A perceptible light flickered into the eyes of Mr. Byrd, and he glanced with a new but unmistakable interest at the letter, though he failed to put out his hand for it, even though the coroner held it toward him. "Thank you," he said, "but if I do not take the case, it would be better for me not to meddle any further with it." "But you are going to take it," insisted the other with temper, his anxiety to secure this man's services increasing with the opposition he so unaccountably received. "The officers at the Detective Bureau in New York are not going to send another man up here when there is already one on the spot. And a man from New York I am determined to have. A crime like this shall not go unpunished in this town, whatever it may do in a great city like yours. We don't have so many murder cases that we need to stint ourselves in the luxury of professional assistance." "But," protested the young man, still determined to hold back whatever arguments might be employed or inducements offered him, "how do you know I am the man for your work? We have many sorts and kinds of detectives in our bureau, some for one kind of business, some for another. The following up of a criminal is not mine." "What, then, is yours?" asked the coroner, not yielding a jot of his determination. The detective was silent. "Read the letter," persisted Dr. Tredwell, shrewdly conscious that if once the young man's professional instinct was aroused, all the puerile objections which influenced him would immediately vanish. There was no resisting that air of command. Taking the letter in his hand, the young man read: "Dear Emily, I don't know why I sit down to write to you today. I have plenty to do, and morning is no time for indulging in sentimentalities. But I feel strangely lonely and strangely anxious. Nothing goes just to my mind, and somehow the many causes for secret fear which I have always had assume an undue prominence in my mind. It is always so when I am not quite well. In vain I reason with myself, saying that respectable people do not lightly enter into crime. But there are so many to whom my death would be more than welcome that I constantly see myself in the act of being—" "Struck, shot, murdered," suggested Dr. Tredwell, perceiving the young man's eyes lingering over the broken sentence. "The words are not there," remonstrated Mr. Byrd, but the tone of his voice showed that his professional complacency had been disturbed at last. The other did not answer, but waited with the wisdom of the trapper who sees the quarry nosing around the toils. There is evidently some family mystery, the young man continued, glancing again at the letter. But, he remarked, Mr. Orcutt is a good friend of hers, and can probably tell us what it all means. Very likely, the other admitted, if we choose to ask him. Quick as lightning, the young man's glance flashed to the coroner's face. You would rather not put the question to him, he inquired. No, as he is the lawyer who, in all probability, will be employed by the criminal in this case. I am sure he would rather not be mixed up in any preliminary investigation of the affair. The young man's eyes did not waver. He appeared to take a secret resolve. Has it not struck you, he insinuated, that Mr. Orcutt might have other reasons for not wishing to give any expression of opinion in regard to it? The surprise in the coroner's eye was his best answer. No, he rejoined. Mr. Byrd at once resumed all his old nonchalance. The young lady who was here appeared to show such agitated interest in this horrible crime, I thought that, in kindness to her, he might wish to keep out of the affair as much as possible. Miss Dare? Bless your heart, she would not restrict him in any way. Her interest in the matter is purely one of curiosity. It has been carried, perhaps, to a somewhat unusual length for a woman in her position and breeding, but that is all, I assure you. Miss Dare's eccentricities are well known in this town. Then the diamond ring was really hers? Mr. Byrd was about to inquire, but stopped. Something in his memory of this beautiful woman made it impossible for him to disturb the confidence of the coroner in her behalf, at least while his own doubts were so vague and shadowy. The coroner, however, observed the young detective's hesitation and smiled. Are you thinking of Miss Dare as having anything to do with this shocking affair? He asked. Mr. Byrd shook his head, but he could not hide the flush that stole up over his forehead. The coroner actually laughed, a low, soft, decorous laugh, but none the less one of decided amusement. Your line is not in the direction of spotting criminals, I must allow, said he. Why, Miss Dare is not only as irreproachable a young lady as we have in this town, but she is a perfect stranger to this woman and all her concerns. I doubt if she even knew her name until today. A laugh is often more potent than an argument. The face of the detective lighted up, and he looked very manly and very handsome as he returned the letter to the coroner, saying, with a sweep of his hand, as if he tossed an unworthy doubt away forever, Well, I do not wish to appear obstinate. If this woman dies, and the inquest fails to reveal who her assailant is, I will apply to New York for leave to work up the case. That is, if you continue to desire my assistance. Meanwhile, you will keep your eyes open, intimated the coroner, taking back the letter and putting it carefully away in his breast pocket. And now, mum. Mr. Byrd bowed, and they went together down the stairs. It was by this time made certain that the dying woman was destined to linger on for some hours. She was completely unconscious, and her breath barely lifted the clothes that lay over the slowly laboring breast. But such vitality as there was held its own with scarcely perceptible change, and the doctor thought it might be midnight before the solemn struggle would end. In the meantime, expect nothing, he exclaimed. She has said her last word. What remains will be a mere sinking into the eternal sleep. This being so, Mr. Orcutt and Mr. Ferris decided to leave. Mr. Byrd saw them safely out and proceeded to take one or two private observations of his own. They consisted mostly in noting the precise position of the various doors in reference to the hearth where the stick was picked up and the clock where the victim was attacked. Or so the coroner gathered from the direction which Mr. Byrd's eyes took in his travels over the scene of action, and the diagram, which he hastily drew on the back of an envelope. The table was noticed, too, and an inventory of its articles taken, after which he opened the side door and looked carefully out into the lane. To observe him now with his quick eye flashing from spot to spot, his head lifted, and a visible air of determination infused through his whole bearing, you would scarcely recognize the easy, graceful, indolent youth who, but a little while before, lounged against the tables and chairs and met the most penetrating eye with the sleepy gaze of a totally uninterested man. Dr. Treadwell, alert to the change, tapped the letter in his pocket complacently. I have roused up a weasel, he mentally decided, and congratulated himself accordingly. It was 2:00 when Mr. Byrd went forth to join Mr. Ferris in the courtroom. As he stepped from the door, he encountered, to all appearance, just the same crowd that had encumbered its entrance a half-hour before. Even the old crone had not moved from her former position, and seeing him, fairly pounced upon him with question after question, all of which he parried with a nonchalant dexterity that drew shout after shout from those who stood by, and finally, as he thought, won him the victory, for, with an angry shake of the head, she ceased her importunities and presently let him pass. He hastened to improve the chance to gain for himself the refuge of the streets, and having done this, stood for an instant parleying with a trembling young girl, whose real distress and anxiety seemed to merit some attention. Fatal delay. In that instant the old woman had got in front of him, and when he arrived at the head of the street, he found her there. "Now," she said, with full-blown triumph in her venomous eyes, "perhaps you will tell me something. You think I am a mumbling old woman who don't know what she is bothering herself about, but I tell you I've not kept my eyes and ears open for 75 years in this wicked world without knowing a bit of the devil's own work when I see it." Here her face grew quite hideous, and her eyes gleamed with an aspect of gloating over the evil she alluded to, that quite sickened the young man, accustomed though he was to the worst phases of moral depravity. Leaning forward, she peered inquiringly into his face. "What has she to do with it?" she suddenly asked, emphasizing the pronoun with an expressive leer. "She?" he repeated, starting back. "Yes, she, the pretty young lady, the pert and haughty Miss Dare, that had but to speak to make the whole crowd stand back. What had she to do with it, I say? Something, or she wouldn't be here." "I don't know what you're talking about," he replied, conscious of a strange and unaccountable dismay at thus hearing his own passing doubt put into words by this vile and repellent being. "Miss Dare is a stranger. She has nothing to do either with this affair or the poor woman who has suffered by it. Her interest is purely one of sympathy." "Aye, and you call yourself a smart one, I dare say." And the old creature ironically chuckled. "Well, well, well. What fools men are. They see a pretty face and blind themselves to what is written on it as plain as black writing on a white wall. They call it sympathy, and never stop to ask why she, of all the soft-hearted gals in this town, should be the only one to burst into that house like an avenging spirit. But it's all right," she went on in a bitterly satirical tone. "A crime like this can't be covered up, however much you may try, and sooner or later we will know whether this young lady has had anything to do with Miss Clemmens' murder or not." "Stop!" cried Mr. Byrd, struck in spite of himself by the look of meaning with which she said these last words. "Do you know anything against Miss Dare which other folks do not? If you do, speak, and let me hear at once what it is." But he felt very angry, though he could not for the moment tell why. If you are only talking to gratify your spite, and have nothing to tell me except the fact that Miss Dare appeared shocked and anxious when she came from the widow's house just now, look out for what use you make of her name, or you will get yourself into trouble. Mr. Orcutt and Mr. Ferris are not men to let you go babbling round town about a young lady of estimable character." And he tightened the grip he had taken upon her arm, as he looked at her threateningly. The effect was instantaneous. Slipping from his grasp, she gazed at him with a sinister expression and edged slowly away. "I know anything?" she repeated. "What should I know? I only say the young lady's face tells a very strange story. If you are too dull or too obstinate to read it, it is nothing to me." And with another leer and a quick look up and down the street, as if she half feared to encounter one or both of the two lawyers whose names had been mentioned, she marched quickly away, wagging her head and looking back as she went, as much to say, "You have hushed me up for this time, young man, but do not congratulate yourself too much. I still have a tongue in my head, and the day may come when I can use it without fear of being stopped by you." Mr. Byrd, who was not very well pleased with himself or the way he had managed this interview, watched her till she was out of sight, and then turned thoughtfully toward the courthouse. The fact was, he felt both agitated and confused. In the first place, he was disconcerted at discovering the extent of the impression that had evidently been made upon him by the beauty of Miss Dare, since nothing short of a deep unconscious admiration for her personal attributes and a strong and secret dread of having his lately acquired confidence in her again disturbed could have led him to treat the insinuations of this babbling old wretch in such a cavalier manner. Any other detective would have seized with avidity upon the opportunity of hearing what she had to say on such a subject, and would not only have cajoled her into confidence, but encouraged her to talk until she had given utterance to all that was on her mind. But in the stress of a feeling to which he was not anxious to give a name, he had forgotten that he was a detective, and remembered only that he was a man, and the consequence was that he had frightened the old creature and cut short words that it was possibly his business to hear. In the second place, he felt himself in a quandary as regarded Miss Dare. If, as was more than possible, she was really the innocent woman the coroner considered her, and the insinuations, if not threats, to which he had been listening were simply the result of a wicked old woman's privately nurtured hatred, how could he reconcile it to his duty as a man, or even as a detective, to let the day pass without warning her, or the eminent lawyer who honored her with his regard, of the danger in which she stood from this creature's venomous tongue? As he sat in court that afternoon, with his eye upon Mr. Orcutt, beneath whose ordinary aspect of quiet, sarcastic attention he thought he could detect the secret workings of a deep personal perplexity, if not of actual alarm, he asked himself what he would wish done if he were that man, and a scandal of a debasing character threatened the peace of one allied to him by the most endearing ties. "Would I wish to be informed of it?" he queried. "I most certainly should," was his inward reply. And so it was that, after the adjournment of court, he approached Mr. Orcutt, and leading him respectfully aside, said, with visible reluctance, "I beg your pardon, sir, but a fact has come to my knowledge to-day with which I think you ought to be made acquainted. It is in reference to the young lady who was with us at Mrs. Clemmens' house this morning. Did you know, sir, that she had an enemy in this town?" Mr. Orcutt, whose thoughts had been very much with that young lady since she left him so unceremoniously a few hours before, started and looked at Mr. Byrd with surprise, which was not without its element of distrust. "An enemy?" he repeated. "An enemy? What do you mean?" "What I say, Mr. Orcutt. As I came out of Mrs. Clemmens' house this afternoon, an old hag whose name I do not know, but whom you will probably have no difficulty in recognizing, seized me by the arm and made me the recipient of insinuations and threats against Miss Dare, which, however foolish and unfounded, betrayed an animosity and a desire to injure her that is worthy of your attention." "You are very kind," returned Mr. Orcutt, with increased astonishment and a visible constraint. "But I do not understand you. What insinuations or threats could this woman have to make against a young lady of Miss Dare's position and character?" "It is difficult for me to tell you," acknowledged Mr. Byrd, "but the vicious old creature presumed to say that Miss Dare must have had a special and secret interest in this murder, or she would not have gone as she did to that house. Of course," pursued the detective, discreetly dropping his eyes from the lawyer's face, "I did what I could to show her the folly of her suspicions, and tried to make her see the trouble she would bring upon herself if she persisted in expressing them. But I fear I only succeeded in quieting her for the moment, and that she will soon be attacking others with this foolish story." Mr. Orcutt, who, whatever his own doubts or apprehensions, could not fail to be totally unprepared for a communication of this kind, gave utterance to a fierce and bitter exclamation, and fixed upon the detective his keen and piercing eye. "Tell me just what she said," he demanded. "I will try to do so," returned Mr. Byrd, and calling to his aid a very excellent memory, he gave a verbatim account of the conversation that had passed between him and the old woman. Mr. Orcutt listened, as he always did, without interruption or outward demonstration. But when the recital was over, and Mr. Byrd ventured to look at him once more, he noticed that he was very pale and greatly changed in expression. Being himself in a position to understand somewhat of the other's emotion, he regained by an effort the air of polite nonchalance that became him so well, and quickly suggested, "Miss Dare will, of course, be able to explain herself." The lawyer flashed upon him a quick glance. "I hope you have no doubts on the subject," he said. Then, as the detective's eye fell a trifle before his, paused and looked at him with the self-possession gained in 15 years of practice in the criminal courts, and said, "I am Miss Dare's best friend. I know her well, and can truly say that not only is her character above reproach, but that I am acquainted with no circumstances that could in any way connect her with this crime. Nevertheless, the incidents of the day have been such as to make it desirable for her to explain herself, and this, as you say, she will probably have no difficulty in doing. If you will, therefore, wait till tomorrow before taking any one else into your confidence, I promise you to see Miss Dare myself, and from her own lips learn the cause of her peculiar interest in this affair. Meanwhile, let me request you to put a curb upon your imagination, and do not allow it to soar too high in the regions of idle speculation." And he held out his hand to the detective with a smile whose vain attempt at unconcern affected Mr. Byrd more than a violent outbreak would have done. It betrayed so unmistakably that his own secret doubts were not without an echo in the breast of this eminent lawyer. End of chapter 3. Section 4 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Imogene. You are a riddle, solve you who can. Knowles. Mr. Orcutt was a man who, for many years, had turned a deaf ear and a cold eye on the various attractions and beguilements of women, either from natural coldness of disposition or for some other latent cause, traceable perhaps to some fact in his past history and not to be inquired into by gossiping neighbors and so-called friends. He had resisted, even to the point of disdain, both the blandishments of acknowledged belles and the more timid but no less pleasing charms of the shy country misses that he met upon his travels. But one day all this was changed. Imogene Dare entered his home, awakening a light in the dim old place that melted his heart and made a man out of what was usually considered a well-ordered machine. She had been a foundling. Yes, this beautiful, disdainful, almost commanding woman had in the beginning been that most unfortunate of beings, a child without a name. But though this fact may have influenced the course of her early days, it gradually disappeared from notice as she grew up and developed, till in Sylvie at least it became well nigh a fact forgotten. Her beauty, as well as the imposing traits of her character, was the cause. There are some persons so gifted with natural force that, once brought into contact with them, you forget their antecedents, and indeed everything but themselves. Either their beauty overawes you, or they, by conversation or bearing, so completely satisfy you of their right to your respect that indifference takes the place of curiosity, and you yield your regard as if you have already yielded your admiration, without question and without stint. The early years of her life were passed in the house of a poor widow, to whom the appearance of this child on her doorstep one fine day had been nothing more nor less than a veritable godsend. First, because she was herself alone in the world, and needed the mingled companionship and care which a little one invariably gives; and secondly, because Imogene, from the very first, had been a noticeable child, who early attracted the attention of the neighbors, and led to many a substantial evidence of favor from them, as well as from the strangers who passed their gate or frequented their church. Insensible to herself, and without help of circumstance or rearing, the girl was a magnet to which all good things insensibly tended, and the widow saw this, and while reaping the reward, stinted neither her affection nor her gratitude. When Imogene was 11, this protector of her infancy died, but another home instantly offered. A wealthy couple of much kindness, if little culture, adopted her as their child, and gave her every benefit in life save education. This never having possessed themselves, they openly undervalued. But she was not to be kept down by the force of any circumstances, whether favorable or otherwise. All the graces of manner and refinements of thought which properly belonged to the station she had now attained, but which, in the long struggle after wealth, had escaped the honest couple that befriended her, became by degree her own, tempering without destroying her individuality, any more than the new life of restraint that now governed her physical powers was able to weaken or subdue that rare and splendid physique which had been her fairest birthright. In the lap of luxury, therefore, and in full possession of means to come and go and conform herself to the genteel world and its fashion, she passed the next 4 years, but scarcely had she obtained the age of 15 when bankruptcy, followed by death, again robbed her of a home, and set her once more adrift upon the world. This time she looked to no one for assistance. Refusing all offers, many of them those of honorable marriage, she sought for work, and after a short delay found it in the household of Mr. Orcutt. The aged sister who governed his home and attended to all its domestic details hired her as a sort of assistant, rightly judging that the able young body and the alert hand would bring into the household economy, just that life and interest which her own failing strength had now for some time refused to supply. That the girl was a beauty and something more, who could not from the nature of things be kept in that subordinate position, she either failed to see or seeing was pleased to disregard. She never sought to impose restraint upon the girl any more than she did upon her brother. When in the course of events she saw that his eye was at least attracted and his imagination fired by the noble specimen of girlhood that made its daily appearance at his own board, that she had introduced a dangerous element into that quiet home, that ere long would devastate its sacred precincts and endanger, if not destroy, its safety and honor, she had no reason to suspect. What was there in youth, beauty, and womanly power that one should shrink from their embodiment and tremble as if an evil instead of a good had entered that hitherto undisturbed household? Nothing, if they had been at all. But alas for her, and alas for him, they were not all. Mixed with the youth, beauty, and power was something else, not to be so readily understood, a something, too, which, without offering explanation to the fascinated mind that studied her, made the beauty unique, the youth a charm, and the power a controlling force. She was not to be sounded. Going and coming, smiling and frowning, in movement or at rest, she was always a mystery. The depths of her being remained still in hiding. However calmly she spoke, or however graciously she turned upon you the light of her deep gray eyes. Mr. Orcutt loved her. From the first vision he had of her face and form, dominating according to their nature at his board and fireside, he had given up his will into her unconscious keeping. She was so precisely what all other women he had known were not. At first so distant, so self-contained, so unapproachable in her pride, that as her passion grew for books, so teachable, so industrious, so willing to listen to his explanations and arguments, and lastly... But that did not come at once. A long struggle took place between those hours when he used to encourage her to come into his study and sit at his side and read from his books, and the more dangerous time still when he followed her into the drawing-room and sat at her side and sought to read, not from books, but from her eyes, the story of his own future fate. For powerful as was his passion, and deeply as his heart had been touched, he did not yield to the thought of marriage with such a passion involved, without a conflict. He would make her his child, the heiress of his wealth, and the support of his old age. This was his first resolve. But it did not last. The first sight he had had of her, on return from a visit to Buffalo, which he had insisted upon her making during the time of his greatest mental conflict, had assured him that this could never be, that he must be husband and she wife, or else their relations must entirely cease. Perhaps the look in which she met him had something to do with this. It was such a blushing, humble, yes, for her, really humble and beautiful look. He could not withstand it. Though no one could have detected it in his manner, he had really succumbed in that hour. Doubt and hesitation flew to the winds, and to make her his own became the sole aim and object of his life. He did not, however, betray his purpose at once. Neighbors and friends might and did suspect the state of his feelings, but to her he was silent. That vague something which marked her off from the rest of her sex seemed to have deepened in her temporary sojourn from his side, and whatever it meant of good or of ill, taught him at least to be wary. At last, was it with premeditation, or was it in some moment of uncontrollable impulse, he spoke, not with definite pleading, or even with any very clear intimation that he desired some day to make her his wife, but in a way that sufficed to tear the veil from their previous intercourse and let her catch a glimpse, if no more, of his heart and its devouring passion. He was absolutely startled at the result. She avowed that she had never thought of his possessing such a regard for her, and for 2 days shut herself up in her room and refused to see either him or his sister. Then she came down, blooming like a rose, but more distant, more quiet, and more inscrutable than ever. Pride, if pride she felt, was subdued under a general aspect of womanly dignity that for a time held all further avowals in check, and made all intercourse between them at once potent in its attraction and painful in its restraint. She is waiting for a distinct offer of marriage, he decided. And thus matters stood, notwithstanding the general opinion of their friends, when the terrible event recorded in the foregoing chapters of this story brought her into a new light before his eyes, and raised a question, shocking as it was unexpected, as to whether this young girl, immured as he had believed her to be in his own home, had by some unknown and inexplicable means run upon the secret involving, if not explaining, the mystery of this dreadful and daring crime. Such an idea was certainly a preposterous one to entertain. He neither could nor would believe she knew any more of this matter than any other disinterested person in town, and yet there had certainly been something in her bearing upon the scene of tragedy that suggested a personal interest in the affair, nor could he deny that he himself had been struck by the incongruity of her behavior long before it attracted the attention of others. But then he had opportunities for judging of her conduct which others did not have. He not only had every reason to believe that the ring to which she had so publicly laid claim was not her own, but he had observed how, at the moment the dying woman had made that telltale exclamation of "ring" and "hand," Miss Dare had looked down at the jewel she had thus appropriated with a quick horror and alarm that seemed to denote she had some knowledge of its owner, or some suspicion at least as to whose hand had worn it before she placed it upon her own. It was not therefore a matter of wonder that he was visibly affected at finding her conduct had attracted the attention of others, and one of those a detective, or that the walk home after his interview with Mr. Byrd should have been fraught with a dread to which he scarcely dared to give a name. The sight of Miss Dare coming down the path as he reached his own gate did not tend to greatly allay his apprehensions, particularly as he observed she was dressed in a traveling costume and carried a small satchel on her arm. "Imogene," he cried as she reached him, "what is the meaning of this? Where are you going?" Her face, which wore a wholly unnatural and strained expression, turned slowly toward his. "I'm going to Buffalo," she said. "To Buffalo?" "Yes." This was alarming, surely. She was going to leave the town, leave it suddenly, without excuse or explanation. Looking at her with eyes which, for all their intense inquiry, conveyed but little of the serious emotions that were agitating his mind, he asked hurriedly, "What takes you to Buffalo today so suddenly?" Her answer was set and mechanical. "I have had news. One of my friends is not well. I must go. Do not detain me." And she moved quickly toward the gate. But his tremulous hand was upon it, and he made no offer to open a passage for her. "Pardon me," said he, "but I cannot let you go till I have had some conversation with you. Come with me to the house, Imogene. I will not detain you long." But with a sad and abstracted gesture she slowly shook her head. "It is too late," she murmured. "I shall miss the train if I stop now." "Then you must miss it," he cried bitterly, forgetting everything else in the torture of his uncertainty. "What I have to say cannot wait. Come." This tone of command from one who had hitherto adapted himself to her every whim seemed to strike her. Paling quickly, she for the first time looked at him with something like a comprehension of his feelings, and quietly replied: "Forgive me. I had forgotten for the moment the extent of your claims upon me. I will wait till tomorrow before going." And she led the way back to the house. When they were alone together in the library, he turned toward her with a look whose severity was the fruit of his condition of mind rather than of any natural harshness or imperiousness. "Now, Imogene," he said, "tell me why you desire to leave my house." Her face, which had assumed the mask of cold impassiveness, confronted him like that of a statue, but her voice, when she spoke, was sufficiently gentle. "Mr. Orcutt," was her answer, "I have told you. I have a call elsewhere which must be attended to. I do not leave your house. I merely go to Buffalo for a few days." But he could not believe this short statement of her intentions. In the light of these new fears of his, this talk of Buffalo and a call there looked to him like the merest subterfuge. Yet her gentle tone was not without its effect, and his voice visibly softened as he said: "You are intending, then, to return?" Her reply was prefaced by a glance of amazement. "Of course," she responded at last. "Is not this my home?" Something in the way she said this carried a ray of hope to his heart. Taking her hand in his, he looked at her long and searchingly. "Imogene," he exclaimed, "there is something serious weighing upon your heart. What is it? Will you not make me the confidant of your troubles? Tell me what has made such a change in you since noon and its dreadful event." But her expression did not soften, and her manner became even more reserved than before. "I have not anything to tell," said she. "Not anything?" he repeated. "Not anything." Dropping her hand, he communed a moment with himself. That a secret of possible consequence lay between them he could not doubt. That it had reference to and involved the crime of this morning he was equally sure. But how was he to make her acknowledge it? How was he to reach her mind and determine its secrets without alarming her dignity or wounding her heart? To press her with questions seemed impossible, even if he could have found words with which to formulate his fears. Her firm, set face and steady, unrelenting eyes assured him only too plainly that the attempt would be met by failure, if it did not bring upon him her scorn and contempt. No, some other method must be found, some way that would completely and at once ease his mind of a terrible weight, and yet involve no risk to the love that had now become the greatest necessity of his existence. But what way? With all his acumen and knowledge of the world, he could not think of but one. He would ask her hand in marriage, ay, at this very moment, and from the tenor of her reply judge of the nature of her thoughts. For looking into her face, he felt forced to acknowledge that whatever doubts he had ever cherished in reference to the character of this remarkable girl, upon one point he was perfectly clear, and this was that she was at basis honorable in her instincts, and would never do herself or another a real injustice. If a distinct wrong, or even a secret of an unhappy or debasing nature, lay between them, he knew that nothing, not even the bitterest necessity or the most headlong passion, would ever drive her into committing the dishonor of marrying him. No, if with his declaration in her ears, and with his eyes fixed upon hers, she should give any token of her willingness to accept his addresses, he felt he might know beyond doubt or cavil that whatever womanish excitability may have moved her in her demonstrations that day, they certainly arose from no private knowledge or suspicion detrimental to his future peace or to hers. Bracing himself, therefore, to meet any result that might follow his attempt, he drew her gently toward him and determinedly addressed her. "Imogene, I told you at the gate that I had something to say to you. So I have. And though it might not be wholly unexpected to you, yet I doubt if it would have left my lips tonight if the events of the day had not urged me to offer you my sympathy and protection." He paused, almost sickened at that last phrase. She had grown so terribly white and breathless. But something in her manner, notwithstanding, seemed to encourage him to proceed, and smothering his doubts, trampling, as it were, upon his rising apprehensions, he calmed down his tone and went quietly on. "Imogene, I love you." She did not shrink. "Imogene, I want you for my wife. Will you listen to my prayer and make my home forever happy with your presence?" Ah, now she showed feeling. Now she started and drew back, putting out her hands as if the idea he had advanced was insupportable to her. But it was only for a moment. Before he could say to himself that it was all over, that his worst fears had been true, and that nothing but the sense of some impassable gulf between them could have made her recoil from him like this, she had dropped her hands and turned toward him with a look whose deep inquiry and evident struggle after an understanding of his claims spoke of a mind clouded by trouble, but not alienated from himself by fear. She did not speak, however, not for some few minutes, and when she did, her words came in short and hurried gasps. "You are kind," was what she said. "To be your wife," she had difficulty in uttering the word, but it came at last, "would be an honor and a protection. I appreciate both. But I am in no mood tonight to listen to words of love from any man. Perhaps 6 months hence." But he already had her in his arms. The joy and relief he felt were so great he could not control himself. "Imogene," he muttered, "my Imogene," and scarcely heeded her when, in a burst of subdued agony, she asked to be released, saying that she was ill and tired and must be allowed to withdraw to her room. But a second appeal woke him from his dream. If his worst fears were without foundation, if her mind was pure of aught that unfitted her to be his wife, there was yet much that was mysterious in her conduct, and consequently much which he longed to have explained. "Imogene," he said, "I must ask you to remain a moment longer. Hard as it is for me to distress you, there is a question which I feel it necessary to put to you before you go. It is in reference to the fearful crime which took place today. Why did you take such an interest in it, and why has it had such an effect on you that you look like a changed woman tonight?" Disengaging herself from his arms, she looked at him with the set composure of one driven to bay, and asked, "Is there anything strange in my being interested in a murder perpetrated on a person whose name I have frequently heard mentioned in this house?" "No," he murmured, "no, but what led you to her home? It was not a spot for a young lady to be in, and any other woman would have shrunk from so immediate a contact with crime. Imogene's hand was on the door, but she turned back. "I'm not like other women," she declared. "When I hear of anything strange or mysterious, I want to understand it. I did not stop to ask what people would think of my conduct." "But your grief and terror, Imogene, they are real, and not to be disguised. Look in the glass over there. You will see yourself what an effect all this has had upon you. If Mrs. Clemens is a stranger to you, if you know no more of her than you have always led me to suppose, why should you have been so unnaturally impressed by today's tragedy?" It was a searching question, and her eye fell slightly, but her steady demeanor did not fail her. "Still," she said, "because I am not like other women, I cannot forget such horrors in a moment." And she advanced again to the door, upon which she laid her hand. Unconsciously his eyes followed the movement, and rested somewhat inquiringly upon that hand. It was gloved, but to all appearance was without the ring which he had seen her put on at the widow's house. But she seemed to comprehend his look. Meeting his eye with unshaken firmness, she resumed in a low and constrained voice, "You are wondering about the ring that formed a portion of the scene we are discussing. Mr. Orcutt, I told the gentleman who handed it to me today that it was mine. That should be enough for the man who professes sufficient confidence in me to wish to make me his wife. But since your looks confess a curiosity in regard to this diamond, I will say that I was as much astonished as anybody to see it picked up from the floor at my feet. The last time I had seen it was when I dropped it, somewhat recklessly, into a pocket. How or when it fell out, I cannot say. As for the ring itself," she haughtily added, "young ladies frequently possess articles of whose existence their friends are unconscious." Here was an attempt at an explanation which, though meager and far from satisfactory, had at least a basis in possibility. But Mr. Orcutt, as I have before said, was certain that the ring was lying on the floor of the room where it was picked up before Imogene had made her appearance there, and was therefore struck with dismay at this conclusive evidence of her falsehood. Yet, as he said to himself, she might have some association with the ring, might even have an owner's claim upon it, incredible as this appeared, without being in the possession of such knowledge as definitely connected it with this crime. And led by this hope, he laid his hand on hers as it was softly turning the knob of the door, and said with emotion, "Imogene, one moment. This is a subject which I am as anxious to drop as you are. In your condition, it is almost cruelty to urge it upon you. But of one thing I must be assured before you leave my presence, and that is, that whatever secrets you may hide in your soul, or whatever motive may have governed your treatment of me and my suit tonight, they do not spring from any real or supposed interest in this crime, which ought from its nature to separate you and me. I ask," he quickly added, as he saw her give a start of injured pride or irrepressible dismay, "not because I have any doubts on the subject myself, but because some of the persons who have unfortunately been witness to your strange and excited conduct today have presumed to hint that nothing short of secret knowledge of the crime or criminal could explain your action upon the scene of tragedy." And with a look which, if she had observed it, might have roused her to a sense of the critical position in which she stood, he paused and held his breath for her reply. It did not come. "Imogene." "I hear." Cold and hard the words sounded. His hand went like lightning to his heart. "Are you going to answer?" he asked at last. "Yes." "What is that answer to be? Yes or no?" She had turned upon him her large gray eyes. There was a misery in their depths, but there was a haughtiness also, which only truth could impart. "My answer is no," she said. And without another word, she glided from the room. Next morning, Mr. Byrd found 3 notes awaiting his perusal. The first was a notification from the coroner to the effect that Widow Clemmens had quietly breathed her last at midnight. The second, a hurried line from Mr. Ferris, advising him to make use of the day in concluding a certain matter of theirs in the next town. And the third, a letter from Mr. Orcutt, couched in the following terms: Mr. Byrd, Dear Sir, I have seen the person named between us, and I here state upon my honor that she is in possession of no facts which it concerns the authorities to know. Tremont B. Orcutt. End of chapter 4. Section 5 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Horace Byrd. But now I'm cabin-cribbed confined, bound into saucy doubts and fears. Macbeth. Horace Byrd was by birth and education a gentleman. He was a son of a man of small means but great expectations, and he had been reared to look forward to the day when he should be the possessor of a large income. But his father dying, both means and expectations vanished into thin air, and at the age of 20, young Horace found himself thrown upon the world without income, without business, and, what was still worse, without those habits of industry that serve a man in such an emergency better than friends, and often better than money itself. He also had an invalid mother to look after, and 2 young sisters whom he loved with warm and devoted affection. And though by the kindness and forethought of certain relatives he was for a time spared all anxiety on their account, he soon found that some exertion on his part would be necessary to their continued subsistence, and accordingly set about the task of finding suitable employment, with much spirit and no little hope. But a long series of disappointments taught him that young men cannot leap at a bound into a fine salary or even a promising situation, and baffled in every wish, worn out with continued failures, he sank from one state of hope to another, till he was ready to embrace any prospect that would ensure ease and comfort to the helpless beings he so much loved. It was while he was in this condition that Mr. Bryce, a somewhat famous police detective of New York, came upon him, and observing, as he thought, some signs of natural aptitude for fine work, as he called it, in this elegant but decidedly hard-pushed young gentleman, seized upon him with an avidity that can only be explained by this detective's long-cherished desire to ally himself to a man of real refinement and breeding, having, as he privately admitted more than once to certain chosen friends, a strong need of such a person to assist him in certain cases where great houses were to be entered and fine gentlemen, if not fair ladies, subjected to interviews of a delicate and searching nature. To join the police force and be a detective was the last contingency that had occurred to Horace Byrd. But men in decidedly straitened circumstances cannot pick and choose too nicely, and after a week of uncertainty and fresh disappointment, he went manfully to his mother and told her of the offer that had been made him. Meeting with less discouragement than he had expected from the broken-down and unhappy woman, he gave himself up to the guiding hand of Mr. Bryce, and before he realized it, was enrolled among the secret members of the New York force. He was not recognized publicly as a detective. His name was not even known to any but the highest officials. He was employed for special purposes, and it was not considered desirable that he should be seen at police headquarters. But being a man of much ability and of a solid, reliable nature, he made his way notwithstanding, and by the time he had been in the service a year, was looked upon as a good fellow and a truly valuable acquisition to the Bureau. Indeed, he possessed more than the usual qualifications for his calling. Strange had the fact appeared, not only to himself, but to the few friends acquainted with his secret. In the first place, he possessed much acuteness without betraying it. Of an easy bearing and a polished address, he was a man to please all and alarm none. Yet he always knew what he was about, and what you were about, too, unless indeed you possessed a power of dissimulation much beyond ordinary. When the chances were that his gentlemanly instincts would get in his way, making it impossible for him to believe in a guilt that was too hardy to betray itself, and too insensible to shame to blush before the touch of the Inquisitor. In the second place, he liked the business, notwithstanding the theories of that social code to which he had once paid deference, notwithstanding the frankness and candor of his own disposition. He found in this pursuit a nice adjustment of cause to effect and effect to cause, that at once pleased and satisfied his naturally mathematical mind. He did not acknowledge the fact, not even to himself. On the contrary, he was always threatening that in another month he should look up some new means of livelihood, but the coming month would invariably bring a fresh case before his notice, and then it would be, well, after this matter is probed to the bottom, or when that criminal is made to confess his guilt, till even his little sisters caught the infection and would whisper over their dolls, "Brother Horace is going to be a great man when all the bad and naughty people in the world are put in prison." As a rule, Mr. Byrd was not sent out of town, but on the occasion of Mr. Ferris desiring a man of singular discretion to assist him in certain inquiries connected with the case then on trial in Silby, there happened to be a deficiency of capable men in the Bureau, and the superintendent was obliged to respond to the call by sending Mr. Byrd. He did not do it, however, without making the proviso that all public recognition of this officer in his real capacity was to be avoided, and so far the wishes of his superiors had been respected. No one outside the few persons mentioned in the first chapter of this story suspected that the easy, affable, and somewhat distinguished-looking young gentleman who honored the village hotel with his patronage was a secret emissary of the New York police. Mr. Byrd was, of all men, then, the very one to feel the utmost attraction toward, and at the same time the greatest shrinking from, the pursuit of such investigations as were likely to ensue upon the discovery of the mysterious case of murder which had so unexpectedly been presented to his notice. As a professional, he could not fail to experience that quick start of the blood which always follows the recognition of a big affair, while as a gentleman he felt himself recoil from probing into a matter that was blackened by a possibility against which every instinct in his nature rebelled. It was therefore with oddly mingled sensations that he read Mr. Orcutt's letter, and found himself compelled to admit that the coroner had possessed a truer insight than himself into the true cause of Miss Dare's eccentric conduct upon the scene of the tragedy. His main feeling, however, was one of relief. It was such a comfort to think that he could proceed in the case without the dread of stumbling upon a clue that, in some secret and unforeseen way, should connect this imposing woman with a revolting crime, or so he fondly considered. But he had not spent 5 minutes at the railroad station when, in pursuance to the commands of Mr. Ferris, he went to take the train to Monteith before he saw reason again to change his mind. For there among the passengers awaiting the New York express he saw Miss Dare, with a traveling bag upon her arm, and a look on her face that, to say the least, was of most uncommon character in a scene of so much bustle and hurry. She was going away, then, going to leave Sibley and its mystery behind her. He was not pleased with the discovery. This sudden departure looked too much like escape, and gave him, notwithstanding the assurance he had received from Mr. Orcutt, an uneasy sense of having tampered with his duty as an officer of justice in thus providing this mysterious young woman with a warning that could lead to a result like this. Yet as he stood at the depot, surveying Miss Dare, in the few minutes they both had to wait, he asked himself over and over again how any thought of her possessing a personal interest in the crime which had just taken place could retain a harbor in his mind. She looked so noble in her quiet aspect of solemn determination, so superior in her young, fresh beauty, a determination that, from the lofty look it imparted, must have its birth in generous emotion, even if her beauty was but the result of a rarely modeled frame and a health of surpassing perfection. He resolved he would think of her no more in that or any other connection, that he would follow the example of her best friend and give his doubts to the wind. And yet such a burr is suspicion, that he no sooner saw a young man approaching her with the evident intention of speaking, than he felt an irresistible desire to hear what she would have to say, and led by this impulse, allowed himself to saunter nearer and nearer the pair, till he stood almost at their backs. The first words he heard were, "How long do you expect to remain in Buffalo, Miss Dare?" To which she replied, "I have no idea whether I shall stay a week or a month." Then the whistle of the advancing train was heard, and the two pressed hurriedly forward. The business which had taken Mr. Byrd to Monteith kept him in that small town all day. But though he missed the opportunity of attending the opening of the inquest at Sibley, he did not experience the vivid disappointment which might have been expected, his interest in that matter having in some unaccountable way subsided from the moment he saw Imogene Dare take the cars for Buffalo. It was 5 o'clock when he again returned to Sibley, the hour at which the western train was also due. In fact, it came steaming in while he stood there, and, as was natural perhaps, he paused a moment to watch the passengers alight. There were not many, and he was about to turn toward home when he saw a lady step upon the platform whose appearance was so familiar that he stopped, disbelieving the evidence of his own senses. Miss Dare returned? Miss Dare, who but a few hours before had left this very depot for the purpose, as she said, of making a visit of more or less length in the distant city of Buffalo. It could not be, and yet there was no mistaking her, disguised though she was by the heavy veil that covered her features. She had come back, and the interest which Mr. Byrd had lost in Sibley and its possible mystery revived with a suddenness that called up a self-conscious blush to his hardy cheek. But why had she so changed her plans? What could have occurred during the few hours that had elapsed since her departure to turn her about on her path and drive her homeward before her journey was half completed? He could not imagine. True, it was not his present business to do so, and yet, however much he endeavored to think of other things, he found this question occupying his whole mind long after his return to the village hotel. She was such a mystery, this woman. It might easily be that she had never intended to go to Buffalo, that she had only spoken of that place as the point of her destination under the stress of her companion's importunities, and that the real place for which she was bound had been some spot very much nearer home. The fact that her baggage had consisted only of a small bag that she carried on her arm would lend probability to this idea. Yet, such was the generous character of the young detective, he hesitated to give credit to this suspicion, and indeed took every pains to disabuse himself of it by inquiring of the ticket agent whether it was true, as he had heard that Miss Dare had left town on that day for a visit to her friends in Buffalo. He received for his reply that she had bought a ticket for that place, though she evidently had not used it, a fact which seemed at least to prove she was honest in the expression of her intentions that morning, whatever alteration may have taken place in her plans during the course of her journey. Mr. Byrd did not enjoy his supper that night, and was heartily glad when, in a few moments after its completion, Mr. Ferris came in for a chat and a cigar. They had many things to discuss. First, their own case was now drawing to a successful close. Next, the murder of the day before, and lastly, the few facts which had been elicited in regard to that murder, in the inquiry which had that day been begun before the coroner. Of the latter Mr. Ferris spoke with much interest. He had attended the inquest himself, and though he had not much to communicate, the time having been mainly taken up in selecting and swearing in a jury, a few witnesses had been examined and certain conclusions reached, which certainly added greatly to the impression already made upon the public mind that an affair of great importance had arisen, an affair, too, promising more in the way of mystery than the simple nature of its earlier manifestations gave them reason to suppose. In the first place, the widow had evidently been assaulted with a deliberate purpose and a serious intent to slay. Secondly, no immediate testimony was forthcoming calculated to point with unerring certainty to the guilty party. To be sure, the tramp and the hunchback still offered possibilities of suspicion, but even they were slight, the former having been seen to leave the widow's house without entering, and the latter having been proved beyond a question to have come into town on the morning train and to have gone at once to court, where he remained till the time they all saw him disappear down the street. That the last mentioned individual may have had some guilty knowledge of the crime was possible enough. The fact of his having wiped himself out so completely as to elude all search was suspicious in itself. But if he was connected with the assault, it must have been simply as an accomplice, employed to distract public attention from the real criminal, and in a case like this, the interest naturally centers with the actual perpetrator, and the question was now, and must be, who was the man who, in broad daylight, dared to enter a house situated like this in a thickly populated street and kill with a blow an inoffensive woman? I cannot imagine, declared Mr. Ferris, has his communication reached this point. It looks as if she had an enemy, but what enemy could such a person as she possess? A woman who always did her own work, attended to her own affairs, and made it an especial rule of her life never to meddle with those of anybody else. Was she such a woman? Inquired Mr. Byrd, to whom as yet no knowledge had come of the widow's life, habits, or character. Yes, in all the years I have been in this town, I have never heard of her visiting any one or encouraging any one to visit her. Had it not been for Mr. Orcutt, she would have lived the life of a recluse. As it was, she was the most methodical person in her ways that I ever knew. At just such an hour she rose. At just such an hour put on her kettle, cooked her meal, washed her dishes, sat herself down to her sewing, or whatever work it was she had to do. The dinner was the only meal that waited, and that, Mr. Orcutt says, was always ready and done to a turn at whatever moment he chose to present himself. Had she no intimates, no relatives? Asked Mr. Byrd, remembering that fragment of a letter he had read, a letter which certainly contradicted this assertion in regard to her even and quiet life. None that I am aware of, was the response. Wait. I believe I have been told she has a nephew somewhere, a sister's son, for whom she had some regard, and to whom she intended to leave her money. She had money, then? Some 5,000, maybe. Reports differ about such matters. And this nephew, where does he live? I cannot tell you. I don't know as anyone can. My remembrances in regard to him are of the vaguest character." $5,000 is regarded as no mean sum in a town like this, quoth Mr. Byrd, carelessly. "I know it. She is called quite rich by many. How she got her money no one knows, for when she first came here she was so poor she had to eat and sleep all in one room. Mr. Orcutt paid her something for his daily dinner, of course, but that could not have enabled her to put $10 in the bank, as she has done every week for the last 10 years. And to all appearances she has done nothing else for her living. You see, we have paid attention to her affairs, if she has paid none to ours." Mr. Byrd again remembered that scrap of letter which had been shown him by the coroner, and thought to himself that their knowledge was in all probability less than they supposed. "Who was that horrid crone I saw shouldering herself through the crowd that collected around the gate yesterday?" was his remark. "However, do you remember a wizened, toothless old wretch, whose eye has more of the evil one in it than of many a young thief you see locked up in the county jails?" "No, that is, I wonder if you mean Sally Perkins. She is old enough and ugly enough to answer your description, and now I think of it, she has a way of leering at you as you go by that is slightly suggestive of a somewhat bitter knowledge of the world. What makes you ask about her?" "Because she attracted my attention, I suppose. You must remember that I don't know any of these people, and that an especially vicious-looking person like her would be apt to awaken my curiosity." I see. But in this case I doubt if it leads to much. Old Sally is a hard one, no doubt, but I don't believe she ever contemplated a murder, much less accomplished it. It would take too much courage, to say nothing of strength. It was a man's hand that struck that blow, Mr. Byrd." "Yes," was the quick reply, a reply given somewhat too quickly, perhaps, for it made Mr. Ferris look up inquiringly at the young man. "You take considerable interest in the affair," he remarked shortly. "Well, I do not wonder. Even my old blood has been somewhat fired by its peculiar features. I foresee that your detective instinct will soon lead you to risk a run at the game." "Ah, then, you see no objection to my trying for the scent, if the coroner persists in demanding it?" inquired Mr. Byrd, as he followed the other to the door. "On the contrary," was the polite response, and Mr. Byrd found himself satisfied on that score. Mr. Ferris had no sooner left the room than the coroner came in. "Well," he cried, with no unnecessary delay, "I want you." Mr. Byrd rose. "Have you telegraphed to New York?" he asked. "Yes, and expect an answer every minute. There will be no difficulty about that. The superintendent is my friend, and he will not be likely to cross me in my expressed wish." "But," essayed the detective. "We have no time for buts," broke in the coroner. "The inquest begins in earnest to-morrow, and the one witness we most want has not yet been found. I mean the man or the woman who can swear to seeing someone approach or enter the murdered woman's house between the time the milkman left at 11:30 and the hour she was found by Mr. Orcutt lying upon the floor of her dining room in a dying condition." "That such a witness exists, I have no doubt. A street in which there are 6 houses, every one of which has to be passed by a person entering Widow Clemmens' gate, must produce one individual at least who can swear to what I want. To be sure, all whom I have questioned so far say that they were either eating dinner at the time or were in the kitchen serving it up. But, for all that, there were plenty who saw the tramp, and 2 women at least, who are ready to take their oath that they not only saw him, but watched him long enough to observe him going round to the Widow Clemmens' kitchen door, and turn about again and come away as if for some reason he had changed his mind about entering. Now, if there were 2 witnesses to see all that, then there must have been one, somewhere, to notice that other person, known or unknown, who went through the street but a few minutes before the tramp. At all events, I believe such a witness can be found, and I mean to have him if I call up every man, woman, and child who was in the lane at the time. But a little foreknowledge helps a coroner wonderfully, and if you will aid me by making judicious inquiries round about, time will be gained, and perhaps a clue obtained that will lead to direct knowledge of the perpetrator of this crime. But, inquired the detective, willing at least to discuss the subject with the coroner, is it absolutely necessary that the murderer should have advanced from the street? Is there no way he could have reached the house from the back, and so have eluded the gaze of the neighbors round about? No, that is, there is no regular path there, only a stretch of swampy ground, anything but pleasant to travel through. Of course, a man with a deliberate purpose before him might pursue that route and subject himself to all its inconveniences, but I would scarcely expect it of one who chose such an hour for his assault, the coroner explained, with a slight stammer of embarrassment that did not escape the detective's notice. Nor shall I feel ready to entertain the idea till it has been proved that no person, with the exception of those already named, was seen at any time during that fatal half hour to advance by the usual way to the widow's house. Have you questioned the tramp, or in any way received from him an intimation of the reason why he did not go into the house after he came to it? He said he heard voices quarreling. Aha! Of course, he was not upon his oath, but as the statement was volunteered, we have some right to credit it, perhaps. Did he say it was Mr. Byrd, now, who lost a trifle of his fluency, what sort of voices he heard? No, he is an ignorant wretch, and moreover thoroughly frightened. I don't believe he would know a cultivated from an uncultivated voice, a gentleman's from a quarryman's. At all events, we cannot trust to his discrimination. Mr. Byrd started. This was the last construction he had expected to be put upon his question. Flushing a trifle, he looked the coroner earnestly in the face, but that gentleman was too absorbed in the train of thought raised by his own remark to notice the look, and Mr. Byrd, not feeling any too well assured of his own position, forbore to utter the words that hovered on his tongue. I have another commission for you, resumed the coroner after a moment. Here is a name which I wish you would look at. But at this instant a smart tap was heard at the door, and a boy entered with the expected telegram from New York. Dr. Treadwell took it, and after glancing at its contents with an annoyed look, folded up the paper he was about to hand to Mr. Byrd, and put it slowly back into his pocket. He then referred again to the telegram. It is not what I expected, he said, shortly, after a moment of perplexed thought. It seems that the superintendent is not disposed to accommodate me, and he tossed over the telegram. Mr. Byrd took it and read, Expect a suitable man by the midnight express. He will bring a letter. A flush mounted to the detective's brow. You see, sir, he observed, I was right when I told you I was not the man. I don't know, returned the other, rising. I have not changed my opinion. The man they send may be very keen and well up in his business, but I doubt if he will manage this case any better than you would have done, and he moved quietly toward the door. Thank you for your too favorable opinion of my skill, said Mr. Byrd, as he bowed the other out. I am sure the superintendent is right. I am not much accustomed to work for myself, and was none too eager to take the case in the first place, as you will do me the justice to remember. I can but feel relieved at the shifting of the responsibility upon shoulders more fitted to bear it. Yet, when the coroner was gone, and he sat down alone by himself to review the matter, he found that he was in reality more disappointed than he cared to confess. Why, he scarcely knew, There was no lessening of the shrinking he had always felt from the possible developments which an earnest inquiry into the causes of this crime might educe. Yet to be severed in this way from all professional interest in the pursuit cut him so deeply that, in despite of his usual good sense and correct judgment, he was never nearer sending in his resignation than he was in that short half hour which followed the departure of Dr. Treadwell. To distract his thoughts, he at last went down to the bar room. End of chapter 5. Section 6 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Skill of an Artist. A hit, a very palpable hit. Hamlet. He found it occupied by some half-dozen men, one of whom immediately attracted his attention by his high-bred air and total absorption in the paper he was reading. He was evidently a stranger, and, though not without some faint marks of a tendency to gentlemanly dissipation, was, to say the least, more than ordinarily good-looking, possessing a large, manly figure and a fair, regular-featured face, above which shone a thick crop of short, curly hair of a peculiarly bright blond color. He was sitting at a small table, drawn somewhat apart from the rest, and was, as I have said, engrossed with the newspaper, to the utter exclusion of any apparent interest in the talk that was going on at the other end of the room. And yet this talk was of the most animated description, and was seemingly of a nature to attract the attention of the most indifferent. At all events, Mr. Byrd considered it so, and after one comprehensive glance at the elegant stranger that took in not only the personal characteristics I have noted, but also the frown of deep thought or anxious care that furrowed a naturally smooth forehead, he passed quietly up the room and took his stand among the group of loungers there assembled. Mr. Byrd was not unknown to the habitués of that place, and no cessation took place in the conversation. They were discussing an occurrence slight enough in itself, but made interesting and dramatic by the unconscious enthusiasm of the chief speaker, a young fellow of indifferent personal appearance, but with a fervid flow of words and a knack at presenting a subject that reminded you of the actor's power and made you as anxious to watch his gesticulations as to hear the words that accompanied them. I tell you, he was saying, that it was just a leaf out of a play. I never saw its equal off the stage. She was so handsome, so impressive in her trouble or anxiety, or whatever it was that agitated her, and he so dark and so determined in his trouble or anxiety, or whatever it was that agitated him. They came in at different doors, she at one side of the depot, and he at another, and they met just where I could see them both, directly in the center of the room. "You!" was her involuntary cry, and she threw up her hands before her face, just as if she had seen a ghost or a demon. An equal exclamation burst from him, but he did not cover his eyes, only stood and looked at her as if he were turned to stone. In another moment she dropped her hands. "Were you coming to see me?" came from her lips in a whisper so fraught with secret horror and anguish that it curdled my blood to hear it. "Were you coming to see me?" was his response, uttered in an equally suppressed voice and with an equal intensity of expression. And then, without either giving an answer to the other's question, they both shrank back, and turning, fled with distracted looks, each by the way they had come, the two doors closing with a simultaneous bang that echoed through that miserable depot like a knell. There were not many folks in the room, just at that minute. But I tell you those that were looked at each other as they had not done before and would not likely to do again. Some unhappy tragedy underlies such a meeting and parting, gentlemen, and I for one would rather not inquire what. But the girl, the man, didn't you see them again before you left? Asked an eager voice from the group. The young lady, remarked the other, was on the train that brought me here. The gentleman went the other way. Oh, ah, and where did she get off? Rose in a somewhat deafening clamor around him. I did not observe. She seemed greatly distressed, if not thoroughly overcome, and observing her pull down her veil, I thought she did not relish my inquiring looks, and as I could not sit within view of her and not watch her, I discreetly betook myself into the smoking car, where I stayed till we arrived at this place. Ha, curious, rose in a chorus once more, and then, the general sympathies of the crowd being exhausted, 2 or 3 or more of the group sauntered up to the bar, and the rest sidled restlessly out of the room, leaving the enthusiastic speaker alone with Mr. Byrd. "A strange scene," exclaimed the latter, infusing just enough of seeming interest into his usually nonchalant tone to excite the vanity of the person he addressed, and make him more than ever ready to talk. "I wish I had been in your place," continued Mr. Byrd, almost enthusiastically. "I am sure I could have made a picture of that scene that would have been very telling in the Gazette I draw for." "Do you make pictures for papers?" the young fellow inquired, his respect visibly rising. "Sometimes," the imperturbable detective replied, and in doing so told no more than the truth. He had a rare talent for offhand sketching, and not infrequently made use of it to increase the funds of the family. "Well, that is something I would like to do," acknowledged the youth, surveying the other over with curious eyes. "But I haven't a cent's worth of talent for it. I can see a scene in my mind now, this one, for instance, just as plain as I can see you. All the details of it, you know, the way they stood, the clothes they wore, the looks on their faces, and all that. But when I try to put it on paper, why, I just can't, that's all." "Your forte lies another way," remarked Mr. Byrd. "You can present a scene so vividly that a person who has not seen it for himself might easily put it on paper just from your description. See now," and he caught up a sheet of paper from the desk and carried it to a side table. "Just tell me what depot this was in." The young fellow, greatly interested at once, leaned over the detective's shoulder and eagerly replied, "The depot at Syracuse." Mr. Byrd nodded and made a few strokes with his pencil on the paper before him. "How was the lady dressed?" he next asked. "In blue, dark blue cloth, fitting like a glove. Fine figure, you know. Very tall and unusually large, but perfect. I assure you, perfect. Yes, that is very like it," he went on, watching the quick, assured strokes of the other with growing wonder and an unbounded admiration. "You have caught the exact poise of the heads, as I live. And yes, a large hat with 2 feathers, sir, 2 feathers drooping over the side. So. A bag on the arm, 2 flounces on the skirt. Oh, the face. Well, handsome, sir, very handsome. Straight nose, large eyes, determined mouth, strong, violently agitated expression. Well, I will give up. A photograph couldn't have done her better justice. You are a genius, sir, a genius." Mr. Byrd received this tribute to his skill with some confusion and a deep blush, which he vainly sought to hide by bending lower over his work. "The man now," he suggested, with the least perceptible change in his voice, that, however, escaped the attention of his companion. "What was he like, young or old?" "Well, young, about 25, I should say. Medium height, but very firmly and squarely built, with a strong face, large mustache, brilliant eyes, and a look, I cannot describe it, but you have caught that of the lady so well, you will doubtless succeed in getting his also. But Mr. Byrd's pencil moved with less certainty now, and it was some time before he could catch even the peculiar sturdy aspect of the figure which made this unknown gentleman, as the young fellow declared, look like a modern Hercules, though he was far from being either large or tall. The face, too, presented difficulties he was far from experiencing in the case of the lady, and the young fellow at his side was obliged to make several suggestions, such as, "A little more hair on the forehead, if you please." There was quite a lock showing beneath his hat. Or, "A trifle less sharpness to the chin, so." Or, "Stay, you have it too square now. Tone it down a hair's breadth, and you will get it," before he received even the somewhat hesitating acknowledgment from the other of, "There, that is something like him." But he had not expected to succeed very well in this part of the picture, and was sufficiently pleased to have gained a very correct notion of the style of clothing the gentleman wore, which, it is needless to state, was most faithfully reproduced in the sketch, even if the exact expression of the strong and masculine face was not. "A really remarkable bit of work," admitted the young fellow, when the whole was completed, "and as true to the scene, too, as half the illustrations given in the weekly papers. Would you mind letting me have it as a souvenir?" he eagerly inquired. "I would like to show it to a chap who was with me at the time. The likeness to the lady is wonderful." Mr. Byrd, with his most careless air, had already thrust the picture into his pocket, from which he refused to withdraw it, saying, with an easy laugh, that it might come and play with him some time, and that he could not afford to part with it. At which remark the young fellow looked disappointed, and vaguely rattled some coins he had in his pocket, but meeting with no encouragement from the other, forbore to press his request, and turned it into an invitation to join him in a social glass at the bar. To this slight token of appreciation Mr. Byrd did not choose to turn a deaf ear, so the drinks being ordered, he proceeded to clink glasses with the youthful stranger, taking the opportunity at the same time of glancing over to the large, well-built man, whose quiet absorption in the paper he was reading had so attracted his attention when he first came in. To his surprise, he found that person just as engrossed in the news as ever, not a feature or an eyelash appearing to have moved since the time he looked at him last. Mr. Byrd was so astonished at this that when he left the room a few minutes later, he took occasion in passing the gentleman to glance at the paper he was studying so industriously, and to his surprise found it to be nothing more nor less than the advertising sheet of the New York Herald. "A fellow of my own craft," was his instantaneous conclusion, but a moment's consideration assured him that this could not be, as no detective worthy the name would place so little value upon the understanding of those about him as to sit for half an hour with his eyes upon a sheet of paper totally devoid of news, no matter what his purpose might be, or how great was his interest in the conversation to which he was secretly listening. No, this gentleman was doubtless what he seemed to be, a mere stranger with something of a serious and engrossing nature upon his mind, or else he was an amateur who for some reason was acting the part of a detective without either the skill or the experience of one. Whichever theory might be true, this gentleman was a person who at this time and in this place was well worth watching, that is, if a man had any reason for interesting himself in the pursuit of possible clues to the mystery of Mrs. Clemmens' murder. But Mr. Byrd felt he no longer possessed a professional right to such interest. So, leaving behind him this fine-looking gentleman, together with all the inevitable conjectures which the latter's peculiar manner had irresistibly awakened, he proceeded to regain his room and enter upon that contemplation of the picture he had just made, which was naturally demanded by his regard for one of the persons there depicted. It was a vigorous sketch, and the slow blush crept up and dyed Mr. Byrd's forehead as he gazed at it and realized the perfection of the likeness he had drawn of Miss Dare. Yes, that was her form, her face, her expression, her very self. She it was, and no other, who had been the heroine of the strange scene enacted that day in the Syracuse depot, a scene to which, by means of this impromptu sketch, he had now become as nearly a witness as anyone could hope for who had not been actually upon the spot. Strange! And he had been so anxious to know what had altered the mind of this lady and sent her back to Sibley before her journey was half completed, had pondered so long and vainly upon the whys and wherefores of an action whose motive he had never expected to understand, but which he now saw suggested in a scene that seriously whetted, if it did not thoroughly satisfy his curiosity. The moment he had chosen to portray was that in which the eyes of the two met, and their first instinctive recoil took place. Turning his attention from the face of the lady and bestowing it upon that of the man, he perceived there the horror and shrinking which he had imprinted so successfully upon hers. That the expression was true, though the countenance was not, he had no doubt. The man, whatever his name, nature, calling, or history, recoiled from a meeting with Imogene Dare as passionately as she did from one with him. Both had started from home with a simultaneous intention of seeking the other, and yet, at the first recognition of this fact, both had started and drawn back as if death rather than life had confronted them in each other's faces. What did it mean? What secret of deep and deadly nature could lie between these two, that a scene of such evident import could take place between them? He dared not think. He could do nothing but gaze upon the figure of the man he had portrayed, and wondered if he would be able to identify the original in case he ever met him. The face was more or less a failure, of course, but the form, the cut of the clothes, the manner of carriage, and the general aspect of strong and puissant manhood which distinguished the whole figure could not be so far from correct but that, with a hint from surrounding circumstances, he would know the man himself when he saw him. At all events, he meant to imprint the possible portrait upon his mind, in case what? Pausing, he asked himself this question with stern determination, and could find no answer. "I will burn the sketch at once, and think of it and her no more," he muttered, half rising. But he did not do it. Some remembrance crossed his mind of what the young fellow downstairs had said about retaining it as a souvenir, and he ended in folding it up and putting it away somewhat carefully in his memorandum book, with a vow that he would leave Sibley and its troublous mystery at the first moment of release that he could possibly obtain. The pang which this decision cost him convinced him that it was indeed high time he did so. End of chapter 6. Section 7 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Miss Firman. I confess with all humility that at times the line of demarcation between truth and fiction is rendered so indefinite and indistinct that I cannot always determine with unerring certainty whether an event really happened to me, or whether I only dreamed it. Longfellow. Mr. Byrd, upon waking next morning, found himself disturbed by a great perplexity. Were the words then ringing in his ear real words which he had overheard spoken outside of his door some time during the past night, or were they merely the empty utterances of a more than usual vivid dream? He could not tell. He could remember the very tone of voice in which he fancied them to have been spoken, a tone which he had no difficulty in recognizing as that of the landlord of the hotel, could even recall the faint sounds of bustle which accompanied them, as though the person using them had been showing another person through the hall, but beyond that all was indistinct and dreamlike. The words were these: "Glad to see you back, sir. This murder, following so close upon your visit, must have been a great surprise. A sad occurrence that, sir, a very mysterious one. Hope you have some information to give." "If it is a remembrance, and such words were uttered outside of my door last night," argued the young detective to himself, "the guest who called them forth can be no other than the tall and florid gentleman whom I encountered in the bar room. But is it a remembrance, or only a chimera of my own overwrought brain struggling with a subject it will not let drop? As Shakespeare says, that is the question." Fortunately, it was not one which it behooved him to decide, so for the 20th time he put the subject by and resolved to think of it no more. But perplexities of this kind are not so easily dismissed, and more than once during his hurried and solitary breakfast did he ask himself whether, in case the words were real, he had not found in the landlord of this very hotel the one witness for which the coroner was so diligently seeking. A surprise awaited him after breakfast, in the sudden appearance at his room door of the very gentleman last alluded to. "Ha, Byrd," said he, with cheerful vivacity, "here is a line from the superintendent, which may prove interesting to you." And with a complacent smile, Dr. Treadwell handed over a letter which had been brought to him by the detective who had that morning arrived from New York. With a dim sense of foreboding which he would have found difficult to explain, Mr. Byrd opened the note and read the following words: "Dear Sir, I send with this a man fully competent to conduct a case of any ordinary difficulty. I acknowledge it is for our interest that you employ him to the exclusion of the person mentioned in your letter. But if you or that person think that he can render you any real assistance by his interference, he is at liberty to act in his capacity of detective, in as far as he can do so without divulging too widely the secret of his connection with the force." "The superintendent need not be concerned," said Mr. Byrd, returning the note with a constrained bow. "I shall not interfere in this matter." "You will miss a good thing, then," remarked the coroner shortly, looking keenly at the young man. "I cannot help it," observed the other, with a quick sigh of impatience or regret. "I should have to see my duty very clearly and possess the very strongest reason for interfering before I presume to offer either advice or assistance after a letter of this kind." "And who knows but what such reasons may yet present themselves?" ventured the coroner. Then, seeing the young man shake his head, made haste to add in the businesslike tone of one preparing to take his leave, "At all events, the matter stands open for the present, and if during the course of to-day's inquiry you see fit to change your mind, it will be easy enough for you to notify me." And without waiting for any further remonstrance, he gave a quick nod and passed hastily out. The state of mind in which he left Mr. Byrd was anything but enviable. Not that the young man's former determination to let this matter alone had been in any wise shaken by the unexpected concession on the part of the superintendent, but that the final hint concerning the inquest had aroused his old interest to quite a formidable degree, and, what was worse, had reawakened certain feelings which since last night it had been his most earnest endeavor to subdue. He felt like a man pursued by an implacable fate, and dimly wondered whether he would be allowed to escape before it was too late to save himself from lasting uneasiness, if not lifelong regret. A final stroke of business for Mr. Ferris kept him at the courthouse most of the morning, but his duty in that direction being at an end, he no longer found any excuse for neglecting the task imposed upon him by the coroner. He accordingly proceeded to the cottage where the inquest was being held, and finding each and every available room there packed to its utmost by interested spectators, took up his stand on the outside of a curtained window, where with but a slight craning of his neck he could catch a very satisfactory view of the different witnesses as they appeared before the jury. The day was warm, and he was by no means uncomfortable, though he could have wished that the advantages of his position had occasioned less envy in the breast of the impatient crowd that was slowly gathering at his back, or rather, that their sense of these advantages might have been expressed in some more pleasing way than by the various pushes he received from the more or less adventurous spirits who endeavored to raise themselves over his shoulder or insinuate themselves under his arms. The room into which he looked was the sitting-room, and it was, so far as he could judge in the first casual glance he threw into it, occupied entirely by strangers. This was a relief. Since it had become his duty to attend this inquiry, he wished to do so with a free mind, unhindered by the watchfulness of those who knew his interest in the affair, or by the presence of persons around whom his own imagination had involuntarily woven a network of suspicion that made his observation of them at once significant and painful. The proceedings were at a standstill when he first came upon the scene. A witness had just stepped aside, who, from the impatient shrugs of many persons present, had evidently added little, if anything, to the testimony already given. Taking advantage of the moment, Mr. Byrd leaned forward and addressed a burly man who sat directly under him. "What have they been doing all morning?" he asked. "Anything important?" "No," was the surly reply. "A score of folks have had their say, but not one of them has told anything worth listening to. Nobody has seen anything. Nobody knows anything. The murderer might have risen up through the floor to deal his blow, and, having given it, sunk back again with the same supernatural claptrap. For all these stupid people seem to know about him." The man had a loud voice, and as he made no attempt to modulate it, his words were heard on all sides. Naturally, many heads were turned toward him, and more than one person looked at him with an amused smile. Indeed, of all the various individuals in his immediate vicinity, only one forbore to take any notice of his remark. This was a heavy, lymphatic, and somewhat abstracted-looking fellow of nondescript appearance, who stood stiff and straight as an exclamation point against the jamb of the doorway that led into the front hall. "But have no facts been obtained, no conclusions reached that would serve to awaken suspicion or put justice on the right track?" pursued Mr. Byrd, lowering his voice in intimation for the other to do the same. But that other was of an obstinate tendency, and his reply rose full and loud. "No, unless it can be considered proved that it is only folly to try and find out who commits a crime in these days. Nothing else has come to light, as far as I can see, and that much we all knew before." A remark of this kind was not calculated to allay the slight inclination to mirth which his former observations had raised, But the coroner, rapping with his gavel on the table at this moment, every other consideration was lost in the natural curiosity which everyone felt as to who the next witness would be. But the coroner had something to say before he called for further testimony. "Gentlemen," he remarked in a clear and commanding tone that at once secured attention and awakened interest, "we have spent the morning in examining the persons who live in this street, with a view to ascertaining, if possible, who was in conversation with Mrs. Clemmens at the time the tramp went up to her door. Was it a coincidence, or was there something in the words themselves that called forth the stir that at this moment took place among the people assembled directly before Mr. Byrd? It was of the slightest character, and was merely momentary in its duration. Nevertheless, it attracted his attention, especially as it seemed to have its origin in a portion of the room shut off from his observation by the corner of the wall already alluded to." The coroner proceeded without pause. "The result, as you know, has not been very satisfactory. No one seems to be able to tell us who it was that visited Mrs. Clemmens on that day. I now propose to open another examination of a totally different character, which I hope may be more conclusive in its results. Miss Firman, are you prepared to give your testimony?" Immediately a tall, gaunt, but pleasant-faced woman arose from the dim recesses of the parlor. She was dressed with decency, if not taste, and took her stand before the jury with a ladylike yet perfectly assured air that promised well for the correctness and discretion of her answers. The coroner at once addressed her. "Your full name, madam?" "Emily Letitia Firman, sir." "Emily!" ejaculated Mr. Byrd to himself with a throb of sudden interest. "That is the name of the murdered woman's correspondent." "Your birthplace," pursued the coroner, "and the place of your present residence." "I was born in Danbury, Connecticut," was the reply, "and I am living in Utica, where I support my aged mother by dressmaking." "How are you related to Mrs. Clemmens, the lady who was found murdered here 2 days ago?" "I am her second cousin. Her grandmother and my mother were sisters." "Upon what terms have you always lived, and what can you tell us of her other relatives and connections?" "We have always been friends, and I can tell you all that it is generally known of the 2 or 3 remaining persons of her blood and kindred. They are, first, my mother and myself, who, as I have said before, live in Utica, where I am connected with the dressmaking establishment of Madame Trebelle, and secondly, a nephew of hers, the son of a favorite brother, whom she has always supported, and to whom she has frequently avowed her intention of leaving her accumulated savings." "The name of this gentleman and his place of residence?" "His name is Mansell, Craik Mansell, and he lives in Buffalo, where he has a situation of some trust in the large paper manufactory of Harrison, Goodman, and Chamberlain." "Buffalo?" Mr. Byrd gave an involuntary start, and became, if possible, doubly attentive. The coroner's questions went on. "Do you know this young man?" "Yes, sir. He has been several times to our house in the course of the last 5 years." "What can you tell us of his nature and disposition, as well as of his regard for the woman who proposed to benefit him so materially by her will?" "Well, sir," returned Miss Firman, "it is hard to read the nature and feelings of any man who has much character, and Craik Mansell has a good deal of character. But I have always thought of him a very honest and capable young man, who might do us credit some day if he were allowed to have his own way and not be interfered with too much. As for his feelings toward his aunt, they were doubtless those of gratitude, though I have never heard him express himself in any very affectionate terms toward her, owing, no doubt, to a natural reticence of disposition which has been observable in him from childhood." You have, however, no reason to believe he cherished any feeling of animosity toward his benefactress?" continued the coroner, somewhat carelessly, "or possessed any inordinate desire after the money she was expected to leave him at her death?" "No, sir. Both having minds of their own, they frequently disagreed, especially on business matters, but there was never any bitterness between them as far as I know, and I never heard him say anything about his expectations one way or the other. He is a man of much natural force, of strong if not violent traits of character, but he has too keen a sense of his own dignity to intimate the existence of desires so discreditable to him." There was something in this reply, and the impartial aspect of the lady delivering it, that was worthy of notice perhaps, and such it would have undoubtedly received from Mr. Byrd at least, if the words she had used in characterizing this person had not struck him so deeply that he forgot to note anything further. "A man of great natural force, of strong if not violent traits of character," he kept repeating to himself. "The description, as I live, of the person whose picture I attempted to draw last night." And ignoring everything else, he waited with almost sickening expectation for the question that would link this nephew of Mrs. Clemmens to either the tragedy itself or to that person still in the background, of whose secret connection with a man of this type he had obtained so curious and accidental a knowledge. But it did not come. With a quiet abandonment of the by no means exhausted topic, which convinced Mr. Byrd that the coroner had plans and suspicions to which the foregoing questions had given no clue, Dr. Treadwell leaned slowly forward, and after surveying the witness with a glance of cautious inquiry, asked in a way to concentrate the attention of all present: "You say that you knew the widow Clemmens well, that you have always been on friendly terms with her, and are acquainted with her affairs. Does that mean you have been made a confidant of her troubles, her responsibilities, and her cares?" "Yes, sir, that is, in as far as she ever made a confidant of any one. Mrs. Clemmens was not of a complaining disposition, neither was she by nature very communicative. Only at rare times did she make mention of herself or her troubles, but when she did, it was invariably to me, sir, or so she used to say, and she was not a woman to deceive you in such matters." "Very well, then, you are in a position to tell us something of her history, and why it is she kept herself so close after she came to this town." But Miss Firman uttered a vigorous disclaimer to this. "No, sir," said she, "I am not. Mrs. Clemmens' history was simple enough, but her reasons for living as she did have never been explained. She was not naturally a quiet woman, and when a girl, was remarkable for her spirits and fondness for company. Has she had any great sorrow since you knew her, any serious loss or disappointment that may have soured her disposition and turned her, as it were, against the world?" "Perhaps. She felt the death of her husband very much, indeed, has never been quite the same since she lost him." "And when was that, if you please?" "Full 15 years ago, sir, just before she came to this town." "Did you know Mr. Clemmens?" "No, sir, none of us knew him. They were married in some small village out west, where he died, well, I think she wrote, a month, if not less, after their marriage. She was inconsolable for a time, and though she consented to come East, refused to take up her abode with any of her relatives, and so settled in this place, where she has remained ever since." The manner of the coroner suddenly changed to one of great impressiveness. "Miss Firman," he now asked, "did it ever strike you that the hermit life she led was due to any fear or apprehension which she may have secretly entertained?" "Sir?" The question was peculiar, and no one wondered at the start which the good woman gave. But what mainly struck Mr. Byrd and gave to the moment a seeming importance, was the fact that she was not alone in her surprise, or even her expression of it, that the indefinable stir he had before observed had again taken place in the crowd before him, and that this time there was no doubt about it having been occasioned by the movements of a person whose elbow he could just perceive projecting beyond the doorway that led into the hall. But there was no time for speculation as to whom this person might be. The coroner's questions were every moment growing more rapid, and Miss Firman's answers more interesting. "I asked," here the coroner was heard to say, "whether in your intercourse with Mrs. Clemmens you have ever had reason to suppose she was the victim of any secret or personal apprehension that might have caused her to seclude herself as she did? Or let me put it another way. Can you tell me whether you know of any other person besides this nephew of hers who is likely to be benefited by Mrs. Clemmens' death?" "Oh, sir," was the hasty and somewhat excited reply, "you mean young Mr. Hildreth?" The way in which this was said, together with the slight flush of satisfaction or surprise which rose to the coroner's brow, naturally awoke the slumbering excitement of the crowd, and made a small sensation. A low murmur ran through the rooms, amid which Mr. Byrd thought he heard a suppressed but bitter exclamation. He could not be sure of it, however, and had just made up his mind that his ears had deceived him, when his attention was attracted by a shifting in the position of the sturdy, thick-set man who had been leaning against the opposite wall, but who now crossed and took his stand beside the jamb, on the other side of which sat the unknown individual toward whom so many inquiring glances had hitherto been directed. The quietness with which this change was made, and the slight, almost imperceptible alteration in the manner of the person making it, brought a sudden enlightenment to Mr. Byrd, and he at once made up his mind that this dull, abstracted-looking nonentity, leaning with such apparent unconcern against the wall, was the new detective who had been sent up that morning from New York. His curiosity in regard to the identity of the individual round the corner was not lessened by this. Meantime, the coroner had answered the hasty exclamation of the witness by disclaiming the existence of any special meaning of his own, and had furthermore pressed the question as to who this Mr. Hildreth was. She immediately answered, "A gentleman of Toledo, sir, a young man who could only come into his property by the death of Mrs. Clemmens." "How? You have not spoken of any such person as connected with her?" "No," was her steady response, "nor was he so connected by any tie of family or friendship. Indeed, I do not know as they were ever acquainted, or, as for that matter, ever saw each other's faces. The fact to which I allude was simply the result of a will, sir, made by Mr. Hildreth's grandfather." "A will? Explain yourself. I do not understand." "Well, sir, I do not know much about the law, and may make a dozen mistakes in telling you what you wish to know. But what I understand about the matter is this. Mr. Hildreth, the grandfather of the gentleman of whom I have just spoken, having a large property which he wanted to leave in bulk to his grandchildren, their father being a very dissipated and reckless man, made his will in such a way as to prevent its distribution among his heirs till after the death of two persons whom he mentioned by name. Of these two persons, one was the son of his head clerk, a young boy, who sickened and died shortly after Mr. Hildreth himself, and the other my cousin, the poor murdered woman, who was then a little girl visiting the family. I do not know how she came to be chosen by him for this purpose, unless it was that she was particularly round and ruddy as a child, and looked as if she might live for many years." And the Hildreths? What of them during these years? Well, I cannot exactly say, as I never had any acquaintance with them myself. But I know that the father, whose dissipated habits were the cause of this peculiar will tying up the property, died some little time ago. Also, one or two of his children, but beyond that I know little, except that the remaining heirs are a young gentleman and one or two young girls, all of the worldliest and most fashionable description. The coroner, who had followed all this with great interest, now asked if she knew the first name of the young gentleman. Yes, she said, I do. It is Gouverneur. The coroner gave a satisfied nod and remarked casually, It is not a common name, and then, leaning forward, selected a paper from among several that lay on the table before him. Miss Firman, he inquired, retaining this paper in his hand, do you know when it was that Mrs. Clemmens first became acquainted with the fact of her name having been made use of in the elder Mr. Hildreth's will? Oh, years ago, when she first came of age, I believe. Was it an occasion of regret to her? Did she ever express herself as sorry for the position in which she stood toward this family? Yes, sir, she did. The coroner's face assumed a yet greater gravity, and his manner became more and more impressive. Can you go a step further and say that she ever acknowledged to herself to have cherished apprehensions of her personal safety during these years of weary waiting on the part of the naturally impatient heirs? A distressed look crossed the amiable spinster's face as she looked around at the jury with an expression almost deprecatory in its nature. I scarcely know what answer to give, she hesitatingly declared. It is a good deal to say that she was apprehensive, but I cannot help remembering that she once told me her peace of mind had left her since she knew there were persons in the world to whom her death would be a matter of rejoicing. It makes me feel as if I were keeping people out of their rights, she remarked at the same time, and though it is not my fault, I should not be surprised if some day I had to suffer for it. Was there ever any communication made to Mrs. Clemmens by persons cognizant of the relation in which she stood to these Hildreths, or any facts or gossip detailed to her concerning them that would seem to give color to her fears and supply her with any actual grounds for her apprehensions? No, only such tales as came to her of their expensive ways of living and somewhat headlong rush into all fashionable freaks and follies. And Gouverneur Hildreth? Any special gossip in regard to him? No. There are some no's that are equivalent to affirmations. This was one of them. Naturally, the coroner pressed the question. I must request you to think again, he persisted. Then, with a change of voice, are you sure you have never heard anything specially derogatory to this young man, or that Mrs. Clemmens had not? I have friends in Toledo who speak of him as the fastest man about town, if that could be called derogatory. As for Mrs. Clemmens, she may have heard as much, and she may have heard more, I cannot say. I know she always frowned when his father's name was mentioned. Miss Firman, proceeded the coroner, in the long years in which you have been more or less separated from Mrs. Clemmens, you have doubtless kept up a continual, if not frequent, correspondence with her? Yes, sir. Do you think, from the commencement and general tone of this letter, which I found lying half finished on her desk, that it was written and intended for yourself? Taking the letter from his outstretched hand, she fumbled nervously for her glasses, put them on, and then glanced hurriedly at the sheet, saying as she did so, there can be no doubt of it. She had no other friend whom she would have been likely to address as dear Emily. Gentlemen of the jury, you have a right to hear the words written by the deceased but a few hours, if not a few minutes, previous to the brutal assault that has led to the present inquiry. Miss Firman, as the letter was intended for yourself, will you be kind enough to read it aloud, after which you will hand it over to the jury?" With a gloomy shake of her head and a certain trembling in her voice that was due perhaps as much to the sadness of her task as to any foreboding of the real nature of the words she had to read, she proceeded to comply. "Dear Emily, I don't know why I sit down to write to you today. I have plenty to do, and morning is no time for indulging in sentimentalities. But I feel strangely lonely and strangely anxious. Nothing goes just to my mind, and somehow the many causes for secret fears which I have always had assume an undue prominence in my mind. It is always so when I am not quite well. In vain I reason with myself, saying that respectable people do not lightly enter into crime. But there are so many to whom my death would be more than welcome that I constantly see myself in the act of being—" "Good heavens!" ejaculated the spinster, dropping the paper from her hand, and looking dismally around upon the assembled faces of the now deeply interested spectators. Seeing her dismay, a man who stood at the right of the coroner, and who seemed to be an officer of the law, quietly advanced, and picking up the paper she had let fall, handed it to the jury. The coroner, meanwhile, recalled her attention to herself. "Miss Firman," said he, "allow me to put to you one final question, which, though it might not be called a strictly legal one, is surely justified by the gravity of the situation. If Mrs. Clemens had finished this letter, and you in due course had received it, what conclusion would you have drawn from the words you have just read?" "I could have drawn but one, sir. I should have considered that the solitary life led by my cousin was telling upon her mind." "But these terrors of which she speaks, to what and whom would you have attributed them?" "I don't like to say it, and I don't know as I am justified in saying it, but it would have been impossible for me, under the circumstances, to have thought of any other source for them than the one we have already mentioned." "And that is?" inexorably pursued the coroner. "Mr. Gouverneur Hildreth." End of chapter 7. Section 8 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Thick-Set Man. Springs to catch woodcocks. Hamlet. In the pause that followed, Miss Firman stepped aside, and Mr. Byrd, finding his attention released, stole a glance toward the hallway and its nearly concealed occupant. He found the elbow in agitated movement, and as he looked at it, saw it disappear and a hand project into view, groping for the handkerchief, which was, doubtless, hidden in the hat, which he now perceived standing on the floor in the corner of the doorway. He looked at that hand well. It was large, white, and elegantly formed, and wore a seal ring of conspicuous size upon the little finger. He had scarcely noticed this ring, and wondered if others had seen it too, when the hand plunged into the hat, and drawing out the handkerchief, vanished with it behind the jamb that had already hidden so much from his view. "A fine gentleman's hand, and a fine gentleman's ring," was Mr. Byrd's mental comment, and he was about to glance aside when, to his great astonishment, he saw the hand appear once more with the handkerchief in it, but without the ring which a moment since had made it such a conspicuous mark for his eyes. "Our fine gentleman is becoming frightened," he thought, watching the hand until it dropped the handkerchief back into the hat. "One does not take off a ring in a company like this without good reason." and he threw a quick glance at the man he considered his rival in the detective business. But that worthy was busily engaged in stroking his chin in a feeling way, strongly suggestive of a Fledgerby-like interest in his absent whisker, and well versed as Mr. Byrd was in the way of his fellow detectives, he found it impossible to tell whether the significant action he had just remarked had escaped the attention of this man or not. Confused, if not confounded, he turned back to the coroner, in a maze of new sensations, among which a growing hope that his own former suspicions had been of a wholly presumptuous character rose predominant. He found that functionary preparing to make a remark. "Gentlemen," said he, "you have listened to the testimony of Mrs. Clemmens' most confidential friend, and heard such explanations as she had to give of the special fears which Mrs. Clemmens acknowledges herself to have entertained in regard to her personal safety. Now, while duly impressing upon you the necessity for not laying too much stress upon the secret apprehensions of a woman living a life of loneliness and seclusion, I still consider it my duty to lay before you another bit of the widow's writing, in which—" Here he was interrupted by the appearance at his side of a man with a telegram in his hand. In the pause which followed his reading of the same, Mr. Byrd, with that sudden impulse of interference which comes upon us all at certain junctures, tore out a leaf from his memorandum book, and wrote upon it some half-dozen or so words indicative of the advisability of examining the proprietor of the Eastern Hotel as to the name and quality of the several guests entertained by him on the day of the murder, and having signed this communication with his initial letters H.B., looked about for a messenger to carry it to the coroner. He found one in the person of a small boy who was pressing with all his might against his back, and having dispatched him with the note, regained his old position at the window and proceeded to watch, with a growing interest in the drama before him, the result of his interference upon the coroner. He had not long to wait. The boy had no sooner shown himself at the door with the note than Dr. Treadwell laid down the telegram he was perusing and took this new communication. With a slight smile Mr. Byrd was not slow in attributing to its true source. He read the note through, then turned to the officer at his side and gave him some command that sent him from the room. He then took up the slip he was on the point of presenting to the jury at the time he was first interrupted, and continuing his remarks in reference to it, said quietly, "Gentlemen, this paper, which I here pass over to you, was found by me in the recesses of Mrs. Clemmens' desk at the time I examined it for the address of Miss Firman. It was in an envelope that had never been sealed, and was, if I may use the expression, tucked away under a pile of old receipts. The writing is similar to that used in the letter you have just read, and the signature attached to it is Mary Ann Clemmens. Will Mr. Black of the jury read aloud the words he will there find written?" Mr. Black, in whose hands the paper then rested, looked up with a flush and slowly, if not painfully, complied. "I desire," such was the language of the writing before him, "that in case of any sudden or violent death on my part, the authorities should inquire into the possible culpability of a gentleman living in Toledo, Ohio, known by the name of Gouverneur Hildreth. He is a man of no principle, and my distinct conviction is that if such a death should occur to me, it will be entirely due to his efforts to gain possession of property which cannot be at his full disposal until my death. Mary Ann Clemmens, Sibley, New York." "A serious charge," quoth the juryman, breaking the universal silence occasioned by this communication from the dead. "I should think so," echoed the burly man in front of Mr. Byrd. But Mr. Byrd himself and the quiet man who leaned so stiffly and abstractedly against the wall said nothing. Perhaps they found themselves sufficiently engaged in watching that half-seen elbow, which since the reading of this last slip of paper had ceased all movement and remained as stationary as though it had been paralyzed. "A charge which, as yet, is nothing but a charge," observed the coroner. "But evidence is not wanting," he went on, "that Mr. Hildreth is not at home at this present time, but is somewhere in this region, as will be seen by the following telegram from the superintendent of the Toledo police." And he held up to view, not the telegram he had just received, but another which he had taken from among the papers on the table before him. "Party mentioned not in Toledo. Left for the East on midnight train of Wednesday, the 27th instant. When last heard from was in Albany. He has been living fast, and is well known to be in pecuniary difficulties, necessitating a large and immediate amount of money. Further particulars by letter. That gentleman I received last night. Today," he continued, taking up the telegram that had just come in, "the following arrives: Fresh advices. Man you were in search of talked of suicide at his club the other night. Seemed in a desperate way, and said that if something did not soon happen he should be a lost man. Horseflesh and unfortunate speculations have ruined him. They say it will take all he will ultimately receive to pay his debts." And below, "Suspected that he has been in your town." A crisis was approaching round the corner. This, to the skilled eyes of Mr. Byrd, was no longer doubtful. Even if he had not observed the wandering glances cast in that direction by persons who could see the owner of that now immovable elbow, he would have been assured that all was not right, by the alert expression which had now taken the place of the stolid and indifferent look which had hitherto characterized the face of the man he believed to be a detective. A panther about to spring could not have looked more threatening, and the wonder was that there were no more to observe this exciting byplay. Yet the panther did not spring, and the inquiry went on. "The witness I now propose to call," announced the coroner, after a somewhat trying delay, "is the proprietor of the Eastern Hotel. Ah, here he is. Mr. Simmons, have you brought your register for the past week?" "Yes, sir," answered the newcomer, with a good deal of flurry in his manner and an embarrassed look about him, which convinced Mr. Byrd that the words in regard to whose origin he had been so doubtful that morning had been real words and no dream. "Very well, then, submit it, if you please, to the jury, and tell us in the meantime whether you have entertained at your house this week any guest who professed to come from Toledo." "I don't know. I don't remember any such," began the witness in a stammering sort of way. "We have always a great many men from the West stopping at our house, but I don't recollect any special one who registered himself as coming from Toledo." "You, however, always expect your guests to put their name in your book?" "Yes, sir." There was something in the troubled look of the man which aroused the suspicion of the coroner, and he was about to address him with another question when one of the jury, who was looking over the register, spoke up and asked: "Who is this Clement Smith, who writes himself down here as coming from Toledo?" "Smith? Smith?" repeated Simmons, going up to the juryman and looking over his shoulder at the book. "Oh, yes, the gentleman who came yesterday. He—" But at this moment, a slight disturbance occurring in the other room, the witness paused and looked about him with that same embarrassed look before noted. "He is at the hotel now," he added, with an attempt at ease, transparent as it was futile. The disturbance to which I have alluded was of a peculiar kind. It was occasioned by the thick-set man making the spring which, For some minutes he had evidently been meditating. It was not a tragic leap, however, but a decidedly comic one, and had for its end and aim the recovery of a handkerchief which he had taken from his pocket at the moment when the witness uttered the name of Smith, and, by a useless flourish in opening it, flirted from his hand to the floor. At least, so the amused throng interpreted the sudden dive which he made, and the heedless haste that caused him to trip over the gentleman's hat that stood on the floor, causing it to fall and another handkerchief to tumble out. But Mr. Byrd, who had a detective's insight into the whole matter, saw something more than appeared in the profuse apologies which the thick-set man made, and the hurried manner in which he gathered up the handkerchiefs and stood looking at them before returning one to his pocket and the other to its place in the gentleman's hat. Nor was Mr. Byrd at all astonished to observe that the stand which his fellow detective took upon resettling himself was much nearer the unseen gentleman than before, or that in replacing the hat he had taken pains to put it so far to one side that the gentleman would be obliged to rise and come around the corner in order to obtain it. The drift of the questions propounded to the witness at this moment opened his eyes too clearly for him to fail any longer to understand the situation. "Now at the hotel," the coroner was repeating. "And came yesterday? Why, then, did you look so embarrassed when I mentioned his name?" "Oh, well, stammered the man. "Because he was there once before, though his name is not registered but once in the book." "He was? And on what day?" "On Tuesday," asserted the man, with the sudden decision of one who sees it is useless to attempt to keep silence. "The day of the murder?" "Yes, sir." "And why is his name not on the book at that time, if he came to your house and put up?" "Because he did not put up. He merely called in, as it were, and did not take a meal or hire a room." "How did you know, then, that he was there? Did you see him or talk to him?" "Yes, sir." "And what did you say?" "He asked me for directions to a certain house, and I gave them." "Whose house?" "The Widow Clemmens, sir." Ah, light at last. The long-sought-for witness had been found. Coroner and jury brightened visibly, while the assembled crowd gave vent to a deep murmur that must have sounded like a knell of doom, in one pair of ears at least. "He asked you for directions to the house of Widow Clemmens? At what time was this?" "About 11:30 in the morning." "The very hour." "And did he leave then?" "Yes, sir, after taking a glass of brandy." "And did you not see him again?" "Not till yesterday, sir." "Ah, and at what time did you see him yesterday?" "At bedtime, sir. He came with other arrivals on the 5 o'clock train, but I was away all the afternoon and did not see him till I went into the bar room in the evening." "Well, and what passed between you then?" "Not much, sir. I asked if he was going to stay with us, and when he said yes, I inquired if he had registered his name. He replied no, at which I pointed to the book, and he wrote his name down and then went upstairs with me to his room." "And is that all? Did you say nothing beyond what you have mentioned? Ask him no questions, or make no allusions to the murder?" "Well, sir, I did make some attempt that way, for I was curious to know what took him to the Widow Clemmens' house. But he stumped me so quickly I concluded to hold my tongue and not trouble myself any further about the matter." "And do you mean to say you haven't told any one that an unknown man had been at your house on the morning of the murder inquiring after the widow?" "Yes, sir. I'm a poor man, and believe in keeping out of all sorts of messes. Policy demands that much of me, gentlemen." The look he received from the coroner may have convinced him that policy can be carried too far. "And now," said Dr. Tredwell, "what sort of a man is this Clement Smith?" "He's a gentleman, sir, and not at all the sort of person with whom you would be likely to connect any unpleasant suspicion." The coroner surveyed the hotel keeper somewhat sternly. "We are not talking about suspicions," he cried. Then, in a different tone, repeated, "This gentleman, you say, is still at your house?" "Yes, sir. Or was it breakfast time? I have not seen him since." "We will have to call Mr. Smith as a witness," declared the coroner, turning to the officer at his side. "Go and see if you cannot bring him as soon as you did Mr. Simmons." But here a voice spoke up full and loud from the other room. "It is not necessary, sir. A witness you will consider more desirable than he is in the building." And a thick-set man showed himself for an instant to the coroner, then, walking back, deliberately laid his hand on the elbow which for so long a time had been the center of Mr. Byrd's wandering conjectures. In an instant the fine gentlemanly figure of the stranger, whom he had seen the night before in the bar room, appeared with a bound from beyond the jamb, and pausing excitedly before the man, now fully discovered to all around as a detective, asked him, in shaking tones of suppressed terror or rage, what it was he meant. "I will tell you," was the ready assurance, "if you will step out here in view of the coroner and jury." With a glance that for some reason disturbed Mr. Byrd in his newly acquired complacency, the gentleman stalked hurriedly forward and took his stand in the doorway leading into the room occupied by the persons mentioned. "Now," he cried, "what have you to say?" But the detective, who had advanced behind him, still refrained from replying, though he gave a quick look at the coroner, which led that functionary to glance at the hotel keeper and instantly ask, "You know this gentleman?" "It is Mr. Clement Smith." The flush so violent and profuse that even Mr. Byrd could see it from his stand outside the window inundated for an instant the face and neck of the gentleman, but was followed by no words, though the detective at his side waited for an instant before saying, "I think you are mistaken. I should call him now Mr. Gouverneur Hildreth." With a start, and a face grown as suddenly white as it had but an instant before been red, the gentleman turned and surveyed the detective from head to foot, saying in a tone of mock politeness, "And why, if you please? I have never been introduced to you that I remember." "No," rejoined the detective, taking from his pocket the handkerchief which he had previously put there and presenting it to the other with a bow, "but I have read the monogram upon your handkerchief, and it happens to be—" "Enough," interrupted the other, in a stern, if not disdainful voice. "I see I have been the victim of espionage." And stepping into the other room, he walked haughtily up to the coroner and exclaimed, "I am Gouverneur Hildreth, and I come from Toledo. Now, what is it you have to say to me?" End of chapter 8. Section 9 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Close Calculations. Truth alone, truth tangible and palpable, such truth as may be weighed and measured, truth deduced by logical conclusion, close, severe, from premises incontrovertible. Moultrie. The excitement induced by the foregoing announcement had, in a degree, subsided. The coroner, who appeared to be as much startled as anyone at the results of the day's proceedings, had manifested his desire of putting certain questions to the young man, and had begun by such inquiries into his antecedents and his connection with Mrs. Clemens as elicited the most complete corroboration of all Miss Firman's statements. An investigation into his motives for coming East at this time next followed, in the course of which he acknowledged that he undertook the journey solely for the purpose of seeing Mrs. Clemmens, and when asked why he wished to see her at this time, admitted, with some manifestation of shame, that he desired to see for himself whether she was really in as strong and healthy a condition as he had always been told, his pecuniary embarrassments being such that he could not prevent his mind from dwelling upon possibilities which, under any other circumstances, he would have been ashamed to consider. "And did you see Mrs. Clemmens?" the coroner inquired. "Yes, sir, I did." "When?" "On Tuesday, sir, about noon." The answer was given almost with bravado, and the silence among the various auditors became intense. "You admit, then, that you were in the widow's house the morning she was murdered, and that you had an interview with her a few minutes before the fatal blow was struck?" "I do." There was doggedness in the tone, and doggedness in the look that accompanied it. The coroner moved a little forward in his chair and uttered his next question with deep gravity. "Did you approach the widow's house by the road and enter into it by means of the front door overlooking the lane?" "I did." "And did you meet no one in the lane or see no one at the windows of any of the houses as you came by?" "No, sir." "How long did you stay in this house, and what was the result of the interview you had with Mrs. Clemmens?" "I stayed perhaps 10 minutes, and I learned nothing from Mrs. Clemmens save that she was well and hearty, and likely to live out her 80 years and 10, for all hint that her conversation or appearance gave me." He spoke almost with a tone of resentment. His eyes glowed darkly, and a thrill of horror sped through the room, as if they felt the murderer himself stood before them. "You will tell me what was said in this interview, if you please, and whether the widow knew who you were, and if so, whether any words of anger passed between you?" The face of the young man burned, and he looked at the coroner and then at the jurymen, as if he would like to challenge the whole crew, but the color that showed in his face was the flush of shame, or so thought Mr. Byrd, and in his reply, when he gave it, there was a bitterness of self-scorn that reminded the detective more of the mortification of a gentleman caught in an act of meanness than the secret alarm of a man who had been beguiled into committing a dastardly crime. "Mrs. Clemmens was evidently a woman of some spirit," said he, forcing out his words with sullen desperation. "She may have used sharp language, I believe indeed she did, but she did not know who I was, for I pretended to be a seller of patent medicine, warranted to cure all ills, and she told me she had no ills, and do you want a man to disgrace himself in your presence?" he suddenly flashed out, cringing under the gaze of the many curious and unsympathetic eyes fixed upon him. But the coroner, with a sudden assumption of severity, pardonable perhaps in a man with a case of such importance on his hands, recommended to the witness to be calm and not to allow any small feelings of personal mortification to interfere with a testimony of so much evident value, and without waiting for the witness to recover himself, asked again, "What did the widow say, and with what words did you leave?" "The widow said that she abominated drugs and never took them. I replied that she made a great mistake if she had any ailments." "Upon which she retorted that she had no ailment, and politely showed me the door. I do not remember that anything else passed between us." His tone, which had been shrill and high, dropped at the final sentence, and by the nervous workings of his lips, Mr. Byrd perceived that he dreaded the next question. The persons grouped around him evidently dreaded it too. But it was less searching than they expected, and proved that the coroner preferred to approach his point by circuitous rather than direct means. "In what room was the conversation held, and by what door did you come in and go out?" "I came in by the front door, and we stood in that room," pointing to the sitting room from which he had just issued. "Stood? Did you not sit down?" "No." "Stood all the time, and in that room to which you have just pointed?" "Yes." The coroner drew a deep breath and looked at the witness long and searchingly. Mr. Hildreth's way of uttering this word had been anything but pleasant and consequently anything but satisfactory. A low murmur began to eddy through the rooms. "Gentlemen, silence," commanded the coroner, venting in this injunction some of the uncomfortable emotion with which he was evidently surcharged, for his next words were spoken in a comparatively quiet voice, though the fixed severity of his eye could have given the witness but little encouragement. "You say," he declared, "that in coming through the lane you encountered no one. Was this equally true of your return?" "Yes, sir, I believe so. I don't remember. I was not looking up," was the slightly confused reply. "You passed, however, through the lane, and entered the main street by the usual path?" "Yes." "And where did you go then?" "To the depot." "Ah, I wished to leave the town. I had done with it." "And did you do so, Mr. Hildreth?" "I did." "Where did you go?" "To Albany, where I left my traps." "You took the noon train, then?" "Yes, sir." "Which leaves precisely 5 minutes after 12?" "I suppose so." "Took it without stopping anywhere on the way?" "Yes, sir." "Did you buy a ticket at the office?" "No, sir." "Why?" "I did not have time." "Ah, the train was at the station, then?" Mr. Hildreth did not reply. He had evidently been driven almost to the end of his patience, or possibly of his courage, by this quick fire of small questions. The coroner saw this and pressed his advantage. "Was the train at the station or not when you arrived there, Mr. Hildreth?" "I do not see why it can interest you to know," the witness retorted, with a flash of somewhat natural anger. "But since you insist, I will tell you that it was just going out, and I had to run to reach it, and only got a foothold upon the platform of the rear car at the risk of my life." He looked as if he wished it had been at the cost of his life, and compressed his lips, and moved restlessly from side to side, as if the battery of eyes leveled upon his face were so many points of red-hot steel burning into his brain. But the coroner, intent upon his duty, released not one jot of the steady hold he had taken upon his victim. "Mr. Hildreth," said he, "your position as the only person who acknowledges himself to have been in this house during the half hour that preceded the assault makes everything you can tell us in reference to your visit of the highest importance. Was the widow alone, do you think, or did you see anything, pause now and consider well, anything that would lead you to suppose there was any one beside her and yourself in the house?" It was the suggestion of a just man, and Mr. Byrd looked to see the witness gasp with all the energy of despair at the prospect of release it held out. But Mr. Hildreth either felt his cause beyond the reach of any such assistance, or his understanding was so dulled by misery he could not see the advantage of acknowledging the presence of a third party in the cottage. Giving a dreary shake of the head, he slowly answered, "There may have been somebody else in the house, I don't know. But if so, I didn't hear him or see him. I thought we were alone." The frankness with which he made the admission was in his favor, but the quick and overpowering flush that rose to his face the moment he had given utterance to it betrayed so unmistakable a consciousness of what the admission had implied that the effect was immediately reversed. Seeing that he had lost rather than gained in the opinions of the merciless inquisitors about him, he went back to his old bravado, and haughtily lifted his head. "One question more," resumed the coroner. "You have said that Mrs. Clemmens was a spirited woman. Now, what made you think so? Any expression of annoyance on her part at the interruption in her work which your errand had caused her, or merely the expression of her face and the general way she had of speaking?" "The latter, I think, though she did use a harsh word or two when she showed me the door." "And raised her voice?" "Yes, yes." "Mr. Hildreth, intimated the coroner, rising. "Will you be kind enough to step with me into the adjoining room?" With a look of wonder not unmixed with alarm, the young man prepared to comply. "I should like the attention of the jury," Dr. Tredwell signified as he passed through the door. There was no need to give them this hint. Not a man of them but was already on his feet in eager curiosity as to what their presiding officer was about to do. "I wish you to tell me now," the coroner demanded of Mr. Hildreth, as they paused in the center of the sitting room, "where it was you stood during your interview with Mrs. Clemmens, and, if possible, take the very position now which you held at that time." "There are too many persons here," the witness objected, visibly rebelling at a request which he could not guess the full significance. "The people present will step back," declared the coroner. "You will have no trouble in taking your stand on the spot you occupied the other day." "Here, then," exclaimed the young man, taking a position near the center of the room. "And the widow?" "Stood there." "Facing you?" "Yes." "I see," intimated the coroner, pointing toward the windows. "Her back was to the yard while you stood with your face toward it." Then, with a quick motion, summoned the witness back into the other room, asked, amid the breathless attention of the crowd, whom this bit of byplay had wrought up to expectation, "Did you observe anyone go around to the back door while you stood there and go away again without attempting to knock?" Mr. Hildreth knitted his brow and seemed to think. "Answer," persisted the coroner. "It is not a question that requires thought." "Well, then, I did not," cried the witness, looking the other directly in the eye, with the first gleam of real manly feeling which he had yet displayed. "You did not see a tramp come into the yard, walk around to the kitchen door, wait a moment, as if hesitating whether he would rap, and then turn and come back again without doing so?" "No, sir." The coroner drew a piece of paper before him and began figuring on it. Earnestly, almost wildly, the young man watched him, drawing a deep breath and turning quite pale as the other paused and looked up. "Yet," affirmed the coroner, as if no delay had occurred since he received his last answer, "such a person did approach the house while you were in it, and if you had stood where you say, you must have seen him." It was a vital thrust, a relentless presentation of fact, and as such shook the witness out of his lately acquired composure. Glancing hastily about, he sought the assistance of someone both capable and willing to advise him in this crisis, but seeing no one, he made a vigorous effort and called together his own faculties. "Sir," he protested, a tremor of undisguised anxiety finding way into his voice, "I do not see how you make that all out. What proof have you that this tramp of which you speak came to the house while I was in it? Could he have not come before? Or, what was better, could he have not come after?" The ringing tone with which the last question was put startled everybody. No such sounds had issued from his lips before. Had he caught a glimpse of hope, or was he driven to an extremity in his defence that forced him to assert himself? The eyes of Miss Firman and a few other women began to soften, and even the face of Mr. Byrd betrayed that a change was on the verge of taking place in his feelings. But the coroner's look and tone dashed cold water on this young and tender growth of sympathy. Passing over to the witness the paper on which he had been scribbling, he explained with dry significance, "It's only a matter of subtraction and addition, Mr. Hildreth. You have said that upon quitting this house you went directly to the depot, where you arrived barely in time to jump on the train as it was leaving the station. Now, to walk from this place to the depot at any pace you would be likely to use would occupy, let us say, 7 minutes. At 2 minutes before 12, then, you were still in this house. Well," he ejaculated, interrupting himself as the other opened his lips, "have you anything to say?" No, was the dejected and hesitating reply. The coroner at once resumed. But at 5 minutes before 12, Mr. Hildreth, the tramp walked into the widow's yard. Now, allowing only 2 minutes for your interview with that lady, the conclusion remains that you were in the house when he came up to it. Yet you declare that, although you stood in full view of the yard, you did not see him. You figure closer than an astronomer calculating an eclipse, burst from the young man's lips in a flash of that resolution which had for the last few minutes animated him. How do you know your witnesses have been so exact to a second when they say this and that on the goings and comings you are pleased to put into an arithmetical problem? A minute or two, one way or the other, would make a sad discrepancy in your calculations, Mr. Coroner. I know it, assented Dr. Treadwell, quietly ignoring the other's heat. But if the jury will remember, there were 4 witnesses at least who testified to the striking of the town clock just as the tramp finally issued from the lane, and 1 witness, of well-known accuracy in matters of detail, who declared on oath that she had just dropped her eyes from that same clock when she observed the tramp go into the widow's gate, and that it was 5 minutes to 12 exactly. But lest I do seem too nice in my calculations, the coroner inexorably pursued, I will take the trouble of putting it another way. At what time did you leave the hotel, Mr. Hildreth? I don't know, was the testy response. Well, I can tell you, the coroner assured him. It was about 20 minutes to 12, or possibly earlier, but no later. My reason for saying this, he went on, drawing once more before him the fatal sheet of paper, is that Mrs. Dayton's children next door were out playing in front of this house for some few minutes previous to the time the tramp came into the lane. As you did not see them, you must have arrived here before they began their game, and that, at the least calculation, would make the time as early as 11:45. Well, the fierce looks of the other seemed to say, and what if it was? Mr. Hildreth, continued the coroner, if you were in this house at 11:45 and did not leave it till 2 minutes before, and the interview was, as you say, a mere interchange of a dozen words or so, that could not possibly have occupied more than 3 minutes, where were you during all the rest of the time that must have elapsed after you finished your interview and the moment you left the house? It was a knock-down question. This aristocratic-looking young gentleman, who had hitherto held himself erect before them, notwithstanding the humiliating nature of the inquiries which had been propounded to him, cringed visibly and bowed his head as if a stroke of vital force had descended upon it. Bringing his fist down on the table near which he stood, he seemed to utter a muttered curse, while the veins swelled on his forehead so powerfully that more than one person present dropped their eyes from a spectacle which bore so distinctly the stamp of guilt. You have not answered, intimated the coroner, after a moment of silent waiting. No, was the loud reply, uttered with a force that startled all present, and made the more timid gaze with some apprehension at his sudden antagonistic attitude. It is not pleasant for a gentleman, he emphasized the word bitterly, for a gentleman, to acknowledge himself caught at a time like this in a decided equivocation. But you have cornered me fairly and squarely, and I am bound to tell the truth. Gentlemen, I did not leave the widow's house as immediately as I said. I stayed for fully 5 minutes or so alone in the small hall that leads to the front door. In all probability, I was there when the tramp passed by on his way to the kitchen door, and there when he came back again. And Mr. Hildreth fixed his eyes on the coroner as if he dared him to push him further. But Dr. Treadwell had been in his present seat before, merely confronting the other with that cold official gaze which seems to act like a wall of ice between a witness and the coroner. he said 2 words. "What doing?" The effect was satisfactory. Paling suddenly, Mr. Hildreth dropped his eyes and replied humbly, though with equal laconism, "I was thinking." But scarcely had the words left his lips than a fresh flame of feeling started up within him, and looking from juryman to juryman, he passionately exclaimed, "You consider that acknowledgment suspicious? You wonder why a man should give a few minutes to thought after the conclusion of an interview that terminated all hope? I wonder at it now myself. I wonder I did not go straight out of the house and rush headlong into any danger that promised an immediate extinction of my life." No language could have more forcibly betrayed the real desperation of his mind at the critical moment when the widow's life hung in the balance. He saw this, perhaps, when it was too late, for the sweat started on his brow, and he drew himself up like a man nerving himself to meet a blow he no longer hoped to avert. One further remark, however, left his lips. "Whatever I did, or whatever I was thinking, one thing I here declare to be true, and that is this, that I did not see the widow again after she left my side and went back to her kitchen in the rear of the house. The hand that struck her may have been lifted while I stood in the hall, but if so, I did not know it, nor can I tell you now who it was that killed her." It was the first attempt at direct disavowal which he had made, and it had its effect. The coroner softened a trifle of his austerity, and the jurymen glanced at each other relieved. But the weight of suspicion against this young man was too heavy, and his manner had been too unfortunate, for this effect to last long. Gladly as many would have been to credit this denial, if only for the name he bore and a certain fine aspect of gentlemanhood that surrounded him in spite of his present humiliation, it was no longer possible to do so without question, and he seemed to feel this and do his best to accept the situation with patience. An inquiry which was put to him at this time by a juryman showed the existent state of feeling against him. "May I ask," that individual dryly interrogated, "why you came back to Sibley after having left it?" The response came clear and full. Evidently the gravity of his position had at last awakened the latent resources of Mr. Hildreth's mind. "I heard of the death of this woman, and my surprise caused me to return." "How did you hear of it?" "Through the newspapers." "And were you surprised?" "I was astounded. I felt as if I had received a blow myself, and could not rest till I had come back where I could learn the full particulars." "So, then, it was curiosity that brought you to this inquest today?" "It was." The juryman looked at him astonished. So did all the rest. His manner was so changed, his answers so prompt and ringing. "And what was it," broke in the coroner, "that led you to register yourself at the hotel under a false name?" "I scarcely know," was the answer, given with less fire and some show of embarrassment. "Perhaps I thought that, under the circumstances, it would be better for me not to use my own." "In other words, you were afraid," exclaimed the coroner, with the full impressiveness of a somewhat weighty voice and manner. It was a word to make the weakest of men start. Mr. Hildreth, who was conspicuous in his own neighborhood for personal if not for moral courage, flushed till it looked as if the veins would burst on his forehead, but he made no other reply than a proud and angry look and a short, "I was not aware of fear, though, to be sure, I had no premonition of the treatment I should be called upon to suffer here today." The flash told. The coroner sat as if doubtful, and looked from man to man of the jury as if he would question their feelings on this vital subject. Meantime, the full shame of his position settled heavier and heavier upon Mr. Hildreth. His head fell slowly forward, and he seemed to be asking himself how he was to meet the possibly impending ignominy of a direct accusation. Suddenly he drew himself erect, and a gleam shot from his eyes that, for the first time, revealed him as a man of latent pluck and courage. "Gentlemen," he began, looking first at the coroner and then at the jury, "you have not said you consider me guilty of this crime, but you evidently harbor the suspicion. I do not wonder. My own words have given me away, and any man would find it difficult to believe in my innocence after what has been testified in this place. Do not hesitate, then. The shock of finding myself suspected of a horrible murder is past. I am willing to be arrested. Indeed, after what has taken place, I am not only willing, but even anxious. I want to be tried, if only to prove to the world my complete and entire innocence." The effect of this speech, uttered at a moment so critical, may be easily imagined. All the impressible people present at once signified their belief in his honesty and gave him looks of sympathy, if not approval, while the cooler and possibly the more judicious of his auditors calmly weighed these assertions against the evidence that had been advanced, and finding the result unsatisfactory, shook their heads as if unconvinced, and waited further developments. They did not come. The inquiry had reached its climax, and little, if anything, more was left to be said. Mr. Hildreth was examined more fully, and some few of the witnesses who had been heard in the early part of the day were recalled, but no new facts came to light, and no fresh inquiries were started. Mr. Byrd, who from the attitude of the coroner could not fail to see Mr. Hildreth was looked upon with suspicion that would ultimately end in arrest, decided that his interest in the inquest was at an end, and being greatly fatigued, gave up his position at the window and quietly stole away. End of chapter 9. Section 10 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Final Test. Men are born with two eyes, but with one tongue, in order that they should see twice as much as they say. Colton. The fact was, he wanted to think. Detective though he was, and accustomed to the bravado with which every sort of criminal will turn to meet their fate when fully driven to bay, there had been something in the final manner of this desperate but evidently cultured gentleman which had impressed him against his own will, and made him question whether the suspected man was not rather the victim of a series of extraordinary circumstances than the selfish and brutal criminal which the evidence given seemed to suggest. Not that Mr. Byrd ever allowed his generous heart to blind him to the plain language of facts. His secret and not to be smothered doubts in another direction were proof enough of this, and had it not been for those very doubts, the probabilities are that he would have agreed with the cooler-headed portion of the crowd, which listened unmoved to that last indignant burst of desperate manhood. But with those doubts still holding possession of his mind, he could not feel so sure of Mr. Hildreth's guilt, and the struggle that was likely to ensue between his personal feelings on the one side and his sense of duty on the other did not promise to be so light as to make it possible for him to remain within eye and earshot of an unsympathetic crowd. If only the superintendent had not left it to my judgment to interfere, thought he, pacing the streets with ever-increasing uneasiness, the responsibility would have been shifted from my shoulders, and I would have left the young man to his fate in peace. But now I would be criminally at fault if I were to let him drift hopelessly to his doom, when by a lift of my finger I might possibly turn the attention of justice toward the real culprit. Yet the making up of his mind to interfere was a torture to Horace Byrd. If he was not conscious of any love for Imogene Dare, he was sufficiently under the dominion of her extraordinary fascinations to feel that any movement on his part toward the unraveling of the mystery that enveloped her would be like subjecting his own self to the rack of public inquiry and suspicion. Nor, though he walked the streets for hours, each moment growing more and more settled in his conviction of Mr. Hildreth's innocence, could he bring himself to the point of embracing the duty presented to him, till he had subjected Miss Dare to a new test, and won for himself absolute certainty as to the fact of her possessing a clue to the crime which had not been discovered in the coroner's inquiry. The possibility of innocence on her part is even greater than on that of Mr. Hildreth, he considered, and nothing, not even the peril of those dearest to me, could justify me in shifting the weight of suspicion from a guiltless man to an equally guiltless woman. It was therefore for the purpose of solving this doubt that he finally sought Mr. Ferris, and after learning that Mr. Hildreth was under surveillance, and would in all probability be subjected to arrest on the morrow, asked for some errand that would take him to Mr. Orcutt's house. "I have a great admiration for that gentleman, and would like to make his acquaintance," he remarked carelessly, hiding his true purpose under his usual nonchalant tones. "But I do not want to seem to be pushing myself forward. So if you could give me some papers to carry to him, or some message requiring an introduction to his presence, I should feel very much obliged." Mr. Ferris, who had no suspicions of his own to assist him in understanding the motives that led to this request, easily provided the detective with the errand he sought. Mr. Byrd at once started for the lawyer's house. It was fully 2 miles away, but once arrived there he was thankful that the walk had been so long, as the fatigue following upon the activity of the afternoon had succeeded in quieting his pulses and calming down the fierce excitement which had held him under its control ever since he had taken the determination to satisfy his doubts by an interview with Miss Dare. Ringing the bell of the rambling old mansion that spread out its wide extensions through the vines and bushes of an old-fashioned and most luxuriant garden, he waited the issue with beating heart. A respectable-looking negro servant came to the door. "Is Mr. Orcutt in?" he asked. "Or if not, Miss Dare, I have a message from Mr. Ferris, and would be glad to see one of them." This in order to ascertain at a word if the lady was at home. "Miss Dare is not in," was the civil response, "and Mr. Orcutt is very busily engaged. But if you will step into the parlor, I will tell him you are here." "No," returned the disappointed detective, handing her the note he held in his hand. "If your master is busy, I will not disturb him." And, turning away, he went slowly down the steps. "If I only knew where she was gone," he muttered bitterly. But he did not consider himself in a position to ask. Inwardly chafing over his ill luck, Mr. Byrd proceeded with reluctant pace to regain the street, when, hearing the gate suddenly click, he looked up and saw advancing toward him a young gentleman of a peculiarly spruce and elegant appearance. "Ha, another visitor for Miss Dare," was the detective's natural inference, and with a sudden movement he withdrew from the path and paused as if to light his cigar in the shadow of the thick bushes that grew against the house. In an instant the young stranger was on the stoop. Another, and he had rung the bell, which was answered almost as soon as his hand dropped from the knob. "Is Miss Dare in?" was the inquiry, uttered in loud and cheery tones. "No, sir. She is spending a few days with Miss Tremaine," was the clear and satisfactory reply. "Shall I tell her you have been here?" "No, I will call myself at Miss Tremaine's," rejoined the gentleman, and with a gay swing of his cane and a cheerful look overhead where the stars were already becoming visible, he sauntered easily off, followed by the envious thoughts of Mr. Byrd. "Miss Tremaine," repeated the latter musingly. "Who knows Miss Tremaine?" While he was asking himself this question, the voice of the young man rose melodiously in a scrap of old song, and instantly Mr. Byrd recognized in the seeming stranger the well-known tenor singer from the church he had himself attended the Sunday before, a gentleman, too, to whom he had been introduced by Mr. Ferris, and with whom he had exchanged something more than the passing civilities of the moment. To increase his pace, overtake the young man, recall himself to his attention, and join him in his quick walk down the street was the work of a moment. The natural sequence followed. Mr. Byrd made himself so agreeable that by the time they arrived at Miss Tremaine's, the other felt loath to part with him, and it resulted in his being urged to join this chance acquaintance in his call. Nothing could have pleased Mr. Byrd better. So, waiving for once his instinctive objection to any sort of personal intrusion, he signified his acquiescence to the proposal and at once accompanied his new friend into the house of the unknown Miss Tremaine. He found it lit up as for guests. All the rooms on the ground floor were open, and in one of them he could discern a dashing and coquettish young miss holding court over a cluster of eager swains. "Ah, I forgot," exclaimed Mr. Byrd's companion, whose name, by the way, was Duryea. "It's Miss Tremaine's reception night. She is the daughter of one of the professors of the high school," he went on, whispering his somewhat late explanations into the ear of Mr. Byrd. "Every Thursday evening she throws her house open for callers, and the youth of the academy are only too eager to avail themselves of the opportunity of coming here. Well, it is all the better for us. Miss Dare despises boys, and in all likelihood we shall have her entirely to ourselves." A quick pang contracted the breast of Mr. Byrd. If this easy, almost rakish fellow at his side but knew the hideous errand which brought him to this house, what a scene would have ensued! But he had no time for reflection, or even for that irresistible shrinking from his own designs which he now began to experience. Before he realized that he was fully committed to this venture, he found himself in the parlor, bowing before the naive and laughing-eyed Miss Tremaine, who rose to receive him with all the airy graciousness of a finished coquette. Miss Dare was not visible, and Mr. Byrd was just wondering if he would be called upon to enter into a sustained conversation with his pretty hostess, when a deep, rich voice was heard in the adjoining room, and looking up, he saw the stately figure he so longed and yet dreaded to encounter advancing toward them through the open door. She was very pale, and, to Mr. Byrd's eyes, looked thoroughly worn out, if not ill. Yet she bore herself with a steadiness that was evidently the result of her will, and manifested neither reluctance nor impatience when the eager Mr. Duryea pressed forward with his compliments. Though from the fixedness of her gaze and the immobility of her lip, Mr. Byrd too truly discovered that her thoughts were far away from the scene of mirth and pleasure in which she found herself. "You see I have presumed to follow you, Miss Dare," was the greeting with which Mr. Duryea hailed her approach, and he immediately became so engrossed with his gallantries that he forgot to introduce his companion. Mr. Byrd was rather relieved at this. He was not yet ready to submit her to the test he considered necessary to a proper understanding of the situation, and he had not the heart to approach her with any mere civility on his tongue, while matters of such vital importance to her happiness, if not to her honor, trembled in the balance. He preferred to talk to Miss Tremaine, and this he continued to do till the young fellows at his side, one by one, edged away, leaving no one in that portion of the room but himself and Miss Tremaine, Mr. Duryea and Miss Dare. The latter two stood together some few feet behind him and were discussing in a somewhat languid way the merits of a musicale which they had lately attended. They were approaching, however, and he felt that if he did not speak at once, he might not have another opportunity for doing so during the whole evening. Turning, therefore, to Miss Tremaine with more seriousness than her gay and totally inconsequent conversation had hitherto allowed, he asked in what he meant to be a simply colloquial and courteous manner if she had heard the news. "News?" she repeated. "No. Is there any news?" "Yes, I call it news, but perhaps you are not interested in the murder that has lately taken place in this town." "Oh, yes, I am," she exclaimed, all eagerness at once, while he felt rather than perceived that the couple at his back stood suddenly still, as if his words had worked their spell over one heart there at least. "Papa knew Mrs. Clemmens very well," the little lady proceeded with a bewitchingly earnest look. "Have they found their murderer, do you think? Anything less than that would be no news to me." "There is every reason to suppose," he began, and stopped, something in the deadly silence behind him making it impossible for him to proceed. Happily he was not obliged to. An interruption occurred in the shape of a newcomer, and he was left with that fatal last word on his lips to await the approach of that severely measured step behind him, which by this time he knew was bringing the inscrutable Miss Dare to his side. "Miss Dare, allow me to present to you Mr. Byrd. Mr. Byrd, Miss Dare." The young detective bowed. With rigid attention to forms of etiquette, he uttered the first few acknowledgments necessary to the occasion, and then glanced up. She was looking him full in the face. "We have met before," he was about to observe, but not detecting the least sign of recognition in her gaze, restrained the words and hastily dropped his eyes. "Mr. Duryea informs me you are a stranger in town," she remarked, moving slowly to one side in a way to rid herself of that gentleman's too immediate presence. "Have you a liking for the place, or do you meditate any lengthy stay?" "No, that is," he rejoined, somewhat shaken in his theories by the self-possession of her tone and the ease and quietness with which she evidently prepared to enter into a sustained conversation. "I may go away to-morrow, and I may linger on for an indefinite length of time. It all depends upon certain matters which will be determined for me to-night. Sibley is a very pretty place," he observed, startled at his own temerity in venturing the last remark. "Yes." The word came as if forced, and she looked at Mr. Duryea. "Do you wish anything, Miss Dare?" that gentleman suddenly asked. "You do not look well." "I am not well," she acknowledged. "No, thank you," she cried, as he pushed a chair toward her. "It is too warm here. If you do not object, we will go into the other room." And with a courteous glance that included both gentlemen in its invitation, she led the way into the adjoining apartment. Could it have been with the purpose of ridding herself of the assiduities of Mr. Duryea? The room contained half a dozen or more musical people, and no sooner did they perceive their favorite tenor approach than they seized upon him, and without listening to his excuses, carried him off to the piano, leaving Miss Dare alone with Mr. Byrd. She seemed instantly to forget her indisposition. Drawing herself up till every queenly attribute she possessed flashed brilliantly before his eyes, she asked, with sudden determination, if she had been right in understanding him to say that there was news in regard to the murder of Mrs. Clemmens. Subduing by a strong inward effort every token of emotion which her own introduction of this topic naturally evoked, he replied in his easiest tones: "Yes, there was an inquest held to-day, and the authorities evidently think they have discovered the person who killed her, and obliging himself to meet halfway the fate that awaited him, he bestowed upon the lady before him a casual glance that hid beneath its easy politeness the greatest anxiety of his life. The test worked well. From the pallor of sickness, grief, or apprehension, her complexion whitened to the deadlier hue of mortal terror. Impossible, her lips seemed to breathe, and Mr. Byrd could almost fancy he saw the hair rise on her forehead. Cursing in his heart the bitter necessity that had forced him into this duty, he was about to address her in a way calculated to break the spell occasioned by his last words, when the rich and tuneful voice of the melodious singer rose suddenly on the air, and they heard the words, "Come rest in this bosom, my own stricken dear. Though the herd have fled from thee, thy home is still here. Here still is the smile that no cloud can overcast, and a heart and a hand all thy own to the last." Instantly Mr. Byrd perceived that he should not be obliged to speak, though the music, or possibly the words, struck her like a blow. It likewise served to recall her to herself. Dropping her gaze, which had remained fixed upon his own, she turned her face aside, saying with forced composure, "This near contact with crime is dreadful." Then slowly, and with a quietness that showed how great was her power of self-control when she was not under the influence of surprise, she inquired, "And who do they think this person is? What name do they presume to associate with the murder of this woman?" With something of the feeling of a surgeon who nerves himself to bury the steel in his patient's quivering flesh, he gave his response unhesitatingly. "A gentleman's, I believe, a young man connected with her in some strange way by financial interests, a Mr. Hildreth of Toledo. Gouverneur Hildreth, I think they call him." It was not the name she expected. He saw this by the relaxation that took place in all her features, by the look of almost painful relief that flashed for a moment into the eyes she turned like lightning upon him. "Gouverneur Hildreth," she repeated, and he knew from the tone that it was not only a different name from what she anticipated, but that it was also a strange one to her. "I never heard of such a person," she went on, after a minute, during which the relentless mellow voice of the unconscious singer filled the room with the passionate appeal, "Oh, what was love made for, if 'tis not the same, through joy and through sorrow, through glory and shame?" "That is not strange," explained Mr. Byrd, drawing nearer, as if to escape the pursuing sweetness of the incongruous song. "He is not known in this town. He only came here the morning the unfortunate woman was murdered. Whether he really killed her or not," he proceeded, with forced quietness, "no one can tell, of course, but the facts are very much against him, and the poor fellow is under arrest." "What?" The word was involuntary. So was the tone of horrified surprise in which it was uttered. But the music, now swelling to a crescendo, drowned both word and tone, or so she seemed to fondly imagine, for making another effort at self-control, she confined herself to a quiet repetition of his words, "Under arrest," and then waited with only a suitable display of emotion for whatever further enlightenment he chose to give her. He mercifully spoke to the point. "Yes, under arrest. You see, he was in the house at or near the time the deadly blow was struck. He was in the front hall, he says, and nowhere near the woman or her unknown assailant. But there is no evidence against any one else, and the facts so far proved show he had an interest in her death, and so he has to pay the penalty of circumstances. And he may be guilty, who knows?" the young detective pursued, seeing she was struck with horror and dismay. "Dreadful as it is to imagine that a gentleman of culture and breeding could be brought to commit such a deed." but she seemed to have ears for but one phrase of all this. "He was in the front hall," she repeated. "How did he get there? What called him there?" "He had been visiting the widow, and was on his way out. He paused to collect his thoughts," he said. "It seemed unaccountable, Miss Dare, but the whole thing is strange and very mysterious." She was deaf to his explanations. "Do you suppose he heard the widow scream?" she asked, trembling. "Or—" A sinking of ringing tones whose powerful vibration had made this conversation possible caused her to pause. When the notes grew loud enough again for her to proceed, she seemed to have forgotten the question she was about to propound, and simply inquired, "Had he anything to say about what he overheard or saw?" "No, if he spoke the truth, and stood in the hall as he said. The sounds, if sounds there were, stopped short of the sitting-room door, for he has nothing to say about them." A change passed over Miss Dare. She dropped her eyes, and an instant's pause followed this last acknowledgment. "Will you tell me," she inquired at last, speaking very slowly, in an attempt to infuse into her voice no more than a natural tone of interest, "how it was he came to say he stood in that place during the assault?" "He did not say he stood in that place during the assault," was again the forced rejoinder of Mr. Byrd. "It was by means of a nice calculation of time and events that it was found he must have been in the house at or near the fatal moment." Another pause, another bar of that lovely music. "And he is a gentleman, you say?" was her hurried remark at last. "Yes, and a very handsome one." "And they have put him in prison?" "Yes, or will on the morrow." She turned and leaned against a window frame near by, looking with eyes that saw nothing into the still vast night. "I suppose he has friends," she faintly suggested. "Two sisters, if no one nearer and dearer." "Thou hast called me thy angel in moments of bliss, and thy angel I'll be 'mid the horrors of this. Through the furnace unshrinking thy steps to pursue, and shield thee and save thee, or perish there too," rang the mellow song. "I am not well," she suddenly cried, leaving the window and turning quickly toward Mr. Byrd. "I am much obliged to you," said she, lowering her voice to a whisper, for the last note of the song was dying away in a quivering pianissimo. "I have been deeply interested in this tragedy, and am thankful for any information in regard to it. I must now bid you good evening." And with a stately bow into which she infused the mingled courtesy and haughtiness of her nature, she walked steadily away through the crowd that vainly sought to stay her, and disappeared, almost without a pause, behind the door that opened into the hall. Mr. Byrd remained a full half hour after that, but he could never tell what he did, or with whom he conversed, or how and when he issued from the house and made his way back to his room in the hotel. He only knew that at midnight he was still walking the floor, and had not yet made up his mind to take the step which his own sense of duty now inexorably demanded. End of chapter 10. Section 11 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Decision. Who dares to say that he alone has found the truth? Longfellow. The next morning Mr. Ferris was startled by the appearance in his office of Mr. Byrd, looking wretchedly anxious and ill. "I have come," said the detective, "to ask you what you think of Mr. Hildreth's prospects. Have you made up your mind to have him arrested for this crime?" "Yes," was the reply. "The evidence against him is purely circumstantial, but it is very strong, and if no fresh developments occur, I think there can be no doubt about my duty. Each and every fact that comes to light only strengthens the case against him. When he came to be examined last night, a ring was found on his person, which he acknowledged to having worn on the day of the murder." "He took it off during the inquest," murmured Mr. Byrd. "I saw him." "It is said by Hickory, the somewhat questionable cognomen of your fellow detective from New York, that the young man manifested the most intense uneasiness during the whole inquiry. That, in fact, his attention was first drawn to him by the many tokens of which he gave of suppressed agitation and alarm. Indeed, Mr. Hickory at one time thought he should be obliged to speak to this stranger in order to prevent a scene. Once Mr. Hildreth got up as if to go, and indeed, if he had been less hemmed in by the crowd, there is every reason to believe he would have attempted an escape." "Is Hickory a man of good judgment?" inquired Mr. Byrd anxiously. "Why, yes, I should say so. He seems to understand his business. The way he procured us the testimony of Mr. Hildreth was certainly satisfactory." "I wish that, without his knowing it, I could hear him give his opinion of this matter," intimated the other. "Well, you can," rejoined Mr. Ferris, after a quick and comprehensive survey of Mr. Byrd's countenance. "I am expecting him here any moment, and if you see fit to sit down behind that screen, you can, without the least difficulty to yourself or him, hear all he has to impart." "I will, then," the detective declared, a gloomy frown suddenly corrugating his brow, and he stepped across to the screen which had been indicated to him and quietly withdrew from view. He had scarcely done this when a short, quick step was heard at the door, and a wide-awake voice called out, cheerily, "Are you alone, sir?" "Ah!" ejaculated Mr. Ferris. "Come in, come in. I have been awaiting you for some minutes," he declared, ignoring the look which the man threw hastily around the room. "Any news this morning?" "No," returned the other in a tone of complete self-satisfaction. "We've caged the bird, and mustn't expect much more in the way of news. I'm on my way to Albany now to pick up such facts about him as may be lying around there loose, and shall be ready to start for Toledo any day next week that you may think proper." "You are, then, convinced that Mr. Hildreth is undeniably the guilty party in this case?" exclaimed the District Attorney, taking a whiff at his cigar. "Convinced? That is a strong word, sir. A detective is never convinced," protested the man. "He leaves that for the judge and jury. But if you ask me if there is any doubt about the direction in which all the circumstantial evidence in this case points, I must retort by asking you for a clue, or the tag end of a clue, guiding me elsewhere. I know," he went on, with the volubility of a man whose work is done, and who feels he has the right to a momentary indulgence in conversation, "that it is not an agreeable thing to subject a gentleman like Mr. Hildreth to the shame of a public arrest. But facts are not partial, sir, and the gentleman has no more rights in law than the coarsest fellow that we take up for butchering his mother. But you know all this without my telling you, and I only mention it to excuse any obstinacy I may have manifested on the subject. He is mightily cut up about it," he again proceeded, as he found Mr. Ferris forbore to reply. "I am told he didn't sleep a wink all night, but spent his time alternately in pacing the floor like a caged lion, and in a wild sort of stupor that had something of the hint of madness in it. If my grandfather had only known, was the burden of his song, and when one approached him, he either told them to keep their eyes off him, or else buried his face in his hands with an entreaty for them not to disturb the last hours of a dying man. He evidently has no hope of escaping the indignity of arrest, and as soon as it was light enough for him to see, he asked for paper and pencil. They were brought him, and a man stood over him while he wrote. It proved to be a letter to his sisters enjoining them to believe in his innocence, and wound up with what was very much like an attempt at a will, although it looks as if he meditated suicide, and we have been careful to take from him every possible means of his effecting his release in this way, as well as set a strict though secret watch upon him. A slight noise took place behind the screen, which at any other time Mr. Hickory would have been the first to notice and inquire into. As it was, it had only the effect of unconsciously severing his train of thought and starting him alertly to his feet. "Well," he said, facing the District Attorney with a cheerful vivacity, "any orders?" "No," responded Mr. Ferris. "A run down to Albany seems to be the best thing for you at present. On your return we will consult again." "Very well, sir. I shall not be absent more than 2 days, and in the meantime you will let me know if anything important occurs." And handing over his new address, Hickory speedily took his leave. "Well, Mr. Byrd, what do you think of him?" For reply, Mr. Byrd stepped forth and took his stand before the District Attorney. "Has Coroner Treadwell informed you," said he, "that the superintendent has left it to my discretion to interfere in this matter if I thought that by doing so I could further the ends of justice?" "Yes," was the language of the quick, short nod he received. "Very well," continued the other. "You will pardon me, then, if I ask you to convey to Mr. Hildreth the following message: that if he is guiltless of this crime, he need have no fear of the results of the arrest to which he may be subjected, that a man has interested himself in this matter who pledges his word not to rest till he has discovered the guilty party and freed the innocent from suspicion." "What?" cried Mr. Ferris, astonished at the severe but determined bearing of the young man who, up to this time, he had only seen under his lighter and more indifferent aspect. "You don't agree with this fellow, then, in his conclusions regarding Mr. Hildreth?" "No, sir. Hickory, as I judge, is an egotist. He discovered Mr. Hildreth and brought him to the notice of the jury. Therefore, Mr. Hildreth is guilty." "And you?" "I am open to doubt about it. Not that I would acknowledge it to any one but you, sir." "Why?" "Because if I work in this case at all, or make any effort to follow up the clue which I believe myself to have received, it must be done secretly and without raising the suspicion of any one in this town. I am not in a position, as you know, to work openly, even if it were advisable to do so, which it certainly is not. What I do must be accomplished under cover, and I ask you to help me in my self-imposed and by no means agreeable task by trusting me to pursue my inquiries alone, until such time as I assure myself beyond a doubt that my own convictions are just and that the man who murdered Mrs. Clemmens is someone entirely separated from Mr. Hildreth and any interests that he represents." "You are, then, going to take up this case?" The answer given was short, but it meant the deliberate shivering of the faintest dream of love that had ever visited Mr. Byrd's imagination. "I am." End of chapter 11. End of book 1. Section 12 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, The Spider. Chapter 12, The Weaving of a Web. Thus far we run before the wind. In the interview which Mr. Byrd had held with Miss Dare, he had been conscious of omitting one test which many another man in his place would have made. This was the utterance of the name of him whom he really believed to be the murderer of Mrs. Clemmens. Had he spoken this name, had he allowed himself to breathe the words Craik Mansell into the ears of this agitated woman, or even gone so far as to allude, in the most careless way to the widow's nephew, he felt sure his daring would have been rewarded by some expression on her part that would have given him a substantial basis for his theories to rest upon. But he had too much natural chivalry for this. His feelings as a man got in the way of his instinct as a detective. Nevertheless, he felt positive that his suspicions in regard to this nephew of Mrs. Clemmens were correct, and set about the task of fitting the facts to his theory with all that settled and dogged determination which follows the pursuit of a stern duty unwillingly embraced. 2 points required instant settling. First, the truth or falsehood of his supposition as to the identification of the person confronted by Miss Dare in the Syracuse depot with the young man described by Miss Firman as the nephew of Widow Clemmens. Secondly, the existence or non-existence of proof going to show the presence of this person at or near the house of Mrs. Clemmens during the time of the assault. But before proceeding to satisfy himself in regard to these essentials, he went again to the widow's house, and there spent an hour in a careful study of its inner and outer arrangements, with a view to the formation of a complete theory as to the manner and method of the murder. He found that in default of believing Mr. Hildreth the assailant, one supposition was positively necessary, and this was that the murderer was in the house when this gentleman came to it. A glance at the diagram on the next page will explain why. The house, as you will see, has but 3 entrances: the front door, at which Mr. Hildreth unconsciously stood guard, the kitchen door, also unconsciously guarded during the critical moment by the coming and going of the tramp through the yard, and the dining-room door, which, though all to appearances free from the surveillance of any eye, was so situated in reference to the clock at which the widow stood when attacked, that it was manifestly impossible for any one to enter it and cross the room to the hearth without attracting the attention of her eye, if not her ear. To be sure, there was the bare possibility of his having come in by the kitchen door after the departure of the tramp, but such a contingency was scarcely worth considering. The almost certain conclusion was that he had been in the house for some time, and was either in the dining-room when Mrs. Clemmens returned to it from her interview with Mr. Hildreth, or else came down to it from the floor above, by means of the staircase that so strangely descended into that very room. Another point looked equally clear: the escape of the murderer, still in default of considering Mr. Hildreth as such, must have been by means of one of the back doors, and must have been in the direction of the woods. To be sure, there was a stretch of uneven and marshy ground to be travelled over before the shelter of the trees could be reached, but a person driven by fear could, at a pinch, travel it in 5 minutes or less, and a momentary calculation on the part of Mr. Byrd sufficed to show him that more time than this had elapsed from the probable instant of assault to the moment when Mr. Ferris opened the side door and looked out upon the swamp. The dearth of dwellings on the left-hand side of the street, and consequently the comparative immunity from observation which was given to that portion of the house which overlooked the swamp, made him conclude that this outlet from the dining-room had been the one made use of in the murderer's flight. A glance down the yard to the broken fence that separated the widow's land from the boggy fields beyond only tended to increase the probabilities of this supposition, and, alert to gain for himself that full knowledge of the situation necessary to a successful conduct of this mysterious affair, he hastily left the house and started across the swamp, with the idea of penetrating the woods and discovering for himself what opportunity they afforded for concealment or escape. He had more difficulty in doing this than he expected. The ground about the hillocks was half sunk in water, and the least slip to one side invariably precipitated him among the brambles that encumbered this spot. Still he compassed his task in little more than 5 minutes, arriving at the firm ground and its sturdy growth of beeches and maples, well covered with mud, but so far thoroughly satisfied with the result of his efforts. The next thing to be done was to search the woods, not for the purpose of picking up clues, it was too late for that, but to determine what sort of a refuge they afforded, and whether, in the event of a man's desiring to penetrate them quickly, many impediments would arise in the shape of tangled underground or loose-lying stones. He found them remarkably clear, so much so indeed that he traveled for some distance into their midst before he realized that he had passed beyond their borders. More than this, he came ere long upon something like a path, and, following it, emerged into a sort of glade, where, backed up against a high rock, stood a small and seemingly deserted hut. It was the first object he had met with that in any way suggested the possible presence of man, and advancing to it with cautious steps, he looked into its open doorway. Nothing met his eye but an empty interior, and without pausing to bestow upon the building a further thought, he hurried on through a path he saw opening beyond it, till he came to the end of the wood. Stepping forth, he paused in astonishment. Instead of having penetrated the woods in a direct line, he found that he had merely described a half-circle through them, and now stood on a highway leading directly back into the town. Likewise, he was in full sight of the terminus of a line of horse cars that connected this remote region of Sibley with its business portion, and though distant a good mile from the railway depot, was to all intents and purposes as near the means of escape as he would have been in the street in front of Widow Clement's house. Full of thoughts and inly wondering over the fatality that had confined the attention of the authorities to the approach afforded by the lane, to the utter exclusion of this more circuitous, but certainly more elusive, road of escape, he entered upon the highway, and proceeded to gain the horse car he saw standing at the head of the road a few rods away. As he did so, he for the first time realized just where he was. The elegant villa of Professor Darling, rising before him on the ridge that ran along on the right-hand side of the road, made it at once evident that he was on the borders of that choice and aristocratic quarter known as the West Side. It was a new region to him, and pausing for a moment, he cast his eyes over the scene which lay stretched out before him. He had frequently heard it said that the view commanded by the houses on the ridge was the finest in the town, and he was not disappointed in it. As he looked across the verdant basin of marshy ground around which the road curved like a horseshoe, he could see the city spread out like a map before him. So unobstructed, indeed, was the view he had of its various streets and buildings that he thought he could even detect, amid the taller and more conspicuous dwellings, the humble walls and newly shingled roof of the widow's cottage. But he could not be sure of this. His eyesight was anything but trustworthy for long distances, and hurrying forward to the car, he took his seat just as it was about to start. It carried him straight into town, and came to a standstill not 10 feet from the railroad depot. As he left it and betook himself back to his hotel, he gave to his thoughts a distinct though inward expression. If, he mused, my suppositions in regard to this matter are true, and another man than Mr. Hildreth struck the fatal blow, then I have just travelled over the self-same route he took in his flight. But were his suppositions true? It remained for him to determine. End of chapter 12. Section 13 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Fly. Like, but oh, how different. Wordsworth. The paper mill of Harrison, Goodman, and Chamberlain was situated in one of the main thoroughfares of Buffalo. It was a large but otherwise unpretentious building, and gave employment to a vast number of operatives, mostly female. Some of these latter might have been surprised and possibly a little fluttered one evening at seeing a well-dressed young gentleman standing at the gate as they came forth, gazing with languid interest from one face to another as if he were on the lookout for some one of their number. But they would have been yet more astonished could they have seen him still lingering after the last one had passed, watching with unabated patience the opening and shutting of the small side door devoted to the use of the firm, and such employees as had seats in the office. It was Mr. Byrd, and his purpose there at this time of day was to see and review the whole rank and file of the young men employed in the place, in the hope of being able to identify the nephew of Mrs. Clemens by his supposed resemblance to the person whose character of face and form had been so minutely described to him. For Mr. Byrd was a just man and a thoughtful one, and knowing this identification to be the keystone of his lately formed theory, desired it to be complete and of no doubtful character. He accordingly held fast to his position, watching and waiting, seemingly in vain, for the dark, powerful face and the sturdily built frame of the gentleman whose likeness he had attempted to draw in conjunction with that of Miss Dare. But though he saw many men of all sorts and kinds issue from one door or another of this vast building, not one of them struck him with that sudden and unmistakable sense of familiarity which he had a right to expect, and he was just beginning to doubt if the whole framework of his elaborately formed theory was not destined to fall into ruins, when the small door, already alluded to, opened once more, and a couple of gentlemen came out. The appearance of one of them gave Mr. Byrd a start. He was young, powerfully built, wore a large mustache, and had a complexion of unusual swarthiness. There was character, too, in his face, though not so much as Mr. Byrd had expected to see in the nephew of Mrs. Clemens. Still, people differ about degrees of expression, and to his informant this face might have appeared strong. He was dressed in a business suit and was without an overcoat, two facts that made it difficult for Mr. Byrd to get any assistance from the cut and color of his clothes. But there was enough in the general style and bearing of this person to make Mr. Byrd anxious to know his name. He therefore took it upon himself to follow him, a proceeding which brought him to the corner just in time to see the two gentlemen separate, and the especial one in whom he was interested step into a car. He succeeded in getting a seat in the same car, and for some blocks had the pleasure of watching the back of the supposed Mansell as he stood on the front platform with the driver. Then others got in, and the detective's view was obstructed, and presently, he never could tell how it was, he lost track of the person he was shadowing. And when the chance came for another sight of the driver and platform, the young man was gone. Annoyed beyond expression, Mr. Byrd went to a hotel, and next day sent to the mill and procured the address of Mr. Mansell. Going to the place named, he found it to be a very respectable boarding house, and chancing upon a time when more or less of the rooms were empty, succeeded in procuring for himself an apartment there. So here he was, a fixture in the house supposed by him to hold the murderer of Mrs. Clemens. When the time for dinner came, and with it an opportunity for settling the vexed question of Mr. Mansell's identity, not only with the man in the Syracuse depot, but with the person who had eluded his pursuit the day before, something of the excitement of the hunter in view of his game seized upon this hitherto imperturbable detective, and it was with difficulty he could sustain his usual role of fashionable indifference. He arrived at the table before any of the other boarders, and presently a goodly array of amiable matrons, old and young gentlemen, and pretty girls came filing into the room, and finally, yes, finally, the gentleman whom he had followed from the mill the day before, and whom he now had no hesitation in fixing upon as Mr. Mansell. But the satisfaction occasioned by the settlement of this perplexing question was dampened somewhat by a sudden and uneasy sense of being himself at a disadvantage. Why he should feel thus he did not know. Perhaps the almost imperceptible change which took place in that gentleman's face as their eyes first met may have caused the unlooked-for sensation, though why Mr. Mansell should change at the sight of one who must have been a perfect stranger to him was more than Mr. Byrd could understand. It was enough that the latter felt he had made a mistake in not having donned the disguise before entering this house, and that, oppressed by the idea, he withdrew his attention from the man he had come to watch and fixed it upon more immediate and personal matters. The meal was half over. Mr. Byrd, who, as a stranger of more than ordinary good looks and prepossessing manners, had been placed by the obliging landlady between her own daughter and a lady of doubtful attractions, was endeavoring to improve his advantages and make himself as agreeable as possible to both of his neighbors, when he heard a lady near him say aloud, "You are late, Mr. Mansell," and looking up, in his amazement he saw, entering the door, well, in the presence of the real owner of this name, he wondered he could ever have fixed upon the other man as the original of the person that had been described to him. The strong face, the somber expression, the Herculean frame were unique, and in the comparison which they inevitably called forth, made all other men in the room look dwarfed, if not actually commonplace. Greatly surprised at this new turn of affairs, and satisfied that he at last had before him the man who had confronted Miss Dare in the Syracuse depot, he turned his attention back to the ladies. He, however, took care to keep one ear open on the side of the newcomer, in hope of gleaning from his style and manner of conversation some notion of his disposition and nature. But Craig Mansell was at no time a talkative man, and at this especial period of his career was less inclined than ever to enter into the trivial debates or good-natured repartee that was the staple of conversation at Mrs. Hart's table. So Mr. Byrd's wishes in this regard were foiled. He succeeded, however, in assuring himself by a square look into the other's face that to whatever temptation this man may have succumbed, or whatever crime he may have been guilty, he was by nature neither cold, cruel, nor treacherous, and that the deadly blow, if dealt by him, was the offspring of some sudden impulse or violent ebullition of temper, and was being repented of with every breath he drew. But this discovery, though it modified Mr. Byrd's own sense of personal revolt against the man, could not influence him in the discharge of his duty, which was to save another of less interesting and perhaps less valuable traits of character from the consequences of a crime he had never committed. It was, therefore, no more than just that upon withdrawing from the table he should endeavor to put himself in the way of settling that second question, upon whose answer in the affirmative depended the rightful establishment of his secret suspicions. That was, whether this man was at or near the house of his aunt at the time when she was assaulted. Mrs. Hart's parlors were always thrown open to her boarders in the evening. There, at any time from 7 to 10, you might meet a merry crowd of young people intent upon enjoying themselves, and usually highly successful in their endeavors to do so. Into this throng Mr. Byrd accordingly insinuated himself, and being of the sort to win instant social recognition, soon found that he had to but make his choice in order to win for himself that tete-a-tete conversation from which he hoped so much. He consequently surveyed the company with a critical eye, and soon made up his mind as to which lady was the most affable in her manners and the least likely to meet his advances with haughty reserve. And having won an introduction to her, sat down at her side with the stern determination of making her talk about Mr. Mansell. "You have a very charming company here," he remarked. "The house seems to be filled with a most cheerful class of people." "Yes," was the not unlooked-for reply. "We are all merry enough, if we except Mr. Mansell. But, of course, there is excuse for him. No one expects him to join in our sports." "Mr. Mansell? The gentleman who came in late for supper?" repeated Mr. Byrd, with no suggestion of the secret satisfaction he felt at the immediate success of his scheme. "Yes, he is in great trouble, you know. Is the nephew of the woman who was killed a few days ago at Sibley. Don't you remember? The widow lady who was struck on the head by a man of the name of Hildreth, and who died after uttering something about a ring, supposed by many to be an attempt on her part to describe the murderer." "Yes," was the slow, almost languid response. "And a dreadful thing, too, quite horrifying in its nature. And so this Mr. Mansell is her nephew," he suggestively repeated. "Odd. I suppose he has told you all about the affair?" "He? Mercy! I don't suppose you could get him to say anything about it to save your life. He isn't of the talking sort. Besides, I don't believe he knows any more about it than you or I. He hasn't been to Sibley." "Didn't he go to the funeral?" "No, he said he was too ill, and indeed he was shut up one whole day with a terrible sore throat. He is the heir, too, of all her savings, they say. But he won't go to Sibley. Some folks think it's queer, but I—" Here her eyes wandered, and her almost serious look vanished in a somewhat coquettish smile. Following her gaze with his own, Mr. Byrd perceived a gentleman approaching. It was the one he had first taken for Mr. Mansell. "Beg pardon," was the somewhat abrupt salutation with which this person advanced, "but they are proposing a game in the next room, and Miss Clayton's assistance is considered absolutely indispensable." "Mr. Brown, first allow me to make you acquainted with Mr. Byrd," said the light-hearted damsel, with a gracious inclination. "As you are both strangers, it is well for you to know each other, especially as I expect you to join in our games." "Thank you," protested Mr. Brown, "but I don't play games." Then, seeing the deep bow of acquiescence which Mr. Byrd was making, added, with what appeared to be a touch of jealousy, "except under strong provocation," and holding out his arm, offered to escort the young lady into the next room. With an apologetic glance at Mr. Byrd, she accepted the attention proffered her, and speedily vanished into the midst of the laughing group that awaited her. Mr. Byrd found himself alone. Check number 1, thought he, and he bestowed anything but an amiable benediction upon the man who had interrupted him in the midst of so promising a conversation. His next move was in the direction of the landlady's daughter, who, being somewhat shy, favored a retired nook behind the piano. They had been neighbors at the table, and he could at once address her without fear of seeming obtrusive. "I do not see here the dark young gentleman whom you call Mr. Mansell," he remarked inquiringly. "Oh, no, he is in trouble. A near relative of his was murdered in cold blood the other day, and under the most aggravating circumstances. Haven't you heard about it? She was a Mrs. Clemens and lived in Sibley. It was in all the papers." "Ah, yes, I remember about it very well. And so he is her nephew," he went on, recklessly repeating himself in his determination to elicit all he could from these young and thoughtless misses. "A peculiar-looking young man, has the air of thoroughly understanding himself." "Yes, he is very smart, they say." "Does he never talk?" "Oh, yes, that is, he used to, but since his aunt's death we don't expect it. He is very much interested in machinery and has invented something—" "Oh, Clara, you're not going to sit here," interposed the reproachful voice of a saucy-eyed maiden, who at this moment peeped around the corner of the piano. "We want all the recruits we can get," she cried, with a sudden blush, as she encountered the glance of Mr. Byrd. "Do come, and bring the gentlemen too." And she slipped away to join that very Mr. Brown, who by his importunities had been the occasion of the former interruption from which Mr. Byrd had suffered. "That man and I will quarrel yet," was the mental exclamation with which the detective rose. "Shall we join your friends?" asked he, assuming an unconcern he was far from feeling. "Yes, if you please," was the somewhat timid, though evidently pleased, reply. And Mr. Byrd noted down in his own mind check number 2. The game was a protracted one. Twice did he think to escape from the merry crowd he had entered, and twice did he fail to do so. The indefatigable Brown would not let him slip, and it was only by a positive exertion of his will that he finally succeeded in withdrawing himself. "I wish to have a word with your mother," he explained, in reply to the look of protest with which Miss Hart honored his departure. "I hear she retires early, so you will excuse me if I leave somewhat abruptly." And to Mrs. Hart's apartment he at once proceeded, and by dint of his easy assurance soon succeeded in leading her, as he had already done the rest, into a discussion of the one topic for which he had an interest. He had not time, however, to glean much from her, for just as she was making the admission that Mr. Mansell had not been home at the time of the murder, a knock was heard at the door, and with an affable bow and a short, quick stare of surprise at Mr. Byrd, the ubiquitous Mr. Brown stepped in and took a seat on the sofa, with every appearance of intending to make a call. At this third check Mr. Byrd was more than annoyed. Rising, however, with the most amiable courtesy, he bowed his acknowledgments to the landlady, and without heeding her pressing invitation to remain and make the acquaintance of Mr. Brown, left the room and betook himself back to the parlors. He was just 1 minute too late. The last of the boarders had gone upstairs, and only an empty room met his eyes. He at once ascended to his own apartment. It was on the 4th floor. There were many other rooms on this floor, and for a moment he could not remember which one was his own door. At last, however, he felt sure it was the third one from the stairs, and going to it, gave a short knock in case of a mistake, and hearing no reply, opened it and went in. The first glance assured him that his recollection had played him false, and that he was in the wrong room. The second was that he was in that of Mr. Mansell. The sight of the small model of a delicate and intricate machine that stood in full view on the table before him would have been sufficient assurance of this fact, even if the inventor himself had been absent. But he was there, seated at a table with his back to the door and his head bowed forward on his arms, he presented such a picture of misery or despair that Mr. Byrd felt his sympathies touched in spite of himself, and hastily stumbling backward, was about to confusedly withdraw, when a doubt struck him as to the condition of the deathly, still, and somewhat pallid figure before him, and, stepping hurriedly forward, he spoke the young man's name, and, failing to elicit a response, laid his hand on his shoulder with an apology for disturbing him and an inquiry as to how he felt. The touch acted where the voice had failed. Leaping from his partly recumbent position, Craik Mansell faced the intruder with indignant inquiry written in every line of his white and determined face. "To what do I owe this intrusion?" he cried, his nostrils expanding and contracting with an anger that proved the violence of his nature when aroused. "First to my carelessness," responded Mr. Byrd, "and secondly—" But there he paused, for the first time in his life, perhaps, absolutely robbed of speech. His eye had fallen upon a picture that the other held clutched in his vigorous right hand. It was a photograph of Imogene Dare, and it was made conspicuous by two heavy black lines which had been relentlessly drawn across the face in the form of a cross. "Secondly," he went on, after a moment, resolutely tearing his gaze away from this startling and suggestive object, "to my fears. I thought you looked ill, and could not forbear making an effort to reassure myself that all was right." "Thank you," ejaculated the other, in a heavy, weariful tone. "I am perfectly well," and with a short bow he partially turned his back, with a distinct intimation that he desired to be left alone. Mr. Byrd could not resist this appeal, glad as he would have been for even a moment's conversation with this man. He was, perhaps unfortunately, too much of a gentleman to press himself forward against the expressed wishes even of a suspected criminal. He accordingly withdrew to the door, and was about to open it and go out, when it was flung violently forward, and the ever obtrusive Brown stepped in. The second intrusion was more than unhappy Mr. Mansell could stand. Striding passionately forward, he met the unblushing Brown at full tilt, and angrily pointing to the door, asked if it was not the custom of gentlemen to knock before entering the room of strangers. "I beg pardon," said the other, backing across the threshold with a profuse display of confusion. "I had no idea of its being a stranger's room. I thought it was my own. I was sure that my door was a third from the stairs. Excuse me," and he bustled noisily out. This precise reproduction of his own train of thought and action confounded Mr. Byrd. Turning with a deprecatory glance at the perplexed and angry occupant of the room, he said something about not knowing the person who had just left them, and then, conscious that a further contemplation of the stern and suffering countenance before him would unnerve him for the duty he had to perform, hurriedly withdrew. End of chapter 13. Section 14 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. A Last Attempt. When fortune means to men most good, she looks upon them with a threatening eye. King John. The sleep of Horace Byrd that night was anything but refreshing. In the first place, he was troubled about this fellow Brown, whose last impertinence showed he was a man to be watched, and, if possible, understood. Secondly, he was haunted by a vision of the unhappy youth he had just left, seeing again and again, both in his dreams and in the rush of heated fancies which followed his awakening, that picture of utter despair which the opening of his neighbor's door had revealed. He could not think of that poor mortal as sleeping. Whether it was the result of his own sympathetic admiration for Miss Dare, or of some subtle clairvoyance bestowed upon him by the darkness and stillness of the hour, he felt assured that the quiet watch he had interrupted by his careless importunity had been again established, and that if he could tear down the partition separating their two rooms, he should see the bowed form and buried face crouched despairingly above the disfigured picture. The depths of human misery and the maddening passions that underlie all crime has been revealed to him for the first time, perhaps, in all their terrible suggestiveness, and he asked himself over and over, as he tossed on his uneasy pillow, if he possessed the needful determination to carry on the scheme he had undertaken, in the face of the unreasoning sympathies which the phantomless misery of this young man had aroused. Under the softening influence of the night he answered, no. But when the sunlight came, and the full flush of life, with its restless duties and common necessities, awoke within him, he decided, yes. Mr. Mansell was not at the breakfast table when Mr. Byrd came down. His duties at the mill were peremptory, and he had already taken his coffee and gone. But Mr. Brown was there, and at the sight of him, Mr. Byrd's caution took alarm, and he bestowed upon this intrusive busybody a close and searching scrutiny. It, however, elicited nothing in the way of his own enlightenment beyond the fact that this fellow, total stranger though he seemed, was for some inexplicable reason an enemy to himself or his plans. Not that Mr. Brown manifested this by any offensive token of dislike or even of mistrust. On the contrary, he was excessively polite, and let slip no opportunity for dragging Mr. Byrd into the conversation. Yet, for all that, a secret influence was already at work against the detective, and he could not attribute it to any other source than the jealous efforts of this man. Miss Hart was actually curt to him, and in the attitude of the various persons about the board he detected a certain reserve which had been entirely absent from their manner the evening before. But while placing, as he thought, due weight upon this fellow's animosity, he had no idea to what it would lead, till he went upstairs. Mrs. Hart, who had hitherto treated him with the utmost cordiality, now called him into the parlor, and told him frankly that she would be obliged to him if he would let her have his room. To be sure, she qualified the seeming harshness of her request by an intimation that a permanent occupant had applied for it, and offered to pay his board at the hotel till he could find a room to suit him in another house. But the fact remained that she was really in a flutter to rid herself of him, and no subterfuge could hide it, and Mr. Byrd, to whose plans the full confidence of those around him was essential, found himself obliged to acquiesce in her desires, and announced at once his willingness to depart. Instantly she was all smiles, and overwhelmed him with overtures of assistance, but he courteously declined her help, and flying from her apologies with what speed he could, went immediately to his room. Here he sat down to deliberate. The facts he had gleaned, despite the interference of his unknown enemy, were three. First, that Craig Mansell had found excuses for not attending the inquest or even the funeral of his murdered aunt. Secondly, that he had a strong passion for invention, and had even now the model of a machine on hand. And third, that he was not at home, wherever else he may have been, on the morning of the murder in Sibley. A poor and meager collection of insignificant facts, thought Mr. Byrd, too poor and meager to avail much in stemming the tide threatening to overwhelm Gouverneur Hildreth. But what opportunity remained for making them weightier? He was turned from the house that held the few persons from whom he could hope to glean more complete and satisfactory information. And he did not know where else to seek it unless he went to the mill. And this was an alternative from which he shrank, as it would, in the first place, necessitate a revelation of his real character, and secondly, make known the fact that Mr. Mansell was under the surveillance of the police, if not in the actual attitude of a suspected man. A quick and hearty, "Sure you are very good, sir," uttered in the hall without, roused him from his meditations and turned his thoughts in a new direction. What if he could learn something from the servants? He had not thought of them. This girl now, whose work constantly carried her into the various rooms on this floor, would of course know whether Mr. Mansell had been away on the day of the murder, even if she could not tell the precise time of his return. At all events, it was worth while to test her with a question or two before he left, even if he had to resort to the means of spurring her memory with money. His failure in other directions did not necessitate a failure here. He accordingly called her in, and showing her a bright silver dollar, asked her if she thought it good enough pay for a short answer to a simple question. To his great surprise, she blushed and drew back, shaking her head and muttering that her mistress didn't like to have the girls talk to the young men about the house, and finally going off with a determined toss of her frowsy head that struck Mr. Byrd aghast, and made him believe more than ever that his evil star hung in the ascendant, and that the sooner he quit the house the better. In 10 minutes he was in the street. But one thing now remained for him to do. He must make the acquaintance of one of the mill owners, or possibly an overseer or an accountant, and from him learn where Mr. Mansell had been at the time of his aunt's murder. To this duty he devoted the day, but here also he was met by unexpected difficulties. Though he took pains to disguise himself before proceeding to the mill, all the endeavors which he made to obtain an interview there with any responsible person were utterly fruitless. Whether his ill luck at the house had followed him to this place, he could not tell, but for some reason or other there was not one of the gentlemen for whom he inquired but had some excuse for not seeing him, and worn out at last with repeated disappointments, if not oppressed by the doubtful looks he received from the various subordinates who carried his messages, he left the building and proceeded to make use of the only means now left to him of compassing his end. This was to visit Mr. Goodman, the one member of the firm who was not at his post that day, and see if from him he could gather the single fact he was in search of. Perhaps the atmosphere of distrust with which I am surrounded in this quarter has not reached this gentleman's house, thought he, and having learned from the directory where the house was, he proceeded immediately to it. His reception was by no means cordial. Mr. Goodman had been ill the night before, and was in no mood to see strangers. "Mansell?" he coolly repeated, in acknowledgment of the other's inquiry as to whether he had a person of that name in his employ. "Yes, our bookkeeper's name is Mansell. May I ask," and here Mr. Byrd felt himself subjected to a thorough, if not severe scrutiny, "why you come to me with inquiries concerning him?" "Because," the determined detective responded, adopting at once the bold course, "you can put me in possession of a fact which it eminently benefits the cause of justice to know. I am an emissary, sir, from the district attorney at Sibley, and the point I want settled is where Mr. Mansell was on the morning of the 26th of September." This was business, and the look that involuntarily leaped into Mr. Goodman's eye proved that he considered it so. He did not otherwise betray his feelings, however, but turning quietly toward a chair into which he slowly settled himself before replying, And why do you not ask the gentleman himself where he was? He probably would be quite ready to tell you." The inflection he gave to these words warned Mr. Byrd to be careful. The truth was, Mr. Goodman was Mr. Mansell's best friend, and as such had his own reasons for not being especially communicative in his regard to this stranger. The detective vaguely felt this, and immediately changed his manner. "I have no doubt of that, sir," he ingenuously answered. "But Mr. Mansell has had so much to distress him lately that I was desirous of saving him from the unpleasantness which such a question would necessarily cause. It is only a small matter, sir. A person, it is not essential to state whom, has presumed to raise the question among the authorities in Sibley as to whether Mr. Mansell, as heir of the poor Mrs. Clement's small property, might not have had some hand in her dreadful death. There was no proof to sustain the assumption, and Mr. Mansell was not even known to have been in the town on or after the day of her murder, but justice, having listened to the aspersion, felt bound to satisfy itself of its falsity, and I was sent here to learn where Mr. Mansell was upon that fatal day. I find he was not in Buffalo. But this does not mean he was in Sibley. I am sure that, if you will, you can supply me with facts that will lead to a complete and satisfactory alibi for him." But the hard caution of the other was not to be moved. "I'm sorry," said he, "but I can give you no information in regard to Mr. Mansell's travels. You will have to ask the gentleman himself." "You did not send him out on business of your own, then?" "No." "But you knew he was going?" "Yes." "And can you tell me when he came back?" "He was in his place on Wednesday." The cold, dry nature of these replies convinced Mr. Byrd that something more than the sullen obstinacy of an uncommunicative man lay behind this determined reticence. Looking at Mr. Goodman inquiringly, he calmly remarked, "You are a friend of Mr. Mansell?" The answer came quickly and coldly. "He is a constant visitor at my house." Mr. Byrd made a respectful bow. "You can, then, have no doubts of his ability to prove an alibi?" "I have no doubts concerning Mr. Mansell," was the stern and uncompromising reply. Mr. Byrd at once felt he had received his dismissal, but before making up his mind to go, he resolved upon one further effort. Calling to his aid his full power of acting, he slowly shook his head with a thoughtful air, and presently murmured half aloud and half, as it were, to himself, "I thought possibly he might have gone to Washington." Then, with a casual glance at Mr. Goodman, added, "He is an inventor, I believe?" "Yes," was again the laconic response. "Has he not a machine at present which he desires to bring to the notice of some capitalist?" "I believe he has," was the forced and none too amiable answer. Mr. Byrd at once leaned confidingly forward. "Don't you think," he asked, "that he may have gone to New York to consult with someone about this pet hobby of his? It would certainly be a natural thing for him to do, and if only I knew it was so, I could go back to Sibley with an easy conscience." His disinterested air and the tone of kindly concern which he had adopted seemed at last to produce its effect on his companion. Relaxing a trifle of his austerity, Mr. Goodman went so far as to admit that Mr. Mansell had told him that business connected with his patent had called him out of town, but beyond this he would allow nothing, and Mr. Byrd, baffled in his attempts to elicit from this man any distinct acknowledgment of Mr. Mansell's whereabouts at the critical time of Mrs. Clement's death, made a final bow and turned toward the door. It was only at this moment he discovered that Mr. Goodman and himself had not been alone in the room. that curled up in one of the window seats was a little girl of some 10 or 12 years of age, who, at the first tokens of his taking his departure, slipped shyly down to the floor and ran before him out into the hall. He found her by the front door when he arrived there. She was standing with her hand on the knob, and presented such a picture of childish eagerness, tempered by childish timidity, that he involuntarily paused before her with a smile. She needed no further encouragement. "Oh, sir, I know about Mr. Mansell," she cried. "He wasn't in that place you talk about, for he wrote a letter to Papa just the day before he came back, and the postmark on the envelope was Monteith. I remember, because it was the name of the man who made our big map." And looking up with the eager zeal which marks the liking of very little folks for some one favorite person among their grown acquaintances, she added earnestly, "I do hope you won't let them say anything bad about Mr. Mansell. He is so good." And without waiting for a reply, she ran off, her curls dancing, her eyes sparkling, all her innocent little form alive with the joy of having done a kindness, as she thought, for her favorite, Mr. Mansell. Mr. Byrd, on the contrary, felt a strange pang that the information he had sought for so long and vainly should come at last from the lips of an innocent child. Monteith, as you remember, was the next station to Sibley. End of chapter 14. Section 15 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The End of a Tortuous Path. Thus bad begins, and worse remains behind. Hamlet. The arrest of Mr. Hildreth had naturally quieted public suspicion by fixing attention upon a definite point, so that when Mr. Byrd returned to Sibley, he found that he could pursue whatever inquiries he chose without awakening the least mistrust that he was on the lookout for the murderer of Mrs. Clements. The first use he made of his time was to find out if Mr. Mansell, or any man answering to his description, had been seen to take the train from the Sibley station on the afternoon or evening of the fatal Tuesday. The result was unequivocal. No such person had been seen there, and no such person was believed to have been at the station at any time during that day. This was his first disappointment. He next made the acquaintance of the conductors on that line of street cars by means of which he believed Mr. Mansell to have made his escape, but with no better result. Not one of them remembered having taken up, of late, any passenger from the terminus of the appearance described by Mr. Byrd. And this was his second disappointment. His next duty was obviously to change his plan of action and make the town of Monteith the center of his inquiries. But he hesitated to do this till he had made one other visit to the woods, in whose recesses he still believed the murderer to have plunged immediately upon dealing the fatal blow. He went by the way of the street railroad, not wishing to be again seen crossing the bog, and arrived at the hut in the center of the glade without meeting anyone or experiencing the least adventure. This time he went in, but nothing was to be seen save bare logs, a rough hearth where a fire had once been built, and the rudest sort of bench and table. And hurrying forth again, he looked doubtfully up and down the glade in pursuit of some hint to guide him in his future researches. Suddenly he received one. The thick wall of foliage, which at first glance revealed but the two outlets already traversed by him, showed upon close inspection a third path, opening well behind the hut, and leading, as he soon discovered, in an entirely opposite direction from that which had taken him to the west side. Merely stopping to cast one glance at the sun, which was still well overhead, he set out on this new path. It was longer and much more intricate than the other. It led through hollows and up steeps, and finally out into an open blackberry patch where it seemed to terminate. But a close study of the surrounding bushes soon disclosed signs of a narrow and thread-like passage curving about a rocky steep. Entering this, he presently found himself drawn again into the woods, which he continued to traverse till he came to a road cut through the heart of the forest, for the use of the lumbermen. Here he paused. Should he turn to the right or left? He decided to turn to the right. Keeping in the road, which was rough with stones, where it was not marked with the hoofs of both horses and cattle, he walked for some distance. Then he emerged into open space again, and discovered that he was on the hillside overlooking Monteith, and that by a mile or two's further walk over the highway that was dimly to be described at the foot of the hill, he would reach the small station devoted to the uses of the quarrymen that worked in this place. There was no longer any further doubt that this route, and not the other, had been the one taken by Mr. Mansell on that fatal afternoon. But he was determined not to trust any further to mere surmises. So hastening down the hill, he made his way in the direction of the highway, meaning to take the walk alluded to, and to learn for himself what passengers had taken the train at this point on the Tuesday afternoon so often mentioned. But a barrier rose in his way. A stream which he had barely noticed in the quick glance he threw over the landscape from the brow of the hill, separated with quite a formidable width of water the hillside from the road, and it was not till he wandered back for some distance along its banks that he found a bridge. The time thus lost was considerable, but he did not think of it, and when, after a long and weary tramp, he stepped upon the platform of the small station, he was so eager to learn if he had correctly followed the scent that he forgot to remark that the road he had taken was anything but an easy or feasible one for a hasty escape. The accommodation trains, which alone stop at this point, had both passed, and he found the station master at leisure. A single glance into his honest and intelligent face convinced the detective that he had a reliable man to deal with. He at once commenced his questions. "Do many persons beside the quarrymen take the train at this place?" asked he. "Not many," was the short but sufficiently good-natured rejoinder. "I guess I could easily count them on the fingers of one hand," he laughed. "You would be apt to notice, then, if a strange gentleman got on board here at any time, would you not?" "Guess so. Not often troubled that way, but sometimes. Can you tell me whether a young man of very dark complexion, heavy mustache, and a determined, if not excited expression, took the cars here for Monteith, say any day last week?" "I don't know," mused the man. "Dark complexion, you say, large mustache. Let me see." "No dandy," Mr. Byrd carefully explained, "but a strong man who believes in work. He was possibly in a state of somewhat nervous hurry," he went on suggestively, "and if he wore an overcoat at all, it was a gray one." The face of the man lighted up. "I seem to remember," said he. "Did he have a very bright blue eye and a high color?" Mr. Byrd nodded. "And did he carry a peculiarly shaped bag, of which he was very careful?" "I don't know," said Mr. Byrd, but remembering the model, added with quick assurance, "I have no doubt he did," which seemed to satisfy the other, for he at once cried, "I recollect such a person very well. I noticed him before he got to the station, as soon, in fact, as he came in sight. He was walking down the highway and seemed to be thinking of something. He's of the kind to attract attention. What about him, sir?" "Nothing. He was in trouble of some kind, and he went from home without saying where he was going, and his friends are anxious about him. That is all. Do you think you could swear to his face if you saw it?" "I think I could. He was the only stranger that got on to the cars that afternoon." "Do you remember, then, the day?" "Well, no, now I don't." "But can't you, if you try? Wasn't there something done by you that day which will assist your memory?" Again that slow "let me see" showed that the man was pondering. Suddenly he slapped his thigh and exclaimed: "You might be a lawyer's clerk now, mightn't you? Or perhaps a lawyer himself. I do remember that a large load of stone was sent off that day, and a minute's look at my book—" "It was Tuesday," he presently affirmed. Mr. Byrd drew a deep breath. There is sadness mixed with the satisfaction of such a triumph. "I am much obliged to you," he said, in acknowledgment of the other's trouble. "The friends of this gentleman will now have little difficulty in tracing him. There is but one thing further I should like to make sure of." And taking from his memorandum book the picture he kept concealed there, he showed him the face of Mr. Mansell, now altered to a perfect likeness, and asked him if he recognized it. The decided yes which he received made further questions unnecessary. End of chapter 15. Section 16 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Storm. "Oh, my offence is rank. It smells to heaven. It hath the primal eldest curse upon it." Hamlet. A day had passed. Mr. Byrd, who no longer had any reason to doubt that he was upon the trail of the real assailant of the Widow Clemmens, had resolved upon a third visit to the woods, this time with the definite object of picking up any clue, however trifling, in support of the fact that Craik Mansell had passed through the glade behind his aunt's house. The sky, when he left the hotel, was one vast field of blue, but by the time he reached the terminus of the car route, stepped out upon the road leading to the woods, dark clouds had overcast the sun, and a cool wind replaced the quiet zephyrs which had all day fanned the brilliant autumn foliage. He did not realize the condition of the atmosphere, however, and proceeded on his way, thinking more of the person he had just perceived issuing from the doorway of Professor Darling's lofty mansion, than of the low mutterings of distant thunder that now and then disturbed the silence of the woods, or of the ominous brazen tint which was slowly settling over the huge bank of clouds that filled the northern sky. For that person was Miss Dare, and her presence here, or anywhere near him at this time, must of necessity awaken the most painful train of thought. But, though unmindful of the storm, he was dimly conscious of the darkness that was settling about him. Quicker and quicker grew his pace, and at last he almost broke into a run as the heavy pall of a large black cloud swept up over the zenith and wiped from the heavens the last remnant of blue sky. One drop fell, then another, then a slow, heavy patter that bent double the leaves they fell upon, as if a shower of lead had descended upon the heavily writhing forest. The wind had risen, too, and the vast aisles of that clear and beautiful woods thundered with the swaying of boughs and the crash here and there of an old and falling limb. But the lightning delayed. The blindest or most abstracted man could be ignorant no longer of what all this turmoil meant. Stopping in the path along which he had been speeding, Mr. Byrd glanced before him and behind, in a momentary calculation of distances, and deciding he could not regain the terminus before the storm burst, pushed on toward the hut. He reached it just as the first flash of lightning darted down through the heavy darkness, and was about to fling himself against the door when something, was it the touch of an invisible hand, or the crash of awful thunder which at this instant plowed up the silence of the forest and woke a pandemonium of echoes about his head, stopped him? He never knew. He only realized that he shuddered and drew back with a feeling of great disinclination to enter the low building before him, alone, and that presently taking advantage of another loud crash of falling boughs, he crept around the corner of the hut and satisfied his doubts by looking into the small square window opening to the west. He found there was ample reason for all the hesitation he had felt. A man was sitting there, who at the first glimpse appeared to him to be none other than Craik Mansell, but reason soon assured him that this could not be, though the shape, the attitude, that old attitude of despair which he remembered so well, was so startling like that of the man whose name was uppermost in his thoughts that he recoiled in spite of himself. A second flash swept blindingly through the woods. Mr. Byrd advanced his head and took another glance at the stranger. It was Mr. Mansell. No other man would sit so quiet and unmoved during the rush and clatter of a terrible storm. Look, not a hair on his head has stirred, not a movement has taken place in the hands clasped so convulsively beneath his brow. He is an image, a stone, and would not hear though the roof fell in. Mr. Byrd himself forgot the storm, and only queried what his duty was in this strange and surprising emergency. But before he could come to any definite conclusion, he was subjected to a new sensation. A stir that was not the result of the wind or the rain had taken place in the forest before him. A something, he could not tell what, was advancing upon him from the path he had himself travelled so short a time before, and its step, if step it were, shook him with a vague apprehension that made him dread to lift his eyes. But he conquered the unmanly instinct, and merely taking the precaution to step somewhat further back from view, looked in the direction of his fears, and saw a tall, firmly built woman, whose grandly poised head, held high, in defiance of the gale, the lightning, and the rain, proclaimed her to be none other than Imogene Dare. It was a juxtaposition of mental, moral, and physical forces that almost took Mr. Byrd's breath away. He had no doubt whom she had come to see, or to what sort of tryst he was about to be made an unwilling witness. But he could not have moved if the blast then surging through the trees had uprooted the huge pine behind, which he had involuntarily drawn at the first impression he had received of her approach. He must watch that white face of hers slowly evolve itself from the surrounding darkness, and he must be present when the dreadful bolts swept down from heaven, if only to see her eyes in the flare of its ghostly flame. It came while she was crossing the glade. Fierce, blinding, more vivid and searching than at any time before, it flashed down through the cringing boughs, and like a mantle of fire enveloped her form, throwing out its every outline, and making of the strong and beautiful face an electric vision which Mr. Byrd was never able to forget. A sudden swoop of wind followed, flinging her almost to the ground, but Mr. Byrd knew from that moment that neither wind nor lightning, not even the fear of death, would stop this woman if once she was determined upon any course. Dreading the next few moments inexpressibly, yet forcing himself, as a detective, to remain at his post, though every instinct of his nature rebelled, Mr. Byrd drew himself up against the side of the low hut and listened. Her voice, rising between the mutterings of thunder and the roar of the ceaseless gale, was plainly to be heard. "Craik Mansell," said she, in a strained tone that was not without its severity, "you sent for me, and I am here." Ah, this was her mode of greeting, was it? Mr. Byrd felt his breath come easier, and listened for the reply with intensest interest. But it did not come. The low rumbling of the thunder went on, and the wind howled through the gruesome forest, but the man she had addressed did not speak. "Craik," her voice still came from the doorway where she had seemingly taken her stand. "Do you not hear me?" A stifled groan was the sole reply. She appeared to take one step forward, but no more. "I can understand," said she, and Mr. Byrd had no difficulty in hearing her words, though the turmoil overhead was almost deafening. "Why the restlessness of despair should drive you into seeking this interview, I have longed to see you too, if only to tell you that I wish Heaven's thunderbolts had fallen upon us both on that day when we sat and talked of our future prospects, and—" A lurid flash cut short her words. Strange and awesome sounds awoke in the air above, and the next moment a great branch fell crashing down upon the roof of the hut, beating in one corner, and sliding thence heavily to the ground, where it lay with all its quivering leaves uppermost, not 2 feet from the doorway where this woman stood. A shriek like that of a lost spirit went up from her lips. "I thought the vengeance of heaven had fallen," she gasped, and for a moment not a sound was heard within or without the hut, save that low flutter of the disturbed leaves. "It is not to be," she then whispered, with a return of her old calmness, that was worse than any shriek. "Murder is not to be avenged thus." Then shortly, "A dark and hideous line of blood is drawn between you and me, Craik Mansell. I cannot pass it, and you must not, forever and forever and forever. But that does not hinder me from wishing to help you, and so I ask in all sincerity what it is you want me to do for you today." A response came this time. "Show me how to escape the consequences of my act," were his words, uttered in a low and muffled voice. She did not answer at once. "Are you threatened?" she inquired at last, in a tone that proved she had drawn one step nearer to the bowed form and hidden face of the person she addressed. "My conscience threatens me," was the almost stifled reply. Again the heavy silence, all the more impressive that the moments before had been so prolific of heaven's most terrible noises. "You suffer because another man is forced to endure suspicion for a crime he never committed?" she whisperingly exclaimed. Only a groan answered her, and the moments grew heavier and heavier, more and more oppressive, though the hitherto accompanying outcries of the forest had ceased, and a faint lightening of the heavy darkness was taking place overhead. Mr. Byrd felt the pressure of the situation so powerfully, he drew near to the window he had hitherto avoided, and looked in. She was standing a foot behind the crouched figure of the man between whom and herself she had avowed a line of blood to be drawn. As he looked, she spoke. "Craik," said she, and the deathless yearning of love spoke in her voice at last, "there is but one thing to do. Expiate your guilt by acknowledging it. Save the innocent from unmerited suspicion, and trust to the mercy of God. It is the only advice I can give you. I know no other road to peace. If I did—" She stopped, choked by the terror of her own thoughts. "Craik," she murmured at last, "on the day I hear of your having made this confession, I vow to take an oath of celibacy for life. It is the only recompense I can offer for the misery and sin into which our mutual mad ambitions have plunged you." And subduing with a look of inexpressible anguish, an evident longing to lay her hand in final caress upon that bended head, she gave him one parting look, and then with a quick shudder hurried away and buried herself amid the darkness of the wet and shivering woods. End of chapter 16. Section 17 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. A Surprise. Season your admiration for a while. Hamlet. When all was still again, Mr. Byrd advanced from his place of concealment and softly entered the hut. Its solitary occupant sat as before, with his head bent down upon his clasped hands. But at the first sound of Mr. Byrd's approach, he rose and turned. The shock of the discovery which followed sent the detective reeling back against the door. The person who faced him with such quiet assurance was not Craig Mansell. End of chapter 17. Section 18 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. A Brace of Detectives. Hath this fellow no feeling of his business? Hamlet. No action, whether foul or fair, is ever done, but it leaves somewhere a record. Longfellow. So there are two of us. I thought as much when I first set eyes upon your face in Buffalo. This exclamation, uttered in a dry and musing tone, woke Mr. Byrd from the stupor into which this astonishing discovery had thrown him. Advancing upon the stranger, who in size, shape, and coloring was almost the facsimile of the person he had so successfully represented, Mr. Byrd looked him scrutinizingly over. The man bore the ordeal with equanimity. He even smiled. "You don't recognize me, I see." Mr. Byrd at once recoiled. "Ah," cried he, "you are that Jack-in-the-box Brown." "Alias Frank Hickory, at your service." This name, so unexpected, called up a flush of mingled surprise and indignation to Mr. Byrd's cheek. "I thought," he began. "Don't think," interrupted the other, who, when excited, affected laconicism. "No." Then with affability proceeded, "You are the gentleman," he paid that much deference to Mr. Byrd's air and manner, "who I was told might lend me a helping hand in this Clemens affair. I didn't recognize you before, sir. Wouldn't have stood in your way if I had. Though, to be sure, I did want to see this matter through myself. I thought I had the right, and I've done it, too, as you must acknowledge, if you have been present in this terrible place very long." This self-satisfied, if not boastful allusion to a scene in which this strange being had played so unworthy, if not unjustifiable, a part, sent a thrill of revulsion through Mr. Byrd. Drawing hastily back with an instinct of dislike he could not conceal, he cast a glance through the thicket of trees that spread beyond the open door, and pointedly asked, "Was there no way of satisfying yourself of the guilt of Craig Mansell except by enacting a farce that may lead to the lifelong remorse of the woman out of whose love you have made a trap?" A slow flush, the first possibly that had visited the hardy cheek of this thick-skinned detective for years, crept over the face of Frank Hickory. "I don't mean she shall ever know," he sullenly protested, kicking at the block upon which he had been sitting. "But it was a mean trick," he frankly enough admitted the next moment. If I hadn't been the tough old hickory knot that I am, I couldn't have done it, I suppose. The storm, too, made it seem a bit trifling. But, well, well, he suddenly interjected in a more cheerful tone, 'tis too late now for tears and repentance. The thing is done and can't be undone. And at all events, I reckon we are both satisfied now as to who killed Widow Clemens. Mr. Byrd could not resist a slight sarcasm. I thought you were satisfied in that regard before, said he. At least I understood that at a certain time you were very positive it was Mr. Hildreth. So I was, the fellow good-naturedly allowed. So I was. The byways of a crime like this are dreadful dark and uncertain. It isn't strange that a fellow gets lost sometimes. But I got a jog on my elbow that sent me into the right path, said he, as perhaps you did too, sir, Not replying to this latter insinuation, Mr. Byrd quietly repeated, You got a jog on your elbow? When, may I ask? 3 days ago, just, was the emphatic reply. And from whom? Instead of replying, the man leaned back against the wall of the hut and looked at his interlocutor in silence. Are we going to join hands over this business, he cried at last, or are you thinking of pushing your way on alone after you have got from me all that I know? The question took Mr. Byrd by surprise. He had not thought of the future. He was as yet too much disturbed by his memories of the past. To hide his discomfiture, he began to pace the floor, an operation which his thoroughly wet condition certainly made advisable. I have no wish to rob you of any glory you may hope to reap from the success of the plot you have carried on here today, he presently declared, with some bitterness. But if this Craik Mansell is guilty, I suppose it is my duty to help you in the collection of all suitable and proper evidence against him. Then, said the other, who had been watching him with rather an anxious eye, let us to work. And sitting down on the table, he motioned to Mr. Byrd to take a seat upon the block at his side. But the latter kept up his walk. Hickory surveyed him for a moment in silence. Then he said, You must have something against this young man, or you wouldn't be here. What is it? What first set you thinking about Craik Mansell? Now this was a question Mr. Byrd could not and would not answer. After what had just passed in the hut, he felt it impossible to mention to this man the name of Imogene Dare in connection with that of the nephew of Mrs. Clemens. He therefore waived the other's interrogation and remarked, My knowledge was rather the fruit of surmise than fact. I did not believe in the guilt of Gouverneur Hildreth, and was so forced to look about me for someone whom I could conscientiously suspect. I fixed upon this unhappy man in Buffalo. How truly your own suspicions unfortunately reveal. And I had to have my wits started by a horrid old woman, murmured the evidently abashed Hickory. Horrid old woman, repeated Mr. Byrd. Not Sally Perkins. Yes, a sweet one, isn't she? Mr. Byrd shuddered. Tell me about it, said he, coming and sitting down in the seat the other had previously indicated to him. I will, sir, I will. But first, let's look at the weather. Some folks would think it just as well for you to change that toggery of yours. What do you say to going home first and talking afterward? I suppose it would be wise, admitted Mr. Byrd, looking down at his garments, whose decidedly damp condition he had scarcely noticed in his excitement. And yet I hate to leave this spot till I learn how you came to choose it as the scene of the tragic comedy you have enacted here today, and what position it is likely to occupy in the testimony which you have collected against this young man. Wait, then, said the bustling fellow, till I build you the least bit of a fire to warm you. It won't take but a minute, he averred. piling together some old sticks that cumbered the hearth, and straightway setting a match to them. "See, isn't that pleasant? And now, just cast your eye at this," he continued, drawing a comfortable-looking flask out of his pocket and handing it over to the other with a dry laugh. "Isn't this pleasant?" And he threw himself down on the floor and stretched out his hands to the blaze, with a gusto which the dreary hour he had undoubtedly passed made perfectly natural, if not excusable. "I thank you," said Mr. Byrd. "I didn't know I was so chilled." And he, too, enjoyed the warmth. "And now," he pursued after a moment, "go on. Let us have the thing out at once." But the other was in no hurry. "Very good, sir," he cried. "But first, if you don't mind, suppose you tell me what brought you to this hut today." "I was on the lookout for clues. In my study of the situation, I decided that the murderer of Mrs. Clemmens escaped not from the front, but from the back of the house. Taking the path I imagined him to have trod, I came upon this hut. It naturally attracted my attention, and today I came back to examine it more closely in the hope of picking up some signs of his having been here, or at least having passed through the glade on his way to the deeper woods." "And what if you had succeeded in this, sir? What if some token of his presence had rewarded your search?" "I should have completed a chain of proof of which only this one link is lacking. I could have shown how Craig Mansell fled from this place on last Tuesday afternoon, making his way through the woods to the highway, and thence to the quarry station at Monteith, where he took the train which carried him back to Buffalo." "You could? Show me how." Mr. Byrd explained himself more definitely. Hickory at once rose. "I guess we can give you the link," he dryly remarked. "At all events, suppose you just step here and tell me what conclusion you draw from the appearance of this pile of brush." Mr. Byrd advanced and looked at a small heap of hemlock that lay in a compact mass in one corner. "I have not disturbed it," pursued the other. "It is just as it was when I found it." "Looks like a pillow," declared Mr. Byrd. "Has been used for such, I am sure. For see, the dust in this portion of the floor lies lighter than elsewhere. You can almost detect the outline of a man's recumbent form," he went on, slowly, leaning down to examine the floor more closely. "As for the boughs, they have been cut from the tree with a knife, and," lifting up a sprig, he looked at it, then passed it over to Hickory with a meaning glance that directed attention to one or two short hairs of dark brown color that were caught in the rough bark. "He did not even throw his pocket handkerchief over the heap before lying down," he observed. Mr. Hickory smiled. "You are up in your business, I see," and drawing his new colleague to the table, he asked him what he saw there. At first sight, Mr. Byrd exclaimed nothing, but in another moment he picked up an infinitesimal chip from between the rough logs that formed the top of this somewhat rustic piece of furniture, and turning it over in his hand, pronounced it to be a piece of wood from a lead pencil. "Here are several of them," remarked Mr. Hickory, "and what is more, it is easy to tell just the color of the pencil from which they were cut. It was blue." "That is so," assented Mr. Byrd. "Quarrymen, charcoal burners, and the like are not much in the habit of sharpening pencils," suggested Hickory. "Is the pencil now to be found in the pocket of Mr. Mansell a blue one?" "It is." "Have you anything more to show me?" asked Mr. Byrd. "Only this," responded the other, taking out of his pocket the torn-off corner of a newspaper. "I found this blowing about under the bushes out there," said he. "Look at it, and tell me from what paper it was torn." "I don't know," said Mr. Byrd. "None that I am acquainted with." "You don't read the Buffalo Courier?" Oh, is this? A corner from the Buffalo Courier. I don't know, but I mean to find out. If it is, and the date proves to be correct, we won't have much trouble about the little link, will we?" Mr. Byrd shook his head, and they again crouched down over the fire. "And now, what did you learn in Buffalo?" inquired the persistent Hickory. "Not much," acknowledged Mr. Byrd. "The man Brown was entirely too ubiquitous to give me my full chance. Neither at the house nor at the mill was I able to glean anything beyond an admission from the landlady that Mr. Mansell was not at home at the time of his aunt's murder. I couldn't even learn where he was on that day, or where he had ostensibly gone. If it had not been for the little girl of Mr. Goodman—" "Ah, I had no time to go to that house," interjected the other suggestively. "I should have come home as wise as I went," continued Mr. Byrd. "She told me that on the day before Mr. Mansell returned, he wrote to her father from Monteith, and that settled my mind in regard to him. It was pure luck, however." The other laughed long and loud. "I didn't know I did it up so well," he cried. "I told the landlady you were a detective, or acted like one, and she was very ready to take the alarm, having, as I judge, a motherly liking for her young boarder. Then I took Messrs. Chamberlain and Harrison into my confidence, and having got from them all the information they could give me, told them there was evidently another man on the track of this Mansell, and warned them to keep silence till they heard from the prosecuting attorney in Sibley. But I didn't know who you were, or, at least, I wasn't sure, or, as I said before, I shouldn't have presumed." The short, dry laugh with which he ended this explanation had not ceased when Mr. Byrd observed: "You have not told me what you gathered in Buffalo." "Much," quoth Hickory, reverting to his favorite laconic mode of speech. "First, that Mansell went from home on Monday, the day before the murder, for the purpose, as he said, of seeing a man in New York about his wonderful invention. Secondly, that he never went to New York, but came back the next evening, bringing his model with him and looking terribly used up and worried. Thirdly, that to get this invention before the public had been his pet aim and effort for a whole year, that he believed in it as you do in your Bible, and would have given his heart's blood, if it would have done any good, to start the thing and prove himself right in his estimate of its value. The money to do this was all that was lacking, no one believing in him sufficiently to advance him the $5,000 considered necessary to build the machine and get it in working order. That, in short, he was a fanatic on the subject, and often said he would be willing to die within the year if he could first prove to the unbelieving capitalists whom he had vainly importuned for assistance the worth of the discovery he believed himself to have made. Fourthly, but what is it you wish to say, sir?" $5,000 is just the amount Widow Clemmens is supposed to leave him," remarked Mr. Byrd. "Precisely," was the short reply. "And fourthly," suggested the former. "Fourthly, he was in the mill on Wednesday morning, where he went about his work as usual, until someone who knew his relation to Mrs. Clemmens looked up from the paper he was reading, and, in pure thoughtlessness, cried, 'So they have killed your aunt for you, have they?' A barbarous jest that caused everybody near him to start in indignation, but which made him recoil as if one of these thunderbolts we have been listening to this afternoon had fallen at his feet. And he didn't get over it," Hickory went on. "He had to beg permission to go home. He said the terrible news had made him ill, and indeed he looked sick enough, and continued to look sick enough for days. He had letters from Sibley, and an invitation to attend the inquest and be present at the funeral services, but he refused to go. He was threatened with diphtheria, he declared, and remained away from the mill until the day before yesterday. Someone, I don't remember who, says he went out of town the very Wednesday he first heard the news. But if so, he could not have been gone long, for he was at home Wednesday night, sick in bed, and threatened, as I have said, with diphtheria. Fifthly, well, fifthly, I'm afraid of your criticisms, laughed the rough detective. Fifthly is the result of my poking about among Mr. Mansell's traps. Ah, frowned the other, with a vivid remembrance of that picture of Miss Dare, with its beauty blotted out by the ominous black lines. You are too squeamish for a detective, the other declared. Guess you're kept for the fancy business, huh? The look Mr. Byrd gave him was eloquent. Go on, said he. Let us hear what lies behind your fifthly. Love, returned the man. Locked in the drawer of this young gentleman's table, I found some half-dozen letters tied with a black ribbon. I knew they were written by a lady, but squeamishness is not a fault of mine, and so I just allowed myself to glance over them. They were from Miss Dare, of course, and they revealed the fact that love, as well as ambition, had been a motive power in determining this Mansell to make a success out of his invention. Leaning back, the now self-satisfied detective looked at Mr. Byrd. The name of Miss Dare, he went on, brings me to the point from which we started. I haven't yet told you what old Sally Perkins had to say to me. No, rejoined Mr. Byrd. Well, continued the other, poking with his foot the dying embers of the fire till it started up into a fresh blaze. The case against this young fellow wouldn't be worth very much without that old crone's testimony, I reckon. But with it, I guess we can get along. Let us hear, said Mr. Byrd. The old woman is a wretch, Hickory suddenly broke out. She seems to gloat over the fact that a young and beautiful woman is in trouble. She actually trembled with eagerness as she told her story. If I hadn't been rather anxious myself to hear what she had to say, I could have thrown her out the window. As it was, I let her go on. Duty before pleasure, you see. Duty before pleasure. But her story, persisted Mr. Byrd, letting some of his secret irritation betray itself. Well, her story was this. Monday afternoon, the day before the murder, you know, she was up in these very woods hunting for witch hazel. She had got her arms full and was going home across the bog when she suddenly heard voices. Being of a curious disposition, like myself, I suppose, she stopped, and seeing just before her a young gentleman and lady sitting on an old stump, crouched down in the shallow of a tree, with the harmless intent, no doubt, of amusing herself with her conversation. It was more interesting than she expected, and she really became quite tragic as she related her story to me. I cannot do justice to it myself, and I shan't try. It is enough that the man whom she did not know and the woman whom she immediately recognized as Miss Dare were both in a state of great indignation, that he spoke of selfishness and obstinacy on the part of his aunt, and that she, in the place of rebuking him, replied in a way to increase his bitterness, and led him finally to exclaim, I cannot bear it, to think that with just the advance of the very sum she proposes to give me some day, I could make her fortune and my own, and win you, all in one breath. It is enough to drive a man mad to see all that he craves in this world so near his grasp, and yet have nothing, not even hope, to comfort him. And at that, it seems, they both rose, and she, who had not answered anything to this, struck the tree before which they stood with her bare fist, and murmured a word or so which the old woman couldn't catch, but which was evidently something to the effect that she wished she knew Mrs. Clemens. For Mansell, of course it was he, said, in almost the same breath, And if you did know her, what then? A question which elicited no reply at first, but which finally led her to say, "Oh, I think that, possibly, I might be able to persuade her." All this, the detective went on, old Sally related with the greatest force, but in regard to what followed, she was not so clear. Probably they interrupted their conversation with some lover's by-play, for they stood very near together, and he seemed to be earnestly pleading with her. "Do take it," old Sally heard him say. "I shall feel as if life held some outlook for me, if you will only gratify me in this respect." But she answered, "No, it is of no use. I am as ambitious as you are, and fate is evidently against us," and put his hand back when he endeavored to take hers, but finally yielded so far as to give it to him for a moment, though she immediately snatched it away, again crying, "I cannot. You must wait till tomorrow." And when he asked, "Why tomorrow?" she answered, "A night has been known to change the whole current of a person's affairs." To which he replied, "True," and looked thoughtful, very thoughtful, as he met her eyes and saw her raise that white hand of hers and strike the tree again with a passionate force that made her fingers bleed. "And she was right," concluded the speaker. "That night, or if not that night, the next 24 hours, did make a change, as even old Sally Perkins observed. Widow Clemmens was struck down, and Craig Mansell became the possessor of the $5,000 he so much wanted in order to win for himself a fortune and a bride." Mr. Byrd, who had been sitting with his face turned aside during this long recital, slowly rose to his feet. "Hickory," said he, and his tone had an edge of suppressed feelings in it that made the other start, "don't ever let me hear you say in my presence that you think this young and beautiful woman was the one to suggest murder to this man, for I won't hear it. And now," he continued more calmly, "tell me why this babbling old wretch did not enliven the inquest with her wonderful tale. It would have been a fine offset to the testimony of Miss Firman. She said she wasn't fond of coroners, and had no wish to draw the attention of 12 of her own town folk upon herself. She didn't mean to commit herself with me," pursued Hickory, rising also. "She was going to give me a hint of the real state of affairs, or rather, set me working in the right direction, as this little note which she tucked under the door of my room at the hotel will show. But I was too quick for her, and had her by the arm before she could shuffle down the stairs. It was partly to prove her story was true, and not a romance made up for the occasion, that I lured this woman here this afternoon." "You are not as bad a fellow as I thought," Mr. Byrd admitted, after a momentary contemplation of the other's face. "If I might only know how you managed to effect this interview." "Nothing easier. I found in looking over the scraps of paper which Mansell had thrown into the wastepaper basket in Buffalo the draft of a note which he had written to Miss Dare, under an impulse which he afterward probably regretted. It was a summons to their usual place of tryst at or near this hut, and though unsigned, was of a character, as I thought, to effect its purpose. I just sent it to her, that's all." The nonchalance with which this was said completed Mr. Byrd's astonishment. "You are a worthy disciple of Gryce," he asserted, leading the way to the door. "Think so?" exclaimed the man, evidently flattered at what he considered a great compliment. "Then shake hands," he cried, with a frank appeal Mr. Byrd found it hard to resist. "Ah, don't you want to?" he somewhat ruefully declared. "Will it change your feelings any if I promise to ignore what happened here today? My trick with Miss Dare and what she revealed, and all that? If it will, I swear I won't even think of it any more if I can help it. And at all events, I won't tattle about it, even to the superintendent. It shall be a secret between you and me, and she won't know but what it was her lover she talked to after all." "You are willing to do all this?" inquired Mr. Byrd. "Willing and ready," cried the man. "I believe in duty to one's superiors, but duty doesn't always demand of one to tell everything he knows. Besides, it won't be necessary, I imagine. There is enough against this poor fellow without that." "I fear so," ejaculated Mr. Byrd. "Then it is a bargain?" said Hickory. "Yes." And Mr. Byrd held out his hand. The rain had now ceased, and they prepared to return home. Before leaving the glade, however, Mr. Byrd ran his eye over the other's person and apparel, and in some wonder inquired, "How do you fellows ever manage to get up such complete disguises? I declare you look enough like Mr. Mansell in the back to make me doubt even now who I am talking to." "Oh," laughed the other, "it's easy enough. It's my specialty, you see, and one in which I am thought to excel. But to tell the truth, I hadn't much to contend with in this case. In build, I am famously like this man, as you must have noticed when you saw us together in Buffalo. Indeed, it was our similarity in this respect that first put the idea of personifying him into my head. My complexion had been darkened already, and as for such accessories as hair, voice, manner, dress, etc., a 5 minutes' study of my model was sufficient to prime me up in all that, enough, at least, to satisfy the conditions of an interview which did not require me to show my face. "But you did not know, when you came here, that you would not have to show your face," persisted Mr. Byrd, anxious to understand how this man dared risk his reputation on an undertaking of this kind. "No, and I did not know that the biggest thunderstorm of the season was going to spring up and lend me its darkness to complete the illusion I had attempted. I only trusted my good fortune and my wits," he added, with a droll demureness. "Both had served me before, and both were likely to serve me again. And say she had detected me in my little game. What then? Women like her don't babble." There was no reply to make to this, and Mr. Byrd's thoughts being thus carried back to Imogene Dare and the unhappy revelations she had been led to make, he walked on in a dreary silence his companion had sufficient discretion not to break. End of chapter 18. Section 19 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Mr. Ferris. "Which of you have done this?" Macbeth. "What have we here?" Tempest. Mr. Ferris sat in his office in a somewhat gloomy frame of mind. There had been bad news from the jail that morning. Mr. Hildreth had attempted suicide the night before, and was now lying in a critical condition at the hospital. Mr. Ferris himself had never doubted this man's guilt. From Hildreth's first appearance at the inquest, the district attorney had fixed upon him as the murderer of Mrs. Clements, and up to this time he had seen no good and substantial reason for altering his opinion. Even the doubts expressed by Mr. Byrd had moved him but little. Mr. Byrd was an enthusiast, and naturally enough shrank from believing a gentleman capable of such a crime. But the other detective's judgment was unswayed, and he considered Hildreth guilty. It was not astonishing, then, that the opinion of Mr. Ferris should coincide with that of the older and more experienced man. But the depths of despair or remorse which led Mr. Hildreth to this desperate attempt upon his own life had struck the district attorney with dismay. Though not overly sensitive by nature, he could not help feeling sympathy for the misery that had prompted such a deed, and while secretly regarding this unsuccessful attempt at suicide as an additional proof of guilt, he could not forbear satisfying himself by a review of the evidence elicited at the inquest, that the action of the authorities in arresting this man had been both warrantable and necessary. The result was satisfactory in all but one point. When he came to the widow's written accusation against one by the name of Gouverneur Hildreth, he was impressed by a fact that had hitherto escaped his notice. This was the yellowness of the paper upon which the words were written. If they had been transcribed a dozen years before, they would not have looked older, nor would the ink have presented a more faded appearance. Now, as the suspected man was under 25 years of age, and must therefore have been a mere child when the paper was drawn up, the probability was that the Gouverneur intended was the prisoner's father, their names being identical. But this discovery, while it robbed the affair of its most dramatic feature, could not affect in any serious way the extreme significance of the remaining real and compromising facts which told so heavily against this unfortunate man. Indeed, the well-known baseness of the father made it easier to distrust the son, and Mr. Ferris had just come to the conclusion that his duty compelled him to draw up an indictment of the would-be suicide when the door opened and Mr. Byrd and Mr. Hickory came in. To see these two men in conjunction was a surprise to the district attorney. He, however, had no time to express himself on the subject, for Mr. Byrd, stepping forward, immediately remarked, "Mr. Hickory and I have been in consultation, sir, and we have a few facts to give you that we think will alter your opinion as to the person who murdered Mrs. Clemmens." "Is that so?" cried Mr. Ferris, looking at Hickory with a glance indicative of doubt. "Yes, sir," exclaimed that not easily abashed individual, with an emphasis decided enough to show the state of his feelings on the subject. "After I last saw you, a woman came in my way and put into my hands so fresh and promising a clue that I dropped the old scent at once and made instanter for the new game. But I soon found I was not the only sportsman on this trail. Before I had taken a dozen steps, I ran upon this gentleman, and finding him true grit, struck up a partnership with him that has led to our bringing down the quarry together." "Humph," quoth the district attorney. "Some very remarkable discoveries must have come to light to influence the judgment of two such men as yourselves." "You are right," rejoined Mr. Byrd. "In fact, I should not be surprised if this case proved to be one of the most remarkable on record. It is not often that equally convincing evidence of guilt is found against two men having no apparent connection." "And you have collected such evidence?" "We have." "And who is the person you consider equally open to suspicion with Mr. Hildreth?" "Craik Mansell, Mrs. Clemmens' nephew." The surprise of the district attorney was, as Mr. Hickory in later days remarked, nuts to him. The solemn nature of the business he was engaged upon never disturbed this hardy detective's sense of the ludicrous, and he indulged in one of his deepest chuckles as he met the eye of Mr. Ferris. "One never knows what they are going to run upon in a chase of this kind, do they, sir?" he remarked, with the greatest cheerfulness. "Mr. Mansell is no more of a gentleman than Mr. Hildreth, yet, because he is the second one of his caste who has attracted our attention, you are naturally very much surprised. But wait till you hear what we have to tell you. I am confident you will be satisfied with our reasons for suspecting this new party." And he glanced at Mr. Byrd, who, seeing no cause for delay, proceeded to unfold before the district attorney the evidence they had collected against Mr. Mansell. It was strong, telling, and seemingly conclusive, as we already know, and awoke in the mind of Mr. Ferris the greatest perplexity of his life. It was not simply the facts urged against Mr. Mansell were of the same circumstantial character and of almost the same significance as those already urged against Mr. Hildreth, but that the association of Miss Dare's name with this new theory of suspicion presented difficulties, if it did not involve consequences, calculated to make any friend of Mr. Orcutt quail. And Mr. Ferris was such a friend, and he knew very well the violent nature of the shock which this eminent lawyer would experience at discovering the relations held by this trusted woman toward a man suspected of a crime. Then Miss Dare herself, was this beautiful and cherished woman, hitherto believed by all who knew her to be set high above the reach of reproach, to be dragged down from her pedestal and submitted to the curiosity of the rabble, if not to its insinuations and reproach? It seemed hard, even to this stern, dry searcher among dead men's bones. It seemed both hard and bitter, and yet, because he was an honest man, he had no thought of paltering with his duty. He could only take time to make sure what that duty was. He accordingly refrained from expressing any opinion in regard to Mr. Mansell's culpability to the two detectives, and finally dismissed them without any special orders. But a day or two after this he sent for them again and said, "Since I have seen you, I have considered with due carefulness the various facts presented to me in support of your belief that Craig Mansell is the man who assailed the widow Clemens, and have weighed them against the equally significant facts pointing toward Mr. Hildreth as the guilty party, and find but one link lacking in the former chain of evidence which is not lacking in the latter, and that is this: Mrs. Clemens, in one or two lucid moments which returned to her after the assault, gave utterance to an exclamation which many think was meant to serve as a guide in determining the person of her murderer. She said, 'Ring,' as Mr. Byrd here will doubtless remember, and then 'hand,' as if she wished to fix upon the minds of those about her that the hand uplifted against her wore a ring. At all events, such a conclusion is plausible enough, and led to my making an experiment yesterday which has forever set the matter at rest in my own mind. I took my stand at the huge clock in her house, just in the attitude she was supposed to occupy when struck, and while in this position ordered my clerk to advance upon me from behind, with his hands clasped about a stick of wood, which he was to bring down within an inch of my head. This was done, and while this arm was in the act of descending, I looked to see if by a quick glance from the corner of my eye I could detect the broad seal ring I had previously pushed upon his little finger. I discovered that I could, that indeed it was all of the man which I could distinctly see without turning my head completely around. The ring, then, is an important feature in this case, a link without which any chain of evidence, forged for the express purpose of connecting a man with this murder, must necessarily remain incomplete and consequently useless. But amongst the suspicious circumstances brought to bear against Mr. Mansell, I discerned no token of connection between him and any such article, while we all know that Mr. Hildreth not only wore a ring on the day of the murder, but considered the circumstances so much in his own disfavor that he slipped it off his finger when he began to see the shadow of suspicion falling upon him." "You have, then, forgotten the diamond I picked up from the floor of Mrs. Clemens' dining room on the morning of the murder?" suggested Mr. Byrd with great reluctance. "No," answered the District Attorney shortly, "but Miss Dare distinctly avowed that ring to be hers, and you have brought me no evidence as yet to prove her statement false. If you can supply such proof, or if you can show that Mr. Mansell had that ring on his hand when he entered Mrs. Clemens' house on that fatal morning, another fact which, by the way, rests as yet upon inference only, I shall consider the case against him as strong as that against Mr. Hildreth, otherwise not." But Mr. Byrd, with a vivid remembrance before him of Miss Dare's looks and actions in the scene he had witnessed between her and the supposed Mansell in the hut, smiled with secret bitterness over this attempt of the District Attorney to shut his eyes to the evident guiltiness of this man. Mr. Ferris saw this smile and instantly became irritated. "I do not doubt any more than yourself," he resumed, in a changed voice, "that this young man allowed his mind to dwell upon the possible advantages which might accrue to himself if his aunt should die. He may even have gone so far as to meditate the commission of a crime to ensure these advantages. But whether the crime which did indeed take place the next day in his aunt's house was the result of his meditations, or whether he found his own purpose forestalled by an attack made by another person possessing no less interest than himself in seeing this woman dead, is not determined by the evidence you bring." "Then you do not favor his arrest?" inquired Mr. Byrd. "No. The vigorous measures which were taken in Mr. Hildreth's case, and the unfortunate event to which they have led, are terrible enough to satisfy the public craving after excitement for a week at least. I am not fond of driving men to madness myself, and unless I can be made to see that my duty demands a complete transferal of my suspicions from Hildreth to Mansell, I can advise nothing more than a close but secret surveillance of the latter's movements until the action of the grand jury determines whether the evidence against Mr. Hildreth is sufficient to hold him for trial." Mr. Byrd, who had such solid, if private and uncommunicable, reasons for believing in the guilt of Craig Mansell, was somewhat taken back at this unlooked-for decision of Mr. Ferris, and remembering the temptation which a man like Hickory must feel to make his cause good at all hazards, cast a sharp look toward the blunt-spoken detective, in some doubt as to whether he could be relied upon to keep his promise in the face of this manifest disappointment. But Hickory had given his words, and Hickory remained firm, and Mr. Byrd, somewhat relieved in his own mind, was about to utter his acquiescence in the District Attorney's views when a momentary interruption occurred which gave him an opportunity to exchange a few words aside with his colleague. "Hickory," he whispered, "what do you think of this objection which Mr. Ferris makes?" "I," was the hurried reply. "Oh, I think there is something in it." "Something in it?" "Yes. Mr. Mansell is the last man to wear a ring, I must acknowledge. Indeed, I took some pains while in Buffalo to find out if he ever indulged in such vanity, and was told decidedly no. As to the diamond you mentioned, that is certainly entirely too rich a jewel for a man like him to possess. I am afraid the absence of this link in our chain of evidence is fatal. I shouldn't wonder if the old scent was the best after all." "But Miss Dare, her feelings and her convictions, as manifested by the words she made use of in the hut," objected Mr. Byrd. "Oh, she thinks he is guilty, of course." "She thinks?" Mr. Byrd stared at his companion for a minute in silence. "She thinks?" Then there was a possibility, it seems, that it was only her thought, and that Mr. Mansell was not really the culpable man he had been brought to consider him. But here an exclamation, uttered by Mr. Ferris, called their attention back to that gentleman. He was reading a letter which had evidently been just brought in, and his expression was one of amazement, mixed with doubt. As they looked toward him, they met his eye, that had a troubled and somewhat abashed expression, which convinced them that the communication he held in his hand was in some way connected with the matter under consideration. Surprised themselves, they unconsciously started forward when, in a dry and not altogether pleased tone, the District Attorney observed: This affair seems to be full of coincidence. You talk of a missing link, and it is immediately thrust under your nose. Read that." And he pushed toward them the following epistle, roughly scrawled on a sheet of common writing paper. "If Mr. Ferris is anxious for justice, and can believe that suspicion does not always attach itself to the guilty, let him, or someone whose business it is, inquire of Miss Imogene Dare of this town how she came to claim as her own the ring that was picked up on the floor of Mrs. Clemmens' house." "Well," cried Mr. Byrd, glancing at Hickory, "what are we to think of this?" "Looks like the work of old Sally Perkins," observed the other, pointing out the lack of date and signature. "So it does," acquiesced Mr. Byrd in a relieved tone. "The miserable old wretch is growing impatient." But Mr. Ferris, with a gloomy frown, shortly said: "The language is not that of an ignorant old creature like Sally Perkins, whatever the writing may be. Besides, how could she have known about the ring? The persons who were present at the time it was picked up are not of the gossiping order." "Who, then, do you think wrote this?" inquired Mr. Byrd. "That is what I wish you to find out," declared the District Attorney. Mr. Hickory at once took it in his hand. "Wait," he said, "I have an idea." And he carried the letter to one side, where he stood examining it for several minutes. When he came back, he looked tolerably excited and somewhat pleased. "I believe I can tell you who wrote it," said he. "Who?" inquired the District Attorney. For reply, the detective placed his finger upon a name that was written in the letter. "Imogene Dare!" exclaimed Mr. Ferris, astonished. "She herself," proclaimed the self-satisfied detective. "What makes you think that?" the District Attorney slowly asked. "Because I have seen her writing and studied her signature, and ably as she has disguised her hand in the rest of the letter, it betrays itself in her name. See here." And Hickory took from his pocketbook a small slip of paper containing her autograph, and submitted it to the test of comparison. The similarity between the two signatures was evident, and both Mr. Byrd and Mr. Ferris were obliged to allow the detective might be right, though the admission opened up suggestions of the most formidable character. "It is a turn for which I am not prepared," declared the District Attorney. "It is a turn for which we are not prepared," repeated Mr. Byrd, with a controlling look at Hickory. "Let us, then, defer further consideration of the matter till I have had an opportunity to see Miss Dare," suggested Mr. Ferris. And the two detectives were very glad to acquiesce in this, for they were as much astonished as he at this action of Miss Dare, though, with their better knowledge of her feelings, they found it comparatively easy to understand how her remorse and the great anxiety she doubtless felt for Mr. Hildreth had sufficed to drive her to such an extreme and desperate measure. End of chapter 19. Section 20 of Hand and Ring by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. A Crisis. Queen. Alas, how is it with you, that you do bend your eye on vacancy, and with the incorporeal air do hold discourse? Your bedded hair, like life in excrements, starts up and stands on end. Whereon do you look? Hamlet. On him, on him. Look you, how pale he glares. His form and cause conjoined, preaching to stones, would make them capable. Do not look upon me, lest, with this piteous action, you convert my stern effects. Then what I have to do will want true color, tears perchance for blood. Hamlet. That my readers may understand even better than Byrd and Hickory how it was that Imogene came to write this letter, I must ask them to consider certain incidents that had occurred in a quarter far removed from the eye of the detectives. Mr. Orcutt's mind had never been at rest concerning the peculiar attitude assumed by Imogene Dare at the time of Mrs. Clement's murder. Time and thought had not made it any more possible for him to believe now than then that she knew anything of the matter beyond what appeared to the general eye. But he could not forget the ring. It haunted him. 50 times a day he asked himself what she had meant by claiming as her own a jewel which had been picked up from the floor of a strange house at a time so dreadful, and which, in despite of her explanations to him, he found it impossible to believe was hers or ever could have been hers. He was even tempted to ask her, but he never did. The words would not come. Though they faltered again and again upon his lips, he could not give utterance to them. No, though with every passing day he felt like the bond uniting her to him was growing weaker and weaker, and that if something did not soon intervene to establish confidence between them, he would presently lose all hope of the treasure for the possession of which he was now ready to barter away half the remaining years of his life. Her increasing reticence and the almost stony look of misery that now confronted him without let or hindrance from her wide gray eyes were not calculated to reassure him or make his future prospects look any brighter. Her pain, if pain it were, or remorse, if remorse it could be, was not of a kind to feel the influence of time, and struck with dismay, alarm, in spite of himself, if not for her reason, at least for his own, he watched her from day to day, feeling that now he would give his life not merely to possess her, but to understand her and the secret that was gnawing at her heart. At last there came a day when he could no longer restrain himself. She had been seated in his presence, and had been handed a letter which for the moment seemed to thoroughly overwhelm her. We know what that letter was. It was the note which had been sent as a decoy by the detective Hickory, but which she had no reason to doubt was a real communication from Craik Mansell, despite the strange handwriting on the envelope. It prayed her for an interview. It set the time and mentioned the place of meeting, and created for the instant such a turmoil in her usually steady brain that she could not hide it from the searching eyes that watched her. "What is it, Imogene?" inquired Mr. Orcutt, drawing near her with a gesture of such uncontrollable anxiety it looked as if he were about to snatch the letter from her hand. For reply she rose, walked to the grate, in which a low wood fire was burning, and plunged the paper in among the coals. When it was all consumed, she turned and faced Mr. Orcutt. "You must excuse me," she murmured, "but the letter was one which I absolutely desired no one to see." But he did not seem to hear her apology. He stood with his gaze fixed on the fire, and his hand clenched against his heart, as if something in the fate of that wretched sheet of paper reminded him of the love and hope that were shriveling up before his eyes. She saw his look, and drooped her head with a sudden low moan of mingled shame and suffering. "Am I killing you?" she faintly cried. "Are my strange wild ways driving you to despair? I had not thought of that. I am so selfish. I had not thought of that." This evidence of feeling, the first she had ever shown him, moved Mr. Orcutt deeply. Advancing toward her with sudden passion, he took her by the hand. "Killing me?" he repeated. "Yes, you are killing me. Don't you see how fast I am growing old? Don't you see how the dust lies thick upon the books that used to be my solace and delight? I do not understand you, Imogene. I love you, and I do not understand your grief, or what it is that is affecting you in this terrible way. Tell me, let me know the nature of the forces with which I have to contend, and I can bear all the rest." This appeal, forced as it was from lips unused to prayer, seemed to strike her, absorbed though she was in her own suffering. Looking at him with real concern, she tried to speak, but the words faltered on her tongue. They came at last, however, and he heard her say, "I wish I could weep, if only to show you I am not utterly devoid of womanly sympathy for an anguish I cannot cure. But the fountain of my tears is dried at its source. I do not think I can ever weep again. I am condemned to tread a path of misery and despair, and must traverse it to the end without weakness and without help. Do not ask me why, for I can never tell you, and do not detain me now or try to make me talk, for I must go where I can be alone and silent." She was slipping away, but he caught her by the wrist and drew her back. His pain and perplexity had reached their climax. "You must speak," he cried. "I have paltered long enough with this matter. You must tell me what it is that is destroying your happiness and mine." But her eyes, turning toward him, seemed to echo that "must" in a look of disdain eloquent enough to scorn all help from words. And in the indomitable determination of her whole aspect he saw that he might slay her, but that he could never make her speak. Loosing her with a gesture of despair, he turned away. When he glanced back again, she was gone. The result of this interview was naturally an increased doubt and anxiety on his part. He could not attend to his duties with any degree of precision. He was so haunted by uneasy surmises as to what might have been the contents of the letter which he had thus seen her destroy before his eyes. As for her words, they were like her conduct, an insolvable mystery for which he had no key. His failure to find her at home when he returned that night added to his alarm, especially as he remembered the vivid thunderstorm that had deluged the town in the afternoon. Nor, though she came in very soon and offered both excuses and explanations for her absence, did he experience any appreciable relief, or feel at all satisfied that he was not threatened with some secret and terrible catastrophe. Indeed, the air of vivid and feverish excitement which pervaded every look of hers from this time, making each morning and evening distinctive in his memory as a season of fresh fear and renewed suspense, was enough of itself to arouse this sense of an unknown, but surely approaching danger. He saw that she was on the lookout for some event, he knew not what, and studied the papers as sedulously as she, in the hope of coming upon some revelation that should lay bare the secret of this new condition of hers. At last he thought he had found it. Coming home one day from the court, he called her into his presence, and without pause or preamble, exclaimed, with almost cruel abruptness, "An event of possible interest to you has just taken place. The murderer of Mrs. Clemmens has just cut his throat." He saw that before he had finished the first clause, that he had struck at the very citadel of her terrors and her woe. At the end of the second sentence, he knew beyond all doubt now what it was she had been fearing, if not expecting. Yet she had not said a word, and by no movement betrayed that the steel had gone through and through her heart. A demon, the maddening demon of jealousy, gripped him for the first time with relentless force. "Ah, you have been looking for it," he cried in a choked voice. "You know this man, then, knew him, perhaps, before the murder of Mrs. Clemmens, knew him, and perhaps loved him." She did not reply. He struck his forehead with his hand, as if the moment was perfectly intolerable to him. "Answer," he cried. "Did you know Gouverneur Hildreth or not?" "Gouverneur Hildreth?" Oh, the sharp surprise, the wailing anguish of her tone! Mr. Orcutt stood amazed. "It is not he who has made this attempt upon his life? Not he!" she shrieked, like one appalled. Perhaps because all other expression or emotion failed him, Mr. Orcutt broke forth into a loud and harrowing laugh. "And who else should it be?" he cried. "What other man stands accused of having murdered Widow Clemmens? You are mad, Imogene. You don't know what you say or what you do." "Yes, I am mad," she repeated, "mad," and then leaned her forehead forward on the back of a high chair beside which she had been standing, and hid her face and struggled with herself for a moment, while the clock went on ticking, and the wretched surveyor of her sorrow stood looking at her bended head like a man who does not know whether it is he or she who is in the most danger of losing his reason. At last a word struggled forth from between her clasped hands. "When did it happen?" she gasped, without lifting her head. "Tell me all about it. I think I can understand." The noted lawyer smiled a bitter smile, and spoke for the first time without pity and without mercy. "He has been trying for some days to effect his death. His arrest and the little prospect there is of his escaping trial seem to have maddened his gentlemanly brain. Firearms were not procurable, neither was poison nor a rope, but a pewter plate is enough in the hands of a desperate man. He broke one in two last night, and—" He paused, sick and horror-stricken. Her face had risen upon him from the back of the chair, and was staring upon him like that of a Medusa. Before that gaze the flesh crept on his bones, and the breath of life refused to pass his lips. Gazing at her with rising horror, he saw her stony lips slowly part. "Don't go on," she whispered. "I can see it all without the help of words." Then, in a tone that seemed to come from some far-off world of nightmare, she painfully gasped, "Is he dead?" Mr. Orcutt was a man who, up to the last year, had never known what it was to experience a real and controlling emotion. Life with him had meant success in public affairs, and a certain social preeminence that made his presence in any place the signal of admiring looks and respectful attentions. But let no man think that, because his doom delays, it will never come. Passions such as he had deprecated in others, and desires such as he had believed impossible to himself, had seized upon him with ungovernable power, and in this moment especially he felt himself yielding to their sway with no more power of resistance than a puppet experiences in the grasp of a whirlwind. Meeting that terrible eye of hers, burning with an anxiety for a man he despised, and hearing the agonized question from lips whose touch he had never known, he experienced a sudden, wild, and almost demoniac temptation to hurl back the implacable "yes" that he felt certain would strike her like a dead woman to the ground. But the horrid impulse passed, and, with a quick remembrance of the claims of honor upon one bearing his name and owning his history, he controlled himself with a giant resolution, and merely dropping his eyes from an anguish he dared no longer confront, answered quietly: "No, he has hurt himself severely and has disfigured his good looks for life, but he will not die, or so the physicians think." A long, deep, shuddering sigh swept through the room. "Thank God," came from her lips, and then all was quiet again. He looked up in haste. He could not bear the silence. "Imogene," he began, but instantly paused in surprise at the change which had taken place in her expression. "What do you intend to do?" was his quick demand. "You look as I have never seen you look before." "Don't ask me," she returned. "I have no words for what I am going to do. What you must do is to see that Gouverneur Hildreth is released from prison. He is not guilty, mind you. He never committed this crime of which he is suspected, and in the shame of which suspicion he has this day attempted his life. If he is kept in restraint, which is so humiliating to him, and if he dies there, it will be murder, do you hear? Murder. And he will die there if he's not released. I know his feelings only too well." "But Imogene—" "Hush, don't argue. 'Tis a matter of life and death, I tell you. He must be released. I know," she went on hurriedly, "what it is you want to say. You think you cannot do this, that the evidence is all against him, that he went to prison of his own free will and cannot hope for release till his guilt or innocence has been properly inquired into. But I know you can effect his enlargement if you will. You are a lawyer and understand all the crooks and turns by which a man can sometimes be made to evade the grasp of justice. Use your knowledge. Avail yourself of your influence with the authorities, and I—" She paused and gave him a long, long look. He was at her side in an instant. "You would what?" he cried, taking her hand in his and pressing it impulsively. "I would grant you whatever you ask," she murmured in a weariful tone. "Would you be my wife?" he passionately inquired. "Yes," was the choked reply, "if I did not die first." He caught her to his breast in rapture. He knelt at her side and threw his arms about her waist. "You shall not die," he cried. "You shall live and be happy. Only marry me today." "Not till Gouverneur Hildreth be released," she interposed gently. He started as if touched by a galvanic battery, and slowly rose up and coldly looked at her. "Do you love him so madly you would sell yourself for his sake?" he sternly demanded. With a quick gesture she threw back her head as though the indignant "no" that sprang to her lips would flash out whether she would or not. But she restrained herself in time. "I cannot answer," she returned. But he was master now, master of this dominating spirit that had held him in check for so long a time, and he was not to be put off. "You must answer," he sternly commanded. "I have the right to know the extent of your feeling for this man, and I will. Do you love him, Imogene Dare? Tell me, or here I swear I will do nothing for him, either now or at a time when he may need my assistance more than you know." This threat, uttered as he uttered it, could have but one effect. Turning aside so that he could not see the shuddering revolt in her eyes, she mechanically whispered, "And what if I did? Would it be so very strange? Youth admires youth, Mr. Orcutt, and Mr. Hildreth is very handsome and very unfortunate. Do not oblige me to say more." Mr. Orcutt, across whose face a dozen different emotions had flitted during the utterance of these few words, drew back till half the distance of the room lay between them. "Nor do I wish to hear any more," he rejoined slowly. "You have said enough, quite enough. I understand now all the past, all your terrors, and all your secret doubts and unaccountable behavior. The man you loved was in danger, and you did not know how to manage his release. Well, well, I am sorry for you, Imogene. I wish I could help you. I love you passionately, and would make you my wife in the face of your affection for this man if I could do for you what you request. But it is impossible. Never during the whole course of my career has a blot rested upon my integrity as a lawyer. I am known as an honest man, and honest will I remain, known to the last. Besides, I could do nothing to effect his enlargement if I tried. Nothing but the plainest proof that he is innocent, or that another man is guilty, would avail now to release him from the suspicion which his own admissions have aroused. "Then there is no hope?" was her slow and despairing reply. "None at present, Imogene," was his stern, almost as despairing answer. As Mr. Orcutt sat over his lonely hearth that evening, a servant brought to him the following letter: "Dear friend, it is not fit that I should remain any longer under your roof. I have a duty before me which separates me forever from the friendship and protection of honorable men and women. No home but such as I can provide for myself by the work of my own hands shall henceforth shelter the disgraced head of Imogene Dare. Her fate, whatever it may prove to be, she bears alone, and you, who have been so kind, shall never suffer from any association with one whose name must henceforth become the sport of the crowd, if not the execration of the virtuous. If your generous heart rebels at this, choke it relentlessly down. I shall be already gone when you read these lines, and nothing you could do or say would make me come back. Good-bye, and may heaven grant you forgetfulness of one whose only return to your benefactions has been to make you suffer almost as much as she suffers herself." As Mr. Orcutt read these last lines, District Attorney Ferris was unsealing the anonymous missive which has already been laid before my readers. End of chapter 20.